Okay, President Chin, go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. Today is Thursday, March 25th, 2021. We are starting our regularly scheduled school board meeting, but we are going to recess immediately to closed session. And in closed session, we will review two items. 2.1, public employment, Government Code Section 54957, Title Superintendent. Agenda item 2.2, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Government Code Section 54956.9. Agenda item 2.3, Government Code Section 54957, public employee discipline, dismissal, release. And item 2.4, Government Code Section 54957.6, conference with labor negotiators. And with that, we are going to recess to closed session. Thank you.
President Chen, go ahead.
Thank you, Peter. Good evening, everyone. Today is Thursday, March 25th, 2021. We are reconvening our regularly scheduled meeting coming out of closed session with nothing to report. First order of business is our flag salute. Peter, do we have a flag? Thank you. If everyone would unmute and join me in the flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, thank you, everyone. We are going to go to roll call. Trustee Corzo?
Here.
Trustee Proctor?
Here.
Trustee Warren?
Here.
And Trustee Watkins?
Here.
And I am here as well. Before we move on, Trustee Corzo, would you mind doing the language interpretation announcement, please?
Sure. Bienvenidos a todos. Queremos recordarles que sí tenemos traducción disponible. Si gusta usarla, por favor, empuje el mundo, el globo que tienen, el mundo que tienen en su pantalla y pueden ahí cambiarla a idioma. Gracias.
Okay. Thank you, Trustee Corzo. Next item, business 3.4, approval of the agenda of tonight's agenda.
President Chin, I received some particular interest in two items that are on the agenda tonight, and I wondered if we could move them forward, as many people may be wanting to hear that information. The two items are 9.2, which is the middle school MOU, and 7.1, which is reopening. And I wondered if we could move them following consent and then just continue with the remainder of the agenda in the order listed. Would that be all right?
Great. Yeah, thank you, Dr. Roses. Does anyone else have any other changes or for tonight's meeting? If not, I'd love someone to make a motion to approve tonight's agenda.
Make a motion to approve tonight's agenda with those two changes.
Thank you, Trustee Proctor. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Trustee Warren. Roll call vote. Trustee Corzo.
Yes.
Trustee Proctor.
Yes.
Trustee Warren.
Yes.
And Trustee Watkins.
Yes.
And I'll vote yes as well. Okay, next on the agenda is 3.5, approval of minutes for February 18th, March 1st, March 6th, March 11th, and March 16th. Does anybody have any questions, comments, or want to make a motion?
Motion to approve all minutes. Do I need to say all of them?
No, it's fine.
Okay.
And Trustee Corzo, was that a second? Yeah, okay, thank you, Trustee Watkins for the motion, Trustee Corzo for the second. Roll call vote. Trustee Proctor.
Yes.
I'm Trustee Corzo. Yes, thank you. Trustee Proctor.
Yes.
Trustee Warren.
Yes.
Trustee Watkins,
Yes.
and I'll vote yes as well. All right, we are moving on to item 4.1, public statements related to non-agenda topics. So the San Mateo Foster City School Board cannot act upon any matter that has not been included and publicly posted on the agenda, except under limited circumstances as permitted by law. The board may refer matters raised in this forum to staff for investigation and/or action where appropriate. So Peter, would you mind opening up public comment? And again, these are for non-agenda items.
Thank you, President Chin. Again, for those that might be joining us for the first time within our Zoom webinar for our board meetings, we use the raise your hand functionality to indicate that you would like to make public comment to the Board of Education. Again, public statements, non-agenda items, please. President Chin, we have 5, and you'd like 2 minutes or for the timer?
Yeah, I know we're going to have a lot of public comment tonight, so if we can go with 2 minutes and just be consistent throughout the night, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, President Chin. Okay, first up, we have Marcella. Then after Marcella will be Jean. Marcella?
Hi, thank you. I will go as quickly as possible. Our immersion programs are a source of pride and something that we point to that supports linguistic pride, ethnic pride, and values diversity. I am concerned with the impact that COVID has had. While I can't speak to College Park because my children do not attend, I can speak to Fiesta Gardens. I'm concerned about our future. We are a school that builds pride in identity, pride in language, and raises our children to be bilingual and biliterate, a priority of our governor, our state superintendent, and our families. And without the 90-10 program that prioritizes 50% native Spanish speakers, immersion programs stand to be one more notch in a privileged household's family, while the remainder of the families who wish to give this gift to their children cannot afford to do so. 1 year in a 90-10 immersion is not like 1 year in any other program. It sets up language development all the way through middle school and even to high school. This program is developed to leverage a skill that our native Spanish speakers bring into the classroom and turn it into the advantage that we know it to be. They get credit. When done well, this turns our Spanish speakers into AP Spanish students early in high school and sets them on a very different trajectory. There are countless studies that show this. We know this, but they need to be in an uninterrupted immersion program. While all of our programs have lost valuable time in this pandemic, our program has also lost its identity, our language. And this cannot be mitigated without additional clear support. We are already struggling to retain qualified bilingual teachers. I am so proud that our district, under the leadership of Sue Weiser, has fought to increase the diversity of our teacher pipeline by bringing in new teachers and partnering with local universities. But if the difference in salary for our bilingual teachers is as stark as it currently is, our newest teachers may not be able to afford to teach here even if they want to. I am asking that as we think about planning for the future, that we leverage the strengths that we have, that we consider freezing the layoffs of our support staff that provide so much of that Spanish enrichment. The template for the state expanded learning opportunities grant was just released today. I'm asking you to consider our program. We've lost reading, writing, speaking, and listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcella. Next, we have Jean, and then after Jean will be Julie. Jean?
Hi, I'm Gene McKenna. I have 3 kids, including a 3rd grader at Highlands Elementary. I have a master's degree in education from Stanford, and I'm a trained engineer from MIT. Math education is near and dear to my heart. Over the last weeks, I and others have had a number of questions and concerns related to the County Board of Education's training course based on the publication Pathways to Equitable Math Instruction. It's intended to be a training guide for teachers on how to better teach math. However, from reading the material and watching related videos, and seeing how similar training played out in Cupertino, I'm fearful that its outcome can be to cause confusion about whether or not right answers in math are important, and I'm concerned it can inflame racial tensions. To someone hearing about this for the first time, this might sound crazy, but contained in the Pathways training material are statements like, white supremacy in math shows up when the focus is on getting the right answer or showing one's work. First, I recognize different people learn differently. I recognize the importance of math concepts beyond just getting the right answer. In upper level math, especially setting up the problem, choosing the right approach, evaluating if an answer makes sense, All the things we call showing your work are important steps. However, in math class, all of this is separate from the race of the student. Pathways inserts race front and center using completely over-the-top critical race theory language throughout. Pathways is meant to train teachers that right answers and showing one's work are not only associated with white people, but it's in fact the way white people keep the rest of the world down. I know this sounds crazy. I was shocked when I read it, but I'm not exaggerating these claims. I've read the materials, watched the accompanying videos. The words white supremacy appear 47 times in just the first part of this 5-part curriculum. What could have been a useful discussion of teaching methods is instead drowned out by irrelevant and unhelpful race issues. We have seen how it's played out in Cupertino when they adopted something similar. Third graders, 8 and 9-year-olds, were told that straight, white, English-speaking, Christian, cisgendered males were the dominant culture. They were told these people created dominant culture to stay in power. These issues of racial justice in America are real. There's a time and a place to teach kids what the word cisgendered means, but it's not third grade.
Apologies on interrupting, but the time has elapsed. If you could please quickly wrap up your thoughts.
Sure. I will just say as of 6 p.m. today, I was told by Assistant Superintendent David Chambliss that our district is aware of these programs, but have not participated in it, nor has plans to. So I thank you for that update, Assistant Supervisor Chambliss. I would simply request our board, our superintendents, and our teachers to please think carefully along these lines. Thank you.
Thank you, Gene. Next, we have Julie. Then after Julie will be Randy. Julie?
Good evening, trustees. I wanted to just take a moment to touch on something I think is important and that Trustee Proctor brought up at our last school board meeting just briefly, and that is around the increased violence that our Asian American and Pacific Islander families, students, and colleagues have been experiencing recently. About 18% of the educators in our district and about 30% of the students in our community are of Asian American or Pacific Islander descent. I would encourage the board, as you continue to go forward with your equity task force, that we keep in mind this group and make sure that those families feel and students and educators feel safe and protected, and that those groups are continue to be included in any diversity training and unconscious bias work that we endeavor to do as a community. I want to make sure that they feel included and that our students, teachers, and educators know that SMETA certainly stands with them, and I would assume and hope that this board would do so also. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. Next, we have Randy. Then after Randy will be Fernando. Randy?
Good evening. For tonight's meeting, I wanted to express appreciation to the board members for stepping up for this largely volunteer role. I know that this past year is more than you could have ever bargained for. We, the communities of San Mateo and Foster City, elected you to represent us and our children and to supervise the superintendent. We need you now more than ever to do that. We need you to put the needs of our community's children first, while at the same time valuing the health, safety, and efforts of our district's employees. Tonight, and at every meeting, we need you to ask questions, even if those questions are uncomfortable or tough questions. We need you to debate and discuss in earnest, not just as a performance. And we need you to lead always with the questions of what's best for our community and what's best for the children. We don't need to hear about how hard things are for you. We know we are all living through variations of a really hard year. We don't need to hear about how long you were at board meetings. We know many of us have been right there with you. Please just stay focused on the task at hand, what's best for the community and its children. Not just your kids, not just the children of the folks attending the meeting, all of your constituents. No amount of spin or excuses will get the job done. Actually setting direction and following up will get the job done. Thank you for your continued service as board members.
Thank you, Randy. Next, we have Fernando.
Hi, everyone. Firstly, I would like to agree on the previous commenters' comments in that we should definitely increase teacher pay, in particular substitute teacher pay, because I feel that we are overworked and there is just not enough time in the day to do so many things. Second, I really understand this school board is working hard to build a culture of diversity and openness, and that you try really hard to listen and bring out innovative solutions. Yet, as an educator who recently experienced workplace and academic discrimination, I and many people do not feel safe returning to school in person at any time. I would like to say that there was a post that went around recently within our school district's workplace chat rooms where screenshots were casually shared labeling as though all Asian Americans ate bats. I am saddened to hear this, but not surprised given that most of positions of power within our school districts are overwhelmingly white. And from the last SMFCSD reopening panel meeting a few days earlier, everyone was entirely white. So I just thought I would like to acknowledge and have this addressed. Thank you.
Thank you, Fernando. Okay, President Chen, there are no other hands for public comment at this time.
Thank you, Peter, and thank you everyone to the public for providing your comments. We are going to, item 4.2, public statements related to agenda items. To actual agenda items, persons will be called on at the appropriate time. So there will be public comment on the other items. Moving on to 4.3, it's a foundation and or committee reports. Does anybody want to report out on any committees?
I'm happy to do a quick report out on the Sanctuary Task Force meeting. Yeah, we're continuing to work on our website, have selected a logo, are compiling information and resources for families, specifically of immigrant origin, but open to everyone. Also just wanted to share that, in that space, we continue to, create time in our meeting to share like any and all urgent needs of students and families. And we're hoping to eventually have a Sanctuary Task Force liaison for each school site to really, hear from every school community. Yeah, so also was at our, briefly was at our Equity Task Force meeting. That one I know there was, half of the time allotted to feedback for our superintendent search. And I wasn't able, and then we broke up into groups, and I don't have that much detail about that piece of it. So yeah, I will end my report there. Oh, I also, no, I think that's it. Oh, no, there was also DLAC. DLAC was earlier this week as well. Lots of good information shared. It was, and there was an opportunity given for folks to, reevaluate the 3-year goals and strategies that are coming kind of to an end, and there was opportunity to give feedback in terms of whether those strategies should continue, should expand, or should end. And yeah, it was there was a really good overview as well of like what those strategies were over the past couple of years, and the changes that have come about because of that work. So yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Corso. Does anybody else have any other committee reports, or Trustee Warren?
Yeah, this wasn't exactly a CDAC meeting per se, but for transparency's sake, I do want to mention that Trustee Corzo and I had met with the leaders of the CDAC earlier this week just to discuss a little bit more about their positioning and how best they can report out to the board in terms of how we are best meeting the needs of those students with disabilities and their families. And so there was a good discussion around that. And I felt like we were really informed as far as what we would be able to do as members of the board and how we can help them have a bigger voice in their fight for equity as well.
Great, thank you. The one committee report I have to update is that I attended the PTA Council meeting, not this past Wednesday, Monday, but the one before. And overall, there were a lot of PTA board business, but they did, Dr. Roses and David Chambliss did come in and give reports on the middle school and our reopenings. And so there was some updates there that were provided. So information could be filtered out. All right, given that there's no other foundation or committee reports, let's move on to 4.4 announcements. Does anybody have any announcements that they would like to make? Anyone? No? I do have an announcement from the city of San Mateo. The city of San Mateo is restarting their general plan process. For those who are interested, there are a number of workshops coming up actually this week and the following week. I'll just go over the first couple. There's a general plan workshop on Saturday, this Saturday from 10 to 11:30. It will all be by Zoom. And then there's an housing element, a workshop that is going to be on Tuesday, March 30th for 6 to 7 p.m. There are like 3 or 4 other workshops related to these. And if you're curious, please go to the website, which is strivesanmateo.org. And that's where they will have all the invitation links and meeting times and dates, about the general plan. Last chance for any other announcements. Thank you, Trustee Proctor.
I have one announcement. So I just wanted to announce that in Foster City on Saturday, there's an event, Stop Asian Hate. It's to bring awareness to violence against the AAPI community. And the time is 2 to 4 at Leo Ryan Park. And you can come and wear your mask and socially distance and join and show your solidarity with the Asian community. That's Saturday.
Great, thank you. We are going to move on to 4.5, Superintendent Report. Dr. Roses.
And actually, I have most of my remarks embedded in some of the other reports, so I will make them at that time.
Okay, great, thank you. We are moving on to the consent agenda. All items on the consent agenda are considered by the board to be routine and will be enacted by the board in one motion in the form listed below. There will be no discussion on these items prior to the time the board votes on the motion unless members of the board, staff, or public request specific items be removed and discussed from the consent agenda. The superintendent and staff recommend approval of all consent items. Movement of any recommended consent item is appropriate at this time. Does anybody want to amend the consent agenda? Okay, Peter, would you mind asking the public if anybody?
Not a problem, President Chen. If there are any members of the public that would like to remove any of the agenda items, please raise your hand now. I'll bring you forward to ask which agenda item you'd like to see pulled, and then we'll have public comment on that. Okay, President Chen, we have no hands for public comment or to pull anything from the consent agenda items.
Great, thank you. I would request a motion from the board members.
Motion to approve the consent agenda.
Thank you, Trustee Watkins. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Trustee Corzo. Roll call vote, Trustee Corzo.
Yes.
Trustee Proctor.
Yes.
Trustee Warren.
Yes.
Trustee Watkins,
Yes.
and I'll vote yes as well. So the consent agenda has passed, and we are moving on to our amended agenda. So we're actually going to start with 9.2. But before we do that, Trustee Corzo, would you mind doing the language interpretation announcement again, please?
Sure. Gracias a todos por estar aquí. Si alguien
Thank you all for joining us. If anyone needs interpretation, please raise your hand, and you can also click on the icon shaped like a globe at the bottom of your screen to change languages. We remind you that we do have interpretation available.
Ahí está, una mano levantada. Okay, gracias.
I don't know if that was done. Did everybody hear the English translation? Was that just me?
What?
Frida was the one that made that announcement, but let's go ahead and just double check. Trustee Corzo, do you want to just do it one more time in Spanish?
Did I say it in English? I'm
No,
sorry.
I'm sorry. There was an interruption. It's okay. Frida's our brand new interpreter today. She is here providing the services to us for our board meeting. And she came on, I think that's kind of part of her regular process when she does this with other boards and other webinars. That's okay.
Okay, so I do that sometimes. Sometimes I think I'm speaking in the other language, and yeah, so my bad. Okay.
Fantastic. That's okay. So if you could do it one more time, Trustee Corzo,
yeah.
do you appreciate it?
Ok, gracias a todos por estar aquí. Le queremos recordar que sí tenemos traducción disponible. Por favor, levanten la mano. Veo una mano levantada y pueden empujar el mundo que tienen en su pantalla para cambiar la traducción en español.
Thank you, Trustee Corzo.
Gracias.
Okay, all right. We are moving on to 9.2. Again, we moved some items around, so we're going to go from 9.2 to 7.1, and then we will go back to our regularly agendized items. So Dr. Roses, 9.2, please.
Yes, I'd like to start this item, but then I am going to be asking for Sue Weiser, Assistant Soup of HR, to present a piece of it. And also we've asked legal counsel Sally Dutcher to join us. So Peter, if you could find her in our group and bring her forward, that would be helpful. 9.2 is the tentative agreement with SMETA on the Memorandum of Understanding for middle school hybrid in-person learning. And part of what I was going to present in the reopening does relate to this MOU. So I was wondering, Peter, if you could also bring forward my slides from that item so that I could just show the middle school piece. Yes, that's it exactly. And do you mind looking also for Pam Bartfield, as she might need to explain a little bit of this? So in my other report, this provides some context related to middle school. The middle school MOU, as you know, was being negotiated at one point in time, and is with everything pandemic, we have had changes. There are consistent changes throughout time. So the MOU that's coming to you was negotiated and ratified in a period of time. And there is some question that has come up about it, so we'll talk about that. But before we get into the actual MOU, I wanted you to know a little bit more about middle school. Due to the enrollment, due to the number of students who wish to return to the campus, we are going to be able to have students on the campus 4 days a week. So we will not have to do an A-B paired day. So I did want you to be aware of that. And because of that, the phased approach can be done more quickly than previously expected. I want to show you a slide and ask Pam and or David to present the information about the change.
I'm happy to let Pam go ahead. Is she on and available?
Yep, I'm here.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
Director Barfield.
Thank you. So the last time we were together, we shared this slide where we showed the fastest possible movement through the tiers if the metrics continue in this way. And as we saw last time, that per MOU with the A and B cohorts, that we would move each tier within 2 weeks, again, pending on the color of the tier assignment. So if you go to the next slide. Because we, based on the survey results that we received from our families, of the families that are interested in the phased hybrid model, we first saw that we were getting about up anywhere but a little below, but close to about 50% of families choosing to come back on campus. And so then we looked at that through the lens of the master schedule to ensure we had no more than 15 students per classroom. And so all 4 of the comprehensive middle schools, which would be Abbott, Burrell, Bayside, and Bowditch, are able to make it work. So there's no more than 15 students per class, which means the total number of contacts per week would be cut in half. And so per the conversation with our SMETA colleagues in the MOU, there was a clause that allowed for this group to come in 4 days a week. So really it's one cohort of students coming Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, instead of that A and B cohort. And again, it's because about 50% of the families indicated that we're interested in the hybrid. And then we looked through the master schedule to ensure that all the classes were 15 or below. There were some changes we had to make within some of that, but overall we were able to accommodate that. So what that means is that per the MOU, that we could move between phases 1 through 3 at 1 week. So you'll see here again, based on the county tier assignment, we would remain in phase 3 if we're in the yellow tier for 2 weeks, but then we can quickly move into phase 4, which if, as long as we continue in the yellow tier.
Thank you, Pam. Peter, you can take the slides down now. I had just wanted you to have that background as then you go into the discussion of the MOU. So again, now I will turn it over to Sue Weiser, who is going to describe that process and share with you some information about where we are with it.
Good evening. So I'm bringing forth to you the tentative agreement with SMETA on the Memorandum of Understanding for Middle School Hybrid. On March 10th, the district did reach tentative agreement with SMETA, and they ratified the agreement. So now it's being brought forth to you for approval. As Pam Barfield stated, because we are having half the number of students, we are able to move through the phases more quickly and have students 4 days a week in school, which is a great thing. I know that there was some question about the guidance in the MOU related to the recent CDPH guidelines, which occurred this past week. The MOU was negotiated prior to those changes. We certainly, at the board's direction, could go back and revisit those pieces of the MOU. And if you had any questions, other questions about the MOU, we do have Sally Detcher, our attorney from DWK, here to answer those questions. But in terms of the MOU, I recommend that the Board of Trustees approve the proposed MOU so that middle school students can get started in a timely manner on April 19th for their in-person learning. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Great, thank you, everybody. I'm going to open up for clarifying questions, but before we actually get to any specific board questions, I know we have legal here. So I'm just going to ask the question. We have received a number of emails and public comments about the legality of the MOU and the 6 feet with the recent change and the San Diego lawsuit. And I'm wondering if you guys can respond to basically whether or not the MOU and whether or not we can actually is legal and whether or not we can actually approve the MOU as it is and has been ratified.
Certainly, we have reviewed the changes that have occurred since the MOU was approved, or since it was negotiated and approved by SMETA. And the 2 big changes were that the the government, to this CDPH, the California Department of Public Health, had changed the guidance from what was in the framework for reopening schools of 4 to 6 feet. And they have changed that now to 3 feet. And then the other big change had to do with the San Diego lawsuit, which was seeking a temporary restraining order, which means that the state would be prohibited from enforcing any of the areas within their framework that was issued in January of this year, 2021. And they had a hearing before a judge, and the determination was that a temporary restraining order was issued. And there were a number of legal factors argued in the case, and upon which the judge made her decision. The actual restraining order, however, is limited in scope. It does refrain the state from implementing the social distancing guidance, the 4 to 6 feet, which has already been addressed by the Department of Health. And the other areas had to do with reopening secondary schools while they were in the purple tier. And these prohibitions or restraints do not affect this particular MOU because we are opening, or the district is now opening, the middle school in the orange tier. And so the judge in the case basically said none of the other areas of guidance were restrained in the finding. And this is, again, a temporary restraining order, and it will go before the judge for a hearing to determine whether or not a permanent restriction will be applied. But even if these particular restraints are considered permanent, they would not apply to this particular MOU.
Thank you, Sally. Does anybody have any clarifying questions regarding the MOU or the legality of it at all? No? Okay, great. So our normal process is to go to public comment, and Peter, I think we're gonna open up to public comment in just a second. Prior to opening up to public comment, I wanna give the opportunity to the board to provide any initial direction as it relates to middle school and the MOU and sort of reopening. And I'm just wondering whether or not anybody wants to sort of make a statement about it. Thank you, Trustee Proctor.
Yeah, thank you for sharing all this information. I'm just thinking that before we dive into the public comment, if we might want to just talk about potentially what we can do to get up to speed and up to guidance with the new social distancing requirements now that it's 3 feet. I know the MOU is talking about 6 feet. So if we could talk about that and how that would impact middle school. And I know we're going to talk about just general reopening later, but how that might also impact elementary school and the number of students and days. So I would be open to providing guidance to maybe move forward with this MOU, but yeah, this MOU, but also adjusting for the new guidance.
Sue, do you want to address that?
Yeah, so one of the things I know that we did negotiate the MOU prior to the new CDPH guidance. So one of the things that the board could do is to go ahead and approve the MOU with direction to go back and take into consideration the 3 feet of physical distancing, which would allow for us to move forward with reopening in hybrid for middle school in a timely manner on April 19th, and then also discuss how the 3 feet will impact and negotiate that and work with our SMETA union around that issue in particular.
Okay, so I think my proposal would just be to, I mean, at least coming from my perspective, is to move forward so that we can get middle school back on time when we discussed it previously, but also to revise the distancing to fit with the current guidance.
Okay, that sounds good. Do we have any other comments or initial direction from the board?
I'm in agreement with that. So I agree. I think moving forward to allow us to get kids back on campus, and then making the adjustments to accommodate the new distancing requirements, or the new distancing provisions.
I also will go along with what's recommended by Trustee Proctor and Trustee Watkins. I believe that as a board, we need to get our kids back to school as soon as most possible, for all the various reasons we've discussed previously at previous board meetings. If this is the best way to do it at this time, then I would recommend going forward with this MOU, with the extreme caveat that we continue to look at the CDPH guidelines and be willing to renegotiate, as with the current guideline going from 6 to 3 feet, and then continually being willing to look at it as guidelines change, as vaccinations happen, and as COVID becomes, I hate to say this, but less of an immediate public health risk.
Great. Okay. All right. Well, let's go to public comment. Peter, please.
Okay. We are doing public comment on agenda item 9.2 in regards to the SMETA and district MOU. Those that would like to make public comment, please use the raise your hand functionality within Zoom now. Okay. First, we're going to have Randy. Then after Randy will be Fernando. Randy?
Yeah, just a really quick question that I hope that you will ask is about the time spent in phase 3 for the middle school. In the reopening plan that is in, I think, agenda item 7.1 on the slide, it says that that time to be spent is 1 week. What we just saw in this presentation, it said that phase 1 would be 1 week, phase 2 would be 1 week, and phase 3 would be 2 weeks. Why are these two things different from each other? Please explain that. Thank you.
Thank you, Randy. Next, we have Fernando, and then after Fernando will be Kevin. Fernando?
Hi, so I would like to kindly ask everyone here to really think about what I'm going to say. There are increasing calls and demands, especially from the AAPI community, and one of the key demands is to offer permanent work from home options for teachers, students, and families across all grade levels. Many people either want to save their environment, not having to travel by car for work, spend more time with family, have medical conditions, or just don't want the added stress of having to deal with more discrimination, disease, or violence in person. Requiring everyone to be back to in-person learning will only serve to exacerbate chronic teacher shortages and go against the interest and safety of many people who are currently learning or working from home and like to keep it this way. As a district substitute teacher before remote learning, I was often getting sick every month and yet continued to go to work regardless, visiting many schools and many students to survive. I feel I have made many students indirectly sick as a result, and it's exacerbating the racial bias where Asian Americans like me continue to be accused of as super spreaders. I do not want to become a super spreader and believe in saving our environment, and hence why I want our school district to offer permanent distance learning and work from home options. Our society has only tried this online landscape for about a year. There is so much potential in online learning where students who need to travel across the world for life-saving affordable medical treatments can continue to keep up with the rest of their classmates and not miss out on entire months and semesters worth of work. We are at a pivotal moment in time where we must improve the online learning experience, not go back to the way things were. To the Board of Trustees, you of all people should understand the importance of being first. You were leading one of the first school districts in the nation to serve, adopt, and mandate full-time distance learning at the onset of the pandemic. The thought of even having full-time distance learning as an option was virtually unheard of in the beginning of 2020. I plan on being an educator for San Mateo Foster City School District and seeing so much promise in making this so much better. But I can't do that if everyone must return to learning in the fall in person, and I can't change my ethnicity. So I have no choice but to be the first to ask. To the Board of Trustees, out of all the issues you will hear today, which one is going to matter 100 years from now?
Fernando, my apologies for interrupting, but your time has elapsed. If you could quickly, please wrap up your thoughts.
Yes, like I said, just this last 2 sentences and I'll be done. To the Board of Trustees, out of all the issues you will hear today, which one is going to matter 100 years from now? Which one is going to make you the first to support permanent school distance learning options now and in the future? Thank you.
Thank you, Fernando. Next, we have Kevin, and then after Kevin will be Reina. Kevin?
Hi, so it sounds like all the board trustees are aware of that San Diego lawsuit. I just wanted to make sure that it was clear that there's a lot of other implications to that ruling that weren't addressed by Sally Dutcher just now. And in that restraining order, Judge Freeland found that distance learning has caused irreparable injury to students, and that allowing some schools to be open while others are closed or stuck in hybrid is a violation of California's constitutional in the Equal Protection Clause. All schools in California have a statutory obligation to provide in-person instruction to all those who want it. And the government can't impose rules prohibiting in-person education that aren't based on evidence. And the language that Judge Freeland used is to reopen schools to the greatest extent possible at the earliest practicable time. There's a link to the whole ruling on the website parentassociation.org. I get that coordinating multiple groups to reopen takes time. And in our school district, our county, we're all on the same team. Nobody wants a strike. Nobody wants to have to go through a lawsuit here. But as school board members, you've taken an oath to uphold the Constitution of California. So here's 2 things you need to do right now to be fulfilling that oath. You need to be surveying the parents to find out who wants full-time in-person instruction, not hybrid, at the earliest practicable time, because the logistics obviously vary a lot based on that number. You found that out with the middle school just now. And second, we keep hearing that negotiations take time. And we're talking about the MOU right now. The MOU is not a legally enforceable contract. So you can and you should set a deadline on those negotiations. Otherwise, this indefinite delay over and over again can obviously create delay, and it's not opening to the greatest extent possible at the earliest practicable time. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Next, we have Reina, and then after Reina will be Sandy. Reina?
Hi, good evening. I just had 3 things about the MOU. On the reopening update PowerPoint, it does say phase 3 is a minimum 1 week. So I would just like to second Randy's question about why when we move from phase 2 to, I'm actually a little confused. Phase 3 to phase 4, it's 2 weeks. It says under the phases, minimum 1 week under each phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. But under estimated timeline, it says has 2 weeks. So I don't know if that's a mistake, but it just sort of highlights that I don't understand why it can't all be minimum 1 week considering it's one big cohort. It's just adding the same number of contacts. I also like that kind of also speaks to the science, and I just want to encourage everybody to keep paying attention to the science and follow science, and let's make science super important and kind of our guiding light. It doesn't seem like, at least as far as middle school goes, the 6 feet versus 3 feet make much of a difference if the classes are, if only 50% are going back. But I still think it would be really good to put amend the MOU with the 3 foot guidance once it comes through the county, just as a point that we are following science, that we are not going to be distracted by fears and feelings, but that we're going to put science first. And the last point I would like to make is I don't know much about special education. I don't have kids in special education, but when I read the MOU, I was didn't understand why there are so many important services for special education kids that are not getting met in person. I was mentioning that to my kids last night, and my seventh grader, one of my seventh graders, said he said, hey, they should all be in person if they want to. They probably need more help than I do. So just wanted to put that out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Rena. Next, we have Sandy. Then after Sandy will be Kaligi. Sandy?
Hi, I'm a parent in our district, and I am also a school district physical therapist. I work for 3 different districts in our county. The thing that concerned me when I read through the middle school plan was the change to PE, that they would have wellness education, sitting at their desk, and then be instructed to exercise once they got home, which we know for the vast majority of kids, primarily the ones who need it, they will not do. We are all worried about kids' mental health and depression and anxiety and all of those things, and taking away physical movement is going to make that worse. I don't understand why PE couldn't be done outside. I know they're staying at their desk for the rest of the day. When it's your turn for PE, go outside with your mask on. Sports are allowed to play. This doesn't seem that hard, and I think it could make a real difference with these kids and making sure that they're healthy mentally and physically. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandy. Kaligi will be next, and after Kaligi will be Brandy. Kaligi, I'm hoping I'm pronouncing your name correctly. My apologies if I did not.
Thank you, Peter. I hope everybody can hear me.
We can. You're a little faint, so maybe speak up just a bit.
Sure. Can you hear me now?
Perfect. Great. Thank you.
Hey, Peter, and all the board members, Superintendent Rojas, Sally, Dutcher, everybody. Thank you for volunteering here and giving your time to our district. My question on the MOU, and I have multiple questions on different items, so I'll be speaking again on tonight. On the special MOU, what has been discussed here right now, it seems like it's only for middle school, and there's no one talking about the elementary MOU, or there's no talk about having to do a resurvey of the teachers or the kids who wants to change from distance learning to hybrid or full-time, coming back to in-person learning. So that is what I'm lost here, and that would be my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Kaligi. Next, we have Brandy, and then after Brandy will be Nick. Brandy?
Hello, I'm calling on behalf of many families that would like to get their children back to in-person learning. We need an option for full-time in-person and allow families that are stuck in distance learning currently a path to in-person if they wish. Now is the time. The updated guidance, the San Diego lawsuit, vaccination rate in our county is at 42%, and just as of today, that will be available to the rest of the population on April 15th. I'd love to see as many kids back at school as soon as possible. Also, I know many teachers now are feeling in-person envy. I've heard anecdotally through many channels, and would like a chance to return as well. So if we could please get some updated survey out to families to make that happen. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Brandy. Next, we have Nick, and after Nick will be Rhiannon. Nick?
Hi, I'm a parent in the district, and I have a 5th grader who's going up to 6th grade next year. I also am a baseball coach in one of our local Little Leagues. We have kids who are playing baseball right now with masks on the field, safe within county guidance. We weren't even allowed to consider going back until the county had signed off on physical exercise plans that involve kids wearing masks outdoors. So I'd like to second Sandy's call for considering having in-person PE for middle school students. It can be done safely. It is being done safely in our district right now. You can go over to Trenta Park or over to several of our other parks and see kids doing this safely every weekend. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. Next, we have Rhiannon. Rhiannon, go ahead.
Hi, this is Robert and Rhiannon, and our kids are in elementary school, but here for advocate for the middle school. I'll just tell you from my experience, I'm not an expert in the legal mumbo jumbo, but 50% of the parents are asking to go back. Please honor those things. Like the previous parent was talking about the schools, like we just ran in from baseball practice. My kids are elementary, but the upper leagues for Little League, they're sold out, they're packed. They're out there practicing safe things. The soccer camps and the parks and rec sold out for all the middle school age levels. These kids are like starving to get back in and have meaningful interactions and start learning. I'll tell you from just my personal story and add this. I work in San Francisco, and often sometimes I'm an electrician, I have to go in like 3 in the morning to do maintenance and everything. There's several middle schoolers that live on my block. I've been 5 times, I know, or more. I've gotten up for work in the middle of the night at 3 a.m. to get ready. And these kids have been up playing video games. I've seen them out there on their phone. They're trying to do something with their energy. Please do something with that energy. These kids are starving to get back in the classroom. I've seen it many times at 3, 4 in the morning. They're still up. They haven't gone to bed. They're just like starving to look something. I feel bad because my kids are back in school at elementary, but please do something for them. Take the positive science that's coming out this 3 feet and please move on it and get these kids back in and move up the, give them some more in-person time because they're craving it for. The camps are sold out and they're looking for this to get back into structure. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Okay, President Chen, we have no other hands for public comment at this time for agenda 9.2.
Okay, thank you, Peter. And thank you everyone who provided their public comments. I'm going to open up to board discussion and comments, and we will need a motion at some point for approval. Does anyone like to go first?
So, I mean, I said this sort of prior to public comment as we were providing initial direction around feeling as though we should move forward with the MOU so that we can continue with the progress to have middle school begin returning right after spring break. But I would also like to ask, and this is in following what Trustee Proctor shared, that there's a plan for that the district brings back a plan for which it seems like is already in progress given the number of families that want to come back, but for a 4 to 5 day return for middle school to be presented at the next board meeting, which I believe is April 22nd. That incorporates the updated CDPH guidelines and that ensures that we are coming back in May by May 10th at the latest. In that 4 to 5 day return plan. So if we could have an updated presentation on that at the next board meeting, I think that would be great. And I would also like to. I do think that I would like to hear some ideas for how we can begin to incorporate some of the physical education. I know that's been referenced for our kiddos. If that's something that we can think about incorporating in person, and what would be sort of the parameters around that. If there's other comments, that's fine. Otherwise, I'm happy to make a motion to approve the MOU as well.
I just had a quick question. Would now be the time, or maybe the next topic, to get clarification on phase 3, since the slides on the website are different than the ones that were presented?
Pam, do you want to answer that? Because that was not my slide.
Yeah. So when I was making the slides, I did a cut and paste and I fixed it, and I didn't realize the slides were getting posted. So it kind of happened all at the same like 2 minutes. So that was my fault. So I apologize for that. But the MOU currently says from phase 1, it's 1 week, to phase 2, it's 1 week, to phase, and then when we're in phase 3, because that's the change to the yellow tier, that would be 2 weeks, and then we would go to phase 4. So the one that is on tonight is a correct one, so we can fix that. So I apologize for that. That was my fault.
Okay, so we need to repost.
Yeah, I can.
Okay, thank you.
I do apologize.
Go
I'm
ahead.
sorry.
No, go
Trustee
ahead.
Proctor, did you have more to say? Or
Well,
who
I was
talking?
going to just say that I'm in agreement with Trustee Watkins about returning 4 to 5 days, but also just looking at PE and how we can get kids more active if we're able to do that outside in a safe way.
All right. I'm like looking at Trustee Corzo going, I don't know if she unmuted first before me or not. I apologize. I don't mean to jump in, just to jump in. I do agree with whatever we can do to bring kids back as quickly as possible. Let's do it. We have had our kids out far too long from school, and every week or every meeting, I feel like I'm presenting more statistics regarding mental health and physical health. And the statistics don't get any better from every 2 weeks to the next meeting. So I am very pleased with the direction that this MOU is going. I do appreciate the fact that it sounds like we will be heading back and bringing it back to SMETA for more discussion regarding the current CDPH guidelines that reflect the 3 feet guidance versus the 4 to 6 feet guidance. One concern that I do have that falls under the special education, which I believe is point I, and when we're looking at I.2, and we're talking about RSP teachers assigned to teach a class in the master schedule will be required to provide in-person services unless they are assigned a full-time distance learning assignment. All other RSP services may be provided virtually. Do we know how many RSP teachers are actually here in the area to provide in-person RSP services? Because I do understand that there are RSP teachers within the district that are providing services that are telecommuting from other parts of the state. So I would really want us to look at that and make sure that our students with disabilities and our students that do need RSP services are protected and supported in that way so that they can receive as much benefit from being in the classroom when they can return to school.
Great, thank you. Trustee Corzo, I know you're unmuted. I wasn't sure if you wanted to provide a comment, or do you want me to go ahead?
I just wanted to it's okay. I'm going to hold it, actually. It's fine.
Okay. So I know we're talking about the MOU and about, I think we're going to approve it, it sounds like. But before we do that, I wanted to sort of thank everybody on the MOU. I mean, the middle school, when we approved the elementary MOU, that was a big hurdle. And the middle school one was another one. And, I know it took a lot of effort by our labor unions and our district negotiating team. So Sue, you and your staff and your team who've worked on this, and Julie and your team, I think that, I just want to thank everybody for your patience and your commitment to making this work. And I know it was a big hurdle, and I know we have more hurdles to come. And so I just wanted to make sure that people understood that we are voting on this MOU, but it wasn't without a lot of hard work that went into it. So I definitely want to say thank you. With that being said, Trustee Walker. Yes, go ahead.
Sorry.
Trustee Corzo. Yeah.
So I'm actually not going to hold my comments. What I wanted to say specifically is, you know, we've obviously all received a lot of communication about this MOU and what should or should not happen. I just want to kind of like reiterate my belief and support of unions and negotiations and our teachers and our staff. MOUs are, you know, they're a negotiation of work conditions, and that our teachers have that right. You know, to negotiate their work conditions, to advocate for what they feel is best for them as teachers. And you know, I just want to, you know, again state that like teachers are not in this profession to harm kids or to, you know, I'm just trying to like remind our community and everyone listening that the rhetoric that I feel like has been shared recently has been very like anti-teacher, anti-union, and I think in the long run we all have the same goals. And you know, as community members, as parents, I'm a parent, I'm also a community member, right? So are many of us on this board, all of us actually now, right? We, you know, we all do want what's best for kids, and so do our teachers. And we all have the same goal in mind. It's just different, you know, different opinions on how and when to get there. So I just want to again, you know, share my support for our teachers, our students, and all of our community members, and just you know, remind folks that like we're in this work together. We're going to continue to be in this work together. So again, just, you know, we can be a little kinder about sharing our opinions, our perspectives, our differences of opinions. Yeah, I'll just end there. I'm happy also to make a motion to approve this MOU.
Thank you, Trustee Corzo. Before we get to the actual motion, I wanted to go back to what Trustee Watkins had sort of mentioned following after Trustee Proctor's comments about the 3 to 6 feet. And I just wanted to be clear on sort of the direction or recommendation that Trustee Watkins had laid out. Trustee Watkins, in your direction to staff, you had directed that we would, you know, following the MOU, the approval of the MOU, go back and recommend to bring more of our students back on campus in a 4 to 5 day setting. And you had recommended to staff that that we want a plan or something some agenda item at the next board meeting on April 22nd with a return or more of a return to school on May 10th. And I know you specifically called out middle school, which is this item, it's MOU is regarding middle school, but I don't know if you wanted to talk about elementary as well, or just maybe we talk about elementary in the next agenda item. I don't know if you wanted to include that in your direction.
Yeah, I was planning to save it for the next agenda item, but yes, I think it would be great to have a 5-day plan for elementary to be brought back at the same time with the same updates. So, but had spoken to middle school because that's the agenda, because we're talking about the middle school MOU.
Yeah, thank you, Trustee Watkins. I just wanted to be clear that so we're recommending, or I guess based off of your recommendation, Trustee Watkins, and I don't know if other trustees agree, is that we are recommending to the district to bring more kids back to school, middle school in a 4 to 5 day setting, and elementary 5 days a week, and have a plan coming up next on April 22nd at our next board meeting with a return date for a fuller return on May 10th. And I just wanted to see if that was the direction that, you know, other trustees, if you could just sort of nod your head so we can have some sort of consensus for district staff. Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right, I know that was, sorry, that was a slight deviation, but I think it was important to clarify that. So we need a motion. Trustee Corzo, you offered. Would you like to make a motion?
Yeah, I make a motion to approve the MOU.
Great. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Trustee Proctor. Roll call vote. Trustee Corzo.
Yes.
Trustee Proctor.
Yes.
Trustee Warren
Yes.
and Trustee Watkins.
Yes.
Great, and I will vote yes as well. Again, thank you, everybody. Thank you, Sally, for joining us. And thank you for everyone who worked on this MOU. We really appreciate it. It was a big task and big hurdle, and we will be moving forward. So now next on the agenda is our revised agenda. We're jumping to 7.1. Dr. Roses.
Okay, and this was just an update on where we are with the reopening. And then we do have a monitoring update that David Chambliss will present, I believe also possibly Cameron Lewis, who helped put it together, may be supporting that. So on the reopening, I have a slide on elementary, and it says TK through 5 have both started. Well, both groups have started, TK to 2 and 3 to 5, and also SDC actually have started in the hybrid model. As noted, speech and resource services continue to be provided through distance learning at this time. Now that could change, but at this time, that's the way it is. And as we've just had a great deal of conversation about, the CDC and CDPH have changed their distancing guidelines. It is expected that San Mateo County will also change theirs next week. So the change that we're seeing coming down the pike is 3 feet for in class and for students, 6 feet apart for adults, and 6 feet at lunchtime or anytime someone is eating. So that's what we're hearing. We'll see what the San Mateo Public Health comes out with next week. Because of the change, we have already started to take the necessary steps to increase in-person time. So we're looking at how we can support more students for more time in our hybrid models. And just pointing out, as has been mentioned, it does take a little bit of time, takes some planning, some board action, negotiation, and we do have to send our new plans into the county. So there is some time that's needed, but it isn't impossible to make change. I won't go over the middle school, Peter. That's the next several slides, and we will get that corrected. But we'll go on to other programming, which I did want to let you know that learning hubs continue and have increased and are increasing. We now have at this point 35 learning hubs serving a little more than 420 students. And we do plan to open 5 additional hubs after spring break. So these are important opportunities for students to get additional support. The academic cohorts are continuing at the middle school, with enrichment opportunities beginning at middle school with our new programming. And we are looking at, as was mentioned tonight, some enrichment activities, including sports, to also begin after spring break. So we are looking also at a process by which families can make changes between the hybrid and distance learning programming, because we recognize that families who have had urgent medical needs have had to change to distance learning. But we also recognize that there may be families who are looking for the hybrid model at this point in time. So we're looking at a way to manage that process, because we don't want to reassign the entire elementary school district again, potentially creating 3 teachers for a student in a year. So we're trying to figure out how we can best manage those changes, but we are looking at how to do that. I did want to share that there has been some guidance around promotion ceremonies. It's on the next slides. I sent it out Peter, the next slide is, and I did send this out to the school principals. However, we hear that further guidance is coming after April 1st, not just maybe for outdoor, but also potentially for indoor. So I will send that out as soon as I do receive it. It isn't particularly helpful because this is around outdoor live events. It really is more like a concert series, but they said that this is the guidance that you would use for promotion ceremonies. So you would determine a pre-existing outdoor space, and it could be up to 33% of the capacity of that space. Like I said, there's more guidance coming, but this is what we have right now. It does certainly beat the purely virtual promotion ceremonies that we had last year or the drive-bys. So we're looking forward to hearing more at April 1st. But there looks like there will be options for outdoors and potentially maybe something for indoors. I also wanted you to know that the district is establishing a stakeholder advisory team. This team is on the next slide. Will begin in April after we return from spring break. The task for this team will be to provide input and feedback to our new LCAP, because the LCAP ends, and that strange 1-year LCAP ends, and we do start a new 3-year cycle. So to provide input and feedback to a new 3-year cycle of LCAP, the new AB 86 plan, AB 86 is the additional funding that we're receiving in order to support students who have had this disrupted year in ensuring that they are on target for their grade level standards. And that money can be used for summer. It can be used throughout the next school year, and it can be used for the following summer. So we want to put that plan together and then also to support the fall reopening. So the composition of this team includes parent and staff members from each school site. And as I said already, meetings will begin following spring break. Finally, for fall planning, it does look very, very positive, and believe it is reasonable to return to school as normal in the fall of 21-22. We did send out our usual fall plans survey. It's to parents to learn what their intention is for the year to come. In that fall plans, there is no requirement next year to provide any distance learning. However, I have received some individual requests for distance learning from some families who need it. And so there will be a question on the survey asking whether your child will need a full-time distance learning option for the 21-22 school year. So the actual question is, will your student require a full-time distance learning option for 21-22 school year and will not return on campus for the year? So just know that that's there. It is, again, distance learning is no longer required. It is not something that we would necessarily plan for, but I have been asked about it. I'd like to see how many families do need it. Annex survey and registration have started. We had a very solid return on families interested in our before and after school childcare, and we are staffing to that need. So we look forward to seeing Annex return in its usual fashion in the fall. So that's just a little update on reopening, short, and I know that most of it you are probably fairly aware of, but I thought it was important to repeat it. At this point, I'll turn it over to David, who does have information on student achievement at this point in time, in particular to the topic of math.
Thank you, Dr. Rosas. Peter, if you would go ahead and present the program monitoring update slides.
David, I'm not sure if I have that one. The one that was shared with me earlier today was the math programs, which I believe is one of the next agenda items. If you'd like me to share it, or screen share it, could you just double check and make sure that I'm on it?
Peter, it was a PowerPoint that I shared with you yesterday.
Oh, hold on one moment.
Okay, David, it looks like you've got it. Are you ready to go?
Yes, thank you. Let me just first acknowledge that, just the conversation this evening, there is obviously, for good reason, a lot of urgency about what our next steps are going to be. I just want to kind of place this progress monitoring update in the context of this is a chance to see where we are right now, and particularly, from a vantage point of looking at some data on how our students are engaged in their learning, as well as middle school math student performance data that will tell us, as a result of the distance learning that we've been doing over the last many months, in a sort of broad way for our middle schools, where we are in our math learning. Peter, go ahead. Thanks. So again, unlike the last update that we did in February, which was an effort to go very wide, to talk about a wide range of data, including attendance and things like that, this update is actually more of a deep dive. It's an effort to focus in one content area and actually in one grade span, that being middle school math, and to share with you data that we have from an interim assessment that's through our Math Nation curriculum. And then to actually match that data to what we learned from our student survey, which we've provided some updates on previously, but this again will be specifically looking at middle school students. And we're going to be asking, the obvious questions of, well, what's the grade level proficiency our middle school students are achieving in mathematics at this point? And how does that, the evidence around that proficiency connect to what we know about their distance learning experience? So it's a pretty unique opportunity to directly match student performance and with data that we have that they've given us about how they're experiencing their learning. So before going into that, I just want to remind you all of a shift that actually we engaged in this year. We made a decision early on in the fall based on the evidence that we were going to be rather long-term in distance learning and or in a hybrid format, that we wanted to make a shift from the assessments we've been using, which were the Galileo assessments primarily, specifically, that reported on interim mastery of the full set of standards, meaning students at each various points in the year were assessed on the entire range of standards they would be expected to learn in a year. We'd been using this assessment because it provided some interesting and important evidence of how it predicted how our students would perform in the end of the year SBAC. The challenge with the Galileo, particularly under our current circumstances, is that it doesn't provide our teachers, or didn't provide our teachers, with immediate feedback on the standards that they were teaching in their classrooms and on how their students were doing on those standards. And we figured this year, with just all of the challenges of the shifts in teaching and learning, that it would be very important to to move to more curriculum embedded interim assessments. And so that's what we're sharing with you tonight. Assessments that report the interim mastery of specific priority standards that teachers are engaged with to support their understanding of how kids are doing and to support them to adjust instruction. So this is going to be a different look. It'll have a level of detail that will feel perhaps new to many of you, but I hope you can see why you will be able to see why it's beneficial. Okay, Peter. So let's start, again, this is our middle school interim math assessment. Let's just start first with some background data on participation. And so recognizing that this is an assessment that was given virtually, so it fell into the same challenges that we've experienced all year long with students who had various experiences of connectivity and also, frankly, various experiences of engagement. For a benchmark assessment, the participation rates that you see here are overall pretty good, but you will see when you look down into the broken out by various groups, you will see some of the equity challenges that we have reported on throughout the year, noting that in some cases, our English learner population, an incredibly important high needs group, had the lowest participation percentages on this assessment. And so that tells us, and we obviously are taking this information and going back and trying to understand why would this be so? What were the challenges? I know our teachers made deep and serious efforts to have all students participate in the assessment. So really just trying to unpack why the equity challenges played out the way they did. Would also just like to make a note, we're actually not, and I'll explain toward the end, we're not going to report on the results of the algebra interim assessment that we gave, but we went ahead and gave you the participation percentages here. We also actually, and we're going to get to this in a later presentation, a concern here that you'll see that our Latinx Hispanic students as a percentage of the total population of algebra takers is extremely low, that N of 11 out of 228 students. You can see there's some real gaps in the participation of our Latinx Hispanic students in algebra, and that's something we're going to come back to in a later presentation. Go ahead, Peter. Then we also wanted to share with you, we're really excited about some work that has gone on this year where we are supporting our special day class, middle school special day class teachers to engage in instruction with students around the same curriculum that we're using in our general ed class. Like literally as required by law, we're making sure that those students are getting access to the adopted Tier 1 instruction. And this was a cause for concern this year because as we switched to a different curriculum and that Math Nation and an online curriculum, we were worried about the particularly differential impact that would happen for special day class students. And so early in the year, we made during the professional learning, as we were rolling out the new curriculum, there was a concerted effort to hold specific sessions by our district math TOSAs with our special day class teachers to make sure that they were brought up to speed and readiness to deliver on that curriculum. And we, of course, wanted to make sure that they were participating in the interim assessment as well. So many of our students did the typical interim assessment, but then we also, because as required by IEPs, we needed to make sure we had an alternate interim math assessment that was available for students. And so you can see the number of students who took that test. Just to be clear, we can't offer you specific percentages because the numbers don't clearly show up in our ARIES system. It's a case-by-case IEP direction about providing a student an alternate assessment. So it's difficult to provide a total number possible, which would allow for a percentage. So in any case, this is the total number of students at each grade that took the alternate assessment. All right, so we're going to start looking at the interim assessments, and this is going to be broken out by grade level. So we'll do 6th and 7th and 8th separately. And it's also true that these results will not be captured in an overall score because again, the focus is on, the focus should be on the standard or clusters of standards that teachers are engaged in. So here we'll be reporting in 6th grade on 4 standard areas or buckets, let's call them, because one of them is on area in mathematics, the second proportional reasoning, the third base 10, and the 4th standard area is expressions and equations. All right, and as we get into this, and just be patient with me, I want to make sure you have the appropriate context to then make sure, and we'll go through some of the result slides a little bit faster, but I need to make sure you understand that. So we're going to report here on how the students did on the assessment with respect to the questions that, that assessed area. You can see the standard there that is being addressed, and it's important that you know that just in the way instruction goes, this was a content that had been, by the time of the assessment, fully addressed, meaning we had gone through the full instructional scope and sequence on it. In some of the other areas, you will see that we asked questions on standard areas that were only partially or about to be addressed. So some variation there in how much instruction students got on each of these standard areas. And we're going to be reporting out to you in these 3 different colors. And we organized student results by sort of 3 bands of performance or 3 levels of performance. Did the student perform in a way that showed evidence of grade level proficiency? Did it show evidence of access to grade level learning? In other words, near proficiency. Or did their performance show evidence of limited access to grade level learning, which would be kind of the lowest level of performance? All right, Peter, go ahead. Thank you. All right, so you can see here, this is the 6th grade math assessment. The standard area, standards is about area. You can see the distribution of student performance. Just to note that the district-wide or the grade level-wide performance on this standard is at the very bottom. So you will see that 43% of our students gave evidence of grade level proficiency. You see that 27% gave approaching, and you see that 29% showed evidence of limited access. And then that dotted line established by the showing proficiency kind of runs up, and you can see the distribution here based on ethnic, racial groupings. Again, we can obviously call out that we have some significant equity challenges in the performance of our students here, with in some cases our Latinx, Hispanic students in total, both at and near being the same percentage of those in our district that actually were at. Go ahead, Peter. And so here's the same information. Now this is organized by program group. So you can see at the top, now this is our students with IEPs, but this is not the SDC alternate assessment. So these are, for example, students who are identified for resource supports. You can see our students that are identified as coming from socioeconomically disadvantaged context. And again, my apologies for that language. That is a state definition. And so to avoid confusion, we use that even though it frankly reflects a deficit framework. You can see our English learner group. And again, this is mapped against our district performance. So just, all evidence that we have, we have, at this point in math learning in middle school, we have some significant equity challenges. Go ahead, Peter. And then here's the performance of our students. Again, now this is on the alternate assessment that was given to some of our special day class students. And you can see that 27% were accessing, 9% were not accessing, and 64 had limited access. So the levels shift slightly here, but kind of follow the colors. It's the blue, green, and kind of greenish yellow there, or gold, I guess. All right, Peter, go ahead. All right, so I'm going to go a little bit faster here, just to say that hopefully you've gotten the context of how we're reporting this information. So this is around the standards related to proportional reasoning. Again, this was a set of standards that were fully addressed at the time of instruction. Peter, go ahead. And you can see overall the performance here was much better in this standard cluster compared to the prior standard set around area. However, the equity challenges that we noted before persist. Give you a minute to look at that. Okay, and then Peter. Oh yeah, thank you. So then again, you'll see the performance is improved in this standard cluster when we look at program groups, with actually, frankly, very low percentages showing evidence of limited access. But again, some important gaps that we have to acknowledge and work on. All right, Peter, go ahead. And here again, for proportional reasoning, here is our alternate assessment results. And again, just note that the N on these are rather small. Again, this was kind of really a pilot effort to have an aligned alternate interim assessment for our SDC students. Peter, go ahead. Okay, and here is the standard area around that's focused on base 10. And just to note, this is a set of standards that were only partially addressed through instruction at the time of the test. Go ahead, Peter. And actually you can see, the results overall both reflect that partial instruction at the time and give us a sense of, where we need to do some additional work and highlight some of the equity challenges. Go ahead, Peter. And here it is for our program groups. Go ahead. And you can see the results for our alternate assessment that students really struggled with the concept of base 10. Go ahead, Peter. All right, and then the fourth cluster area is expressions and equations. And actually we included this because it was not yet addressed, and it gave us an opportunity to see what were students coming into this content, what was the background knowledge that they already had. Go ahead, Peter. And you can see the performance there. And Peter, go ahead and switch to, and here it is by program group. And go ahead, Peter, and here it is for our alternate assessment. And again, a lot of detail here. Let me just remind you that the point of this interim test is to support our teachers to do a deep dive on what kids are, what our students are learning and where they're still struggling or assessing before as we go into future instruction in this last case. So so it is a level of detail, but it's important that you understand how we're analyzing this data as an interim assessment. Okay, go ahead, Peter. All right, now, so now is this turn to and this idea of matching student performance to how they described for us they were experiencing school and distance learning specifically. So we chose one standard area. Obviously, we could do all of them. We've got a lot of detail already, so we just landed on one area, in this case, the concept of area in mathematics. And I want to emphasize for you what we have here is we have the performance of Board President Chin on the area of math, the concept of area in math, and what he specifically reported in his distance learning survey. So we're matching his performance to what he said about his math learning and his experience of distance learning in the survey. So it's literally, we're matching, this is the same child that we're matching their data. Go ahead, Peter. All right, and I know this is a bit small, but so now in this case, the data is, we start at the top, it is district-wide, and then beneath that, it breaks down by racial and ethnic groups. And again, this is performance on the concept of area. And the survey question was, if I get behind in my math work, I know what I need to do to get caught up. So how many students, what was the percentage of students that say they agreed or strongly agreed that I do know how to get caught up, who weren't sure or disagreed or strongly disagreed that they had no idea how to get caught up? And here, interestingly, the percentages actually are rather high in both areas of performance. On the left is the highest level of performance, evidence of grade level proficiency. And on the right is the lowest level of performance, evidence of limited access. And you can see even though the performances are quite different, that the percentages are rather high, that students do know how to get help if they're struggling in mathematics. But it is notable that there are significant percentage point differences lower for the lower performing students. So that's important to understand and pay attention to. And actually the percentages around not sure are in some cases the most different. So so what we're seeing is there is a connection on this particular standard area between how students performed and what they knew about how they could get help. Recognizing that it's our struggling learners that we have to most make sure know what they can do to get caught up, but it are reporting to us that by appreciable differences that they aren't as sure how to do that. All right, and then Peter, if you would go to the next one. This is, again, it's the same group, same performance, but now the survey item is learning using our online math curriculum is going well. Okay, so how are they experiencing the online math curriculum? And here you will discover, again, the percentages are generally speaking rather high, but we have this same gap that students who are performing at lower levels are expressing less agreement with the fact that the online math curriculum is going well for them. Perhaps a predictable response, but it's actually important that we ask and we make the connection. All right, Peter, go ahead. All right, so here, and again, there's a lot of detail here, so with your permission, I'll go a little faster, but just to say, here at the 7th grade, we looked at 3 clusters of standards around ratios and proportional reasoning, expressions and equations, and number system. And again, the first one, ratios and proportional reasoning, this was a standard that was fully addressed at the time of the assessment. Go ahead, Peter. And you can see quite high levels of performance in 7th grade on this. We still, the equity challenges persist, but again, the overall performance and even by groups is much higher than we saw in a lot of the 6th grade data. Go ahead, Peter. And then this is by our program groups. Go ahead, Peter. And this is our alternate assessment information. And again, just kind of following the same colors, the 38, 19, and 43%. All right, if you go on, Peter. And then the third area was expressions and equations. And actually this was like a 6th grade standard cluster. This was actually a set of standards that had not yet been addressed at the time of the test. So we were really getting a sense of what background knowledge students were going into instruction with. Go ahead, Peter. All right, you can see again, the district-wide performance is at the bottom. Interestingly, this performance is sort of middling performance, which is not interesting in that this was content that had not yet been instructed upon. Go ahead, Peter. And here it is by program group. And we should note, the stark differences here in the background knowledge students were bringing to this learning. Go ahead, Peter. And here it is for the alternate interim. All right, go ahead. And then this is the last cluster, standard cluster area on number system. And this was, there had been some work or instruction already done in this, but more to be done, so therefore partially addressed. Go ahead, Peter. Okay, and you can see around number system, the distribution of performance there. Go ahead, Peter. And here it is by program group. And go ahead, Peter. And here it is for the alternate assessment. All right, if we can go ahead and we'll move now to, go ahead, Peter. We'll now do the same matching of performance, in this case around the standard cluster for number system, matching that to the 7th grade student survey. Go ahead. All right, and you see the pattern that we had before. Again, this is the survey question around if I get behind in my math work, I know what I need to do to get caught up. The pattern here holds very similar to what we saw in 6th grade. And I draw that because actually we'll see when we get to 8th grade, that was a point where actually it was different. So we'll come back to that in a minute. But you can see the percentage differences. All right, Peter, if you go to the next one. And here again is the survey item related to asking, learning using our online math curriculum is going well. Now here, there's some, like the overall actually, between the higher performing and lower performing students is fairly similar. But then there by some specific groups, we can see some significant differences. Particularly for our English learners and our socioeconomically disadvantaged students. All right, Peter, go ahead. Okay, and then we'll just we'll do the last group, which is 8th grade, and again 3 standard clusters: slope, proportional and linear relationships, and solving and simplifying equations. And the first one is on the concept of slope, and this was in fact fully addressed by the time of the assessment. Go ahead, Peter. And you can see the performance there. Actually a little lower when we looked at some of the 6th grade and 7th grade standards that were fully addressed. The concept of slope, as you know, is taught in Math 8. Traditionally, we think of it more as a algebra content, but according to the new standards, slope is something that is now part of the 8th grade Math 8 curriculum. Go ahead, Peter. And here it is by program group. And Peter, go ahead, and we have it for our alternate assessment. All right, and then the next the next standard area is around proportional and linear relationships. And again, this was a standard set of standards that were partially addressed at the time of instruction. Go ahead, Peter, that's fine. And you can see the range of performances here. Go ahead, Peter. This is the standard group now focused on program group. And then go ahead, Peter, for our alternate assessment. All right, and then finally, Peter, go on to the third standard cluster, partially addressed. This is at the time of the test. This is solving and simplifying equations. Go ahead, Peter. And you can see the performance levels there. And go ahead, Peter. Here it is by program group. And then lastly, Peter, go ahead, it's for the alternate assessment. All right, and then just we'll take a final look at the now the comparison, and we picked the concept of slope and are connecting it here again to what students reported in their student survey. All right, and here, interestingly, the pattern doesn't hold the way it held earlier. Well, in a couple of places it does, but interestingly, we see some higher percentages coming from the lower performing students in 8th grade about agreeing that they know what to do to get caught up. So there's an interesting, shift here that happens in 8th grade. And then Peter, go ahead. And then this is the survey item related to learning using our online math curriculum is going well. And here, you'll see it kind of varies by group. Essentially, performance bands, it's the same district-wide. There's some variation. Interestingly, our English learners felt like they had a higher percentage affirming that their use of online curriculum, math curriculum, was going well. All right, Peter, go ahead. And just so some huge appreciation. I know that was a lot of detail, but this is sort of the benefit of doing curriculum embedded assessments, is that we can get this much more detailed view about how our students are performing. This last slide just calls out the fact that we decided not to provide the results for the algebra interim math assessment There was some complexities in the reporting that you can read there. And I would just note, where it says district analysis is not available due to complications related to stacked question types. What we found is that questions, for example, had 3 parts to them, that led to a final answer. And if a student got any part wrong, they got the whole problem wrong. And that when we found as we were analyzing it, that was extremely problematic to report. Students might have understanding in 2 out of the 3 parts, but made a mistake in 1 part, and it appeared they had no understanding. So we're going to come back and look at that assessment and try to figure out a better way to capture the results of that assessment. All right, so thank you. I appreciate your patience while we walk through all of that data, and now hand it back to board, both to follow up on Dr. Rosas's reopening slides, as well as any questions about this program monitoring update.
Thank you. I think that we'll let you go ahead and ask questions first. And then I did want to follow up with just a recapping of where we are at this point in time.
Okay. Thank you, Des. I'm going to open up to board clarifying questions. Does anybody have any questions they'd like to start with?
I do. First off, when your slides were showing that you were surveying the special education students, I'm assuming you're referring to surveying the RSP students?
Sorry. Yes, that
Okay.
is correct. We did not break out for the SDC students in this. Yeah.
Okay, and that's including the mild to moderate SDCs were not surveyed?
No, they were surveyed, but because of the N size, we couldn't get the same sort of complex, sort of quality of analysis there. So that didn't prove fruitful because the number of students was so low.
All right, thank you.
Any other clarifying questions for either Dr. Rosas or David Chambliss? Go ahead, Allison.
I just had a question about the data on the math and wondering, I know that the assessments are different, but if you're able to see any substantial differences between last year or another year where it wasn't distance learning, and we can isolate or identify what of this might be related to distance learning versus just typical.
Yeah, with it's not possible to do with these benchmark assessments because this is a curriculum embedded assessment that would be compared last year to one of the Galileo assessments, and it's just, it's apples to oranges. They don't compare. When we get to the end of year summative CASP assessment, that's when we'll have a little better picture. Obviously, we didn't do the CASP assessment last spring, but we'll be able to at least analyze how students are against the broad set of grade level standards. So obviously, that'll give us the clearest picture of the overall consequences of distance learning.
I guess then my follow-up question is just in terms of, we're going to get this money from SB 86. When will we have time to kind of address the learning loss here? And if we don't get that information till the end of the year?
Yeah, so we'll, we have lots of evidence about how distance learning has gone. We have, benchmark data. In the case, the math data we showed you, we also have like our reading inventory data at the middle school level. We have our Fountas and Pinnell data at the elementary level. So we actually have a lot of data that'll give us a picture of where students are. It just, we won't be able to do kind of like the full year comparison of like the full range of standards until we can look at the until we can look at the CASP information. But nonetheless, we're going to have a lot of information that will allow us to, I think, plan effectively for the the acceleration plan under AB 86.
Okay, thank you.
I do have one more clarifying question. I know that we're discussing and taking this data as an extrapolation of how we are doing as a district with distance learning. Am I understanding that correctly?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we're taking middle school data and then extrapolating that out to elementary school as well? Or are we just focusing on how middle school is doing during distance learning at this point?
So we found that math has been more difficult, particularly at the middle school level. So we did want to really examine that. But you have received updates on how students are doing in throughout the district, all grades, different areas in the past. So this was to target this area because we are concerned.
Okay, so we don't have anything at this point when this data is being presented. We don't have anything within that time frame to discuss anything else in regards to math or ELA, ELD within any other group of students within the district, correct?
Sorry, I'm not fully understanding your question.
Okay, I guess I just want to make sure that the data that we've been presented with in the past is represented, or I guess this data and then the previous data that we've been presented with is all within the same time frame. You know, is it all within this interim period? Because I want to make sure that, yes, it's important that we look at math, and it's important that we look at math for 6th, 7th, and 8th graders, especially if it's been proven to be a difficulty for our students during distance learning. But I don't feel like we should be neglecting the other groups that we service as well, TK through 5th, as well as English language and in both elementary and in middle school. So I just want to make sure that we're looking at everything.
Right. So we, February, I believe it was February, there was another monitoring update.
That's correct.
So we've done 4 of these at this point in time and tried to hit different areas, aspects of the student learning each time.
And just to be clear, some of those have looked broadly at attendance data, grade data, obviously the student survey data. We also are looking at our F&P data, our reading inventory, our elementary math data. The fact that I did not present those to you tonight was really just a question of volume. I mean, it was just really, tonight was just an opportunity to show you the kinds of thinking that we're doing, in this case, specifically around middle school math, and kind of the unique opportunity to match that to what students were reporting on the survey data. So that was an effort to stay narrow and go deep. That does not, the fact that we didn't share analyses of other performance data does not mean that we're ignoring that at all. No, it was, it was just an effort to just bring you a sample of what we're looking at.
But you could always let us know if you have particular areas.
Sure.
Go back and look at the 4. And if there's something that you'd like an update on, let us know, because we have a lot of information. David would love to spend a whole day just doing data. But
and David, I might take you up on that because I'm a data
he
so
probably enjoy it. But I do, if there are certain areas or updates you'd like in particular, please let us know, because we can pull the data.
I thought for sure you would be exhausted based on just what I shared tonight, and it sounds like I left you wanting more, which is, I guess, a good thing.
Great, thank you. Are there any other clarifying questions? Go ahead, Trustee Corzo.
No, I just wanted to say thank you for the information, and I'm glad that,
we're keeping our eyes on this, and we'll continue to do so. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for this as well. I'm very curious. I mean, it's really interesting to see sort of the survey data in terms of the question specifically. I mean, beyond sort of the academic assessments and looking at how each equity group is and where they're at and where they should be theoretically. It's also really important to see, that one question, if I get behind in my math work, I know what I can do to get caught up. And I thought that was sort of telling. And it is interesting to see the differences between the grades. Sorry, this was a comment rather than a question. I guess my question would be it would be interesting to see all the grades, that whole chart, grades 6, 7, 8, because it does look like there are differences, but that's just, again, a comment, sorry. So I do have a question, sorry, just going back to the overall reopening. Dr. Roses, you had talked about the stakeholder advisory team, and I know you had mentioned at the last board meeting, and I just wanted to recap. So this advisory team meeting, we are asking for parent and staff members from each school site, right? So there will be, and according to the slide, it does focus on the LCAP, which is huge for us, but not many people know what that is, but it's huge for us. AB 86, which is, the new plan, the legislative plan that is incentivizing everyone to go back to school, and then basically the fall reopening. And then you're sort of, and my question is coming, the fall reopening and the fall planning, we have stated that our goal is definitely to go back as normal. We've been fielding a lot of questions about, is there sort of a definitive plan or date? And from my understanding, if we kind of go back to normal, well, we're just going back to normal. At the moment, there's no plan that needs to be done. Is that right? I mean, well, I guess.
So just clarifying a couple things you said, the LCAP, Local Control Accountability Plan,
yes, exactly.
That it truly is a very important strategic plan for the district. And it will be a 3-year plan, and it sets out goals that you want to see in student achievement and also social emotional needs. And so it is a chance to look at those goals again and determine if you want to make some changes. And I think that's why what we're doing here and looking at this data. And I am glad that the trustees are really interested in looking deeply at this information, because that feeds those goals. And then the AB 86 is a portion. It's a separate template, but it's to be it can be added to your LCAP, and it does have 2 apportionments of money. You're right, it is to go back, but it is also to provide extended learning or to address areas where students have had difficulty over this last year. So again, the data is so important, all this formative data, knowing where the students stand so that we can address it and help accelerate their learning in the summer, in the year to come, and then again in the summer. And then the reason that I added fall planning is that the state has said there is no need for any more distance learning, which is fine because they're expecting us to go back to school in just a normal way. However, I am hearing that we'll have masks, we may have some signage, we may have some things we have to do. It's keeping up with any further guidance, and are there any other things we have to think about as we return? And will it still be 6 feet for lunchtime? If it is, then we will need help with thinking through those kinds of guidance, those directives. So, I add that on there because we don't know whether something else will come out of CDC, CDPH, or the San Mateo County Public Health. So, so that's why. And I do think that what you discussed in the last item, where you are asking for what is the plan on April 22nd for bringing students back more days. That plan and those additional days that we can work with, potentially, you had said starting May 10th, would then provide further information as to what we might need to look at as we really ramp up for fall. So it is those three areas. I don't know what fall might bring for us, but my assumption is it's going to be a fairly normal opening, but it may have some signage or masks, or what will lunch look like? I don't know. So we'll just leave it open to that so that we can discuss it.
Sure, great. So, sorry, I heard an echo. If we are bringing back more students on May 10th, and we start bringing back more and more students and more days and everything else like that, the thought is that we will be closing this school year out in pretty much almost, I wouldn't say normal, but I mean a much closer to normal process. And it doesn't seem like with the COVID cases, I mean, I'm sorry, this is a leading question. It doesn't seem like with the COVID cases going down and everyone getting vaccinated and everything else, that there would be any sort of obstacle to us sort of opening up, as normal.
So I just would want to make sure that families who do still want the distance learning because they do want, their children aren't vaccinated yet, that they not feel that would be changed on them, that they wouldn't have that option this school year.
Okay.
The next school year, it's not required, but I have been asked, so I am asking for a survey of folks who will actually need it next school year.
Great.
So you're right. I think we're heading out of that arena entirely, but I don't want people to be concerned that if they do have a medical need in their family and they need to be home, that we would change that on them.
And does it make sense that we, like, again, our goal is to go back in fall as normal as possible. It sounds like everything is moving that way. We have the intent, everything is going that direction. But, I've heard from the public that they, in some ways, don't feel like that's definitive. And of course, in the COVID time, I mean, just look at last Saturday or last Friday when CDC changed their guidance. I mean, we were in a completely fluid situation, but
they did, although I'll reiterate that the state has said that distance learning is no longer a requirement for any district. So I think there's direction that will be ending.
Okay.
I mean, we can never be sure, right? Because things have changed so much. And one day we think something and something else happens. So you're right. We do have to understand that there could be a changing landscape, but all the direction looks like we will have a reasonable reopening in our normal way, maybe with a mask.
I feel like, and maybe I'll bring this up. So this is a precursor to my request for future agenda items, which is at some point, maybe, we bring up an actual day where we said, this is it, we are going back as normal. And maybe that's out towards the end of May or something, but I feel like we would need to vote or at least make a definitive statement on that. So sorry, that's a precursor to later, but does anybody else have any clarifying questions or anything? Dr. Roses, do you have anything else that you want to add before we go to public comment? Okay, all right. Thank you, everyone. And thank you, David, for your presentation. Peter, would you mind opening up public comment for us?
Absolutely. So again, for those of you joining us for the first time, please use the raise your hand functionality in Zoom now in order to address the board on this particular item, update in action. Update on reopening and the distance learning implementation and monitoring. President Chen, we have so far 12 attendees. We'll start off with Harpreet, and then after Harpreet will be Kevin. Harpreet, go ahead. Harpreet, you may need to unmute yourself. Harpreet, are you there? Looks like we might have some technical difficulties, so we'll keep an eye out on him for the future. Next, we'll bring Kevin up, and after Kevin will be Randy. Kevin?
Hi, thanks. I really like the direction that the discussion is going about reopening. I think one thing that I want to just make sure gets reiterated as many times as it needs to be is that distance learning causes irreparable injury to our students. And there are a lot of kids out there and families out there that are in crisis right now. So the earliest practical time really is the best time to reopen full time, 5 days. So specifically, I love that there is now discussion about specific times where you would discuss the reopening plan and dates of April 22nd to discuss it and May 10th to do it are good, but can it be earlier? Why is there not another board meeting until April 22nd? Can you have a special meeting about this? This is an emergency situation for people. And you can get that survey going now. Parents can help with that if you want help with that. We've been denied, denied asking for help with that multiple times. But we'd love to get this going as fast as we can. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Next, we have Randy. Then after Randy will be Anul. Randy?
Hi, yes, there was one important point. I believe it was in Mr. Chambliss's presentation, but it also ties into Dr. Rosas's presentation. In Mr. Chambliss's presentation, he mentioned CASP testing to be held this spring. I would like to know whether this district is committed to CASP testing as an important assessment tool to know where students are at, especially in determining what level are they at, what kind of learning loss has happened, and what kind of remediation needs to happen, especially in terms of these funds that we're going to have starting this summer through next year and into the next summer for addressing those needs. So is CASP testing going to happen? Please answer that. Thank you.
Thank you, Randy. Next, we have Anil, and then afterwards, Kaligi. Anil?
Yeah, hi, this is Shailaja, Anil's wife. This is a comment directed to David. Thank you so much for the very comprehensive presentation. Excellent survey and lots of informative data in there. I just wanted to point out that I think that the interpretation is a little oversimplified. And in order to make the inference that there's been learning loss in 2020 as a result of distance learning, one would have to see longitudinal data. My recommendation would be at least a 3-year. So it should be 2018 to 2020, or it should be 2019 to 2021. And that might also give the district some additional data on how things look once we go back to in-person. Additionally, the analysis is actually flawed. In order to look at the 2020 data, you would really have to compare it to the 2019 data. Just by looking at the 2020 data, you cannot really make a conclusion that distance learning has impacted math learning. You also need to statistically power for that comparison. So I don't see any power there. It has to be adjusted for variables. So it definitely has to have a statistically sound comparator, power it for comparison, and then adjust it for variables. So as the data stands now, I think it's very comprehensive, but it's oversimplified, and the inference really is flawed. I don't think you can make the conclusion scientifically that's being made from that data. Thank you.
Thank you, Shaligi. Next, we have Kaligi, and then afterwards will be Eric. Kaligi?
Can you hear me?
We can, go ahead.
Hello.
Go ahead, can you hear us okay?
Now I can hear you.
Okay, perfect, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, board and superintendent and Peter as well. What I wanted to say today is I'm a parent of 2 elementary students. I have a younger one who is a 2nd grader at Foster City Elementary and 5th grader who goes to College Park for Gates program. And I am, my younger one does go for a hybrid. He started hybrid with Foster City Elementary on March 8th. He's very happy. But when I'm asking myself this question, what is school? And the first thing comes to my mind is the kids make the schools. My older child went with, because he's a Gates student, we went with stay with the teacher option. I think I have already said this in previous meeting, as he is getting penalized for made a choice back in November. So my question to, and I have sent emails and requests to the board and the superintendent and the principal that why in this meeting, I am not seeing any agenda or anything about resurveying the families or teachers who want to change the choices which made was back in November. I would like to request that again. Second thing is there's no discussion happening for kids who are in elementary school, which needs to be brought 5 days or at least 4 days a week full time in school. I have only heard middle school reopening plan, which even 50% of the kids don't even want to come. What I heard is May 10 maybe a reason, maybe May 10th is the time when it may open for elementary school, but it's too far. Can we?
Kaligi, I'm sorry to interrupt, but your time has elapsed. If you could quickly wrap up your thoughts.
Sure. So May 10th is too far. And the next question is, what is the biggest hurdle to open the elementary school for 5 days? That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Eric. After Eric will be Julia. Eric?
Hello, can you hear me?
We can, go ahead.
All right, thank you very much. And thank you for all your guys' hard work. My name is Eric Lawhing. So I'm very encouraged to see that the district is looking into expanding the amount of time our elementary students are in school in the hybrid program. Just last week, my daughter, who's 3rd grade, College Park, returned to school in hybrid, and just seeing the sparkle and the happiness in her eyes was amazing. So, thank you for that. Please don't forget that there's a significant amount of students who want to be back, but are not due to a survey back in November. We had different data. We based it on different decisions for return to school in January. And there can't be any genuine dispute that those survey results are outdated and don't reflect the wishes of families and students now. For example, College Park, only 2 of the classes are in hybrid out of all the grades. That's only about 40 to 50 students out of the 400 plus students we have. And I know last meeting, Trustee Watkins asked the district to look into how to do another survey despite the logistical difficulties. And I know a few parents commented on that. And we and many other parents believe it's critical now to bring more students back as soon as possible to expand the amount of time the hybrid students have in school. That's all I have. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Eric. Next, we'll have Julia. After Julia will be Paige. Julia?
Good evening. Can you hear me?
We can, go ahead.
Hi, I have actually 3 questions. I'll try to make this quick. My first question is, as far as kind of trying to get more days and more kids to in-person learning, specifically in elementary schools, for people that, or for families that have elected to stay with their teachers, such as our family, primarily due to consistency and also the 2-day-a-week with 2 asynchronous days, which is not logistically possible. Are you going to be opening the option to these people as well? Because we would be wanting to come back if it made sense to come back, especially if we're talking now 4 days a week or even 5 days a week. So if someone can let us know, that would be great. My next question is, when you're talking about fall reopening in kind of normal fashion, I assume that means both elementary and middle schools. If someone can confirm, that would be great. And then my third question is, with AB 86 providing extra funds for extended learning as one of kind of the purposes of AB 86, and with the learning loss that's been mentioned many, many times, has consideration been given to potentially starting the next school year earlier than I think it's August 11th or 12th is the current calendar. I know the calendar has been posted, but is that an option to revisit and consider opening earlier? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Julia. Next, we have Paige. After Paige will be Marcella. Paige.
Hi, I'm Paige and I'm 9. I think that school should be open longer hours, more days, and more kids. I'm only with 12 kids, and I hope that classrooms will be welcome some new kids in soon. And I want school to get better for this year because learning has been so hard for all kids, and it would be better if they're learning if they were in person. It's starting to get better, but it still needs some work. It has been hard for me to keep track of all my meetings and work at the Learning Hub. I think I learn more when I'm in the classroom because it feels like real school makes it seem more important to finish my work. Also, I feel comfortable with the rules the Learning Hub has made for COVID, like washing our hands often, wearing our mask correctly, and keeping our distance. I think I would feel more comfortable at school than I am at Learning Hub. We got used to the rules easily, and I think everyone will get used to being in person at school. Please welcome all the students in. Thank you for listening.
And thank you, Paige. Next, we have Marcella. Then after Marcella will be Jamie. Marcella.
Thank you. I'm going to go really quickly and then pass it over to my 6th grader. So the differences in achievement in the presentation from Superintendent Chambliss were very stark and unsurprising. I know Dr. Rosas talked about AB 86 and additional opportunities, and that expanded learning opportunities grant plan is due just within the next couple of months. I'm under the impression the stakeholder advisory team is going to be a part of that dialogue, and I'd like more information about how the team will be composed. So I'm going to, I have other questions, but my 6th grader wants to share about middle school reopening, so I'm going to pass it over to Grace.
Hi, I'm in 6th grade and I just wanted to say thanks to the district. I have great teachers and I've been doing okay in distance learning, but I'm really excited to go back hybrid. Thank you so much for letting us go back 4 days. And I wish my sister was able to go back 4 or 5 days a week to go.
Thank you.
Thank you, Marcella, and thank you, Grace. Next, we have Jamie, and then after Jamie will be Rhiannon. Jamie?
Hi, thank you. I'm a parent of a 3rd grader and a pediatrician. And first, I just want to thank everyone involved in planning and rollout of the hybrid programs. It's been really smooth at my daughter's school. And it's clear that the students and staff both seem energized by their return to the classroom. The last 2 weeks, I have to say, similar to another parent that just spoke, I've seen a spark reignited in my daughter, and I've heard similar anecdotes from others in the community. I really appreciate that the board is talking about getting more kids in school this spring, and the kids that are already there, getting them there for more time. I do wonder, as Kevin pointed out earlier, like if it's possible to get them back even sooner. If there were ever an emergent situation in education, this seems like it. Like, do we need to think about readjusting the board meeting schedule so that we can get kids back sooner? The benefits of in-person instruction to kids' health, well-being, and education just cannot be overstated. We've talked a lot about the important mental health impacts of the pandemic and school closure. I also want to emphasize that we're learning more about the physical impacts, such as decreased physical activity, increasing BMI, and the eye health effects of increased screen time. And it's already well established that summertime is a time of learning loss, and we often see measures of physical health worsen during summer months. Even though it may not feel like there's much time left in the school year, any amount of time, the most that we can get kids back, is really worthwhile for their education and their health. For kids already in hybrid, please consider lengthening the school day, combining cohorts, bringing kids back 5 days. This would not require any shuffling of teachers or classes. And I also hope that distance learning families have the opportunity to be resurveyed and, if interested, invited back to campus this spring. For all ages of kids on campus, I also want to stress that the playgrounds should be fully open and distancing requirements can be relaxed. The combination of being outdoors and being masked is very safe, and outdoor play is imperative for kids' health and well-being. Thank you so much for all the hard work. I know the MOU renegotiation and revising reopening plans will not be easy, but we really appreciate all of the hard work and commitment to getting kids back as quickly as possible.
Thank you, Jamie. Next, we have Rhiannon, and after Rhiannon will be Stephen. Rhiannon.
Hi, first, we want to thank the board for getting our kids back in school. They extremely like being back in person. They look forward to Monday, Tuesday, going back like every day. And the teachers have been incredible at Meadow Heights, and we really appreciate it. But, last board meeting, several board members specifically asked the superintendent to bring back options for options for going back in person after spring break, to bring back options to this meeting. Today, the superintendent did not bring back any options or present it. Maybe it was done in private, but we did not hear anything. We were heard verbatim. The superintendent said to us, "We are looking into it." The parents who are wanting to go back and the ones who want to get resurveyed and make new decisions based on the sciences out there, we're looking for those options. We really have the urgency behind it. We see the positivity of our kids going back. The vaccine is out. The governor just announced today that April 15th, anyone can get the vaccine. He's taking down the restrictions, put it on his Facebook, April 15th, you want the shot, you can get the shot. I'm down in Moscone, San Francisco, and out there, they're having a hard time getting people in the door now with the tiers they're letting in. They're actually trying to get people in the door and giving out special codes and expanding and going around that. So please, we just saw a presentation on the learning loss and everything. I feel like we're a prisoner of our own device. We're asking ourselves, how can we prevent this learning loss? But the options are in front of us to send back the people that want to. Please mandate the superintendent to look into options to bring us back. If she's not going to present in options for you, please look into expanding, instead of the 2 hybrid, group A and group B, go to group A goes 3 days, group B goes 2 days, then switch next week. Group B goes 3 days, the other one goes 2. Or go morning session and afternoon session. It's been done before at the elementary level. Kindergarten, you see bluebirds and early birds. It's done before. I know you guys can do it. Please, the urgency, if you go back May 10th, I'll finish in my comment here. If you go back May 10th, that only gives us 5 weeks of school. We only got 9 weeks now. Please move with urgency and get our kids back. And thank you for your hard work.
Thank you, Robert. Next, we have Stephen. Then after Stephen will be Cheryl. Stephen.
Yeah, thank you all for your time. I have a brief comment and a question. The comment is just that, as a parent in the district and as a scientist, there's been a large number of studies of school reopenings now, and it's very clear that it's safe for students and it's safe for teachers. And in fact, that in many cases, being at school is actually safer than being in the community. There's no correlation between community spread and at school spread, and often the rates of spreading COVID are actually lower in schools than they are in the community. So I think it's very clear that being in school is safe, and I don't think any parent would want teachers or the district to deviate from process. in establishing MOUs and everything that's necessary to get everybody on the same page. I think we all want the best things for our students. I think we're just hoping that we can do this as quickly as possible to get kids back in school as quickly as we possibly can. So that's, I guess, my ask. And the question that I had is around annex. So I'm a little bit confused about aftercare because the communication that came out about registration, I bring this up because it was mentioned in the presentation. The communication that came out about registration says that space is extremely limited, but the presentation tonight suggested that staffing would be made to reflect enrollment. And I'm just trying to figure out, aftercare as a working parent household is really critical for us. And I'm trying to understand, is there going to be space in aftercare for all parents and families that need it? And to ask, that we can expand aftercare as much as possible, and that aftercare reopening is consistent with the updated CDC guidelines that allow for, about a factor of 2 more occupancy. And thank you all for your time.
Thank you, Stephen. Next, we have Cheryl. Then after Cheryl will be Carrie. Cheryl.
Good evening, trustees and Dr. Rosas. I am Cheryl Hagedorn, president of the Baywood PTA, and I'm making the following statement on our PTA's behalf. The Baywood PTA supports a full reopening of schools 5 days a week in person immediately. Trustee Chin and Trustee Watkins, thank you for asking earlier tonight that the district come back with a plan to get elementary school students back 5 days a week starting May 10th. The science and evidence support that it is safe to return, and we look forward to getting our students back as soon as possible. Tonight, we ask that the board follow through with your earlier request to develop a plan to get our students back to full-time in-person learning immediately, and to consider an earlier return than May 10th, especially for hybrid students. Baywood parents would gladly offer our support of time and effort to enable not only our school, but any school in the district to return fully for all kids. We look forward to the plan that gets our students back to campus full-time. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Cheryl. Next, we have Carrie. Then after Carrie will be Raina. Carrie.
Hi, I'm a parent of 3 students in elementary school and very happy to hear that the dialogue has finally shifted to getting a plan together for a full return. I can only imagine the work that will need to be done to get back to a full return. So thank you in advance for this work. While waiting to see the plan on April 22nd for a May 10th return for all students, what is preventing our current hybrid cohorts from combining? Can you please consider combining the 2 cohorts so that these students, the hybrid students, go to school 4 days a week right after spring break? From what I understand, this would be allowed based on the current MOU. I think if you combine the cohorts, it would still only be 4 hours of live instructions for the teachers, which I believe is stated in the MOU. So although super happy that we're talking about a full return, can you please consider combining the cohorts right after spring break and getting the kids on campus quickly? Thank you for your time and have a good evening.
Thank you, Carrie. Next, we have Raina. Then after Raina will be Brandy. Raina.
So yeah, I found out today I have middle school kids, and I was excited to find out that they were going to go back 4 days a week and move forward faster through the tiers. But what I consider to be our good fortune is on the backs of some kids who aren't going back, and I totally get that some people have really good reasons for choosing not to go back. But I worry that there are kids, families in the district who aren't going back because they don't have access to the scientific data. They don't have time to read all of these documents. They maybe are in communities that have been harder hit by COVID, and they're scared. I have a friend who's a high school teacher, and many of her students did not respond in a different district, didn't respond to the survey asking if they were going to come back full time. I'm sorry, hybrid. And she called every single student's family and talked to them. He spent time talking to them and answering questions and kind of explained. Some people didn't really know everything that would be helpful to know to make that decision. And every single person she spoke to they decided to come back. So I'm just, asking, I'm just wondering what is the district doing any outreach to help people get the information that they need to make the best decision for their family, one based on science and, incorporating, of course, how they feel about the whole situation. But I know that we have quite a few community members who would really be, happy to help with efforts like that. And I really do think that would also help bring us closer together as a community. Thank you.
Thank you, Raina. Next, we'll have Brandy. Then after Brandy will be Doris. Brandy?
Hello, hi, can everyone hear me?
We can, go ahead.
Hi, hello, good evening, thank you. I'm Brandy Miskowski. My daughter is a first grader at Parkside Montessori. I will just echo the other parents who've come before me tonight and say that we were one of the families who chose to remain in distance learning back in November when the conditions were quite different, and we would greatly appreciate the opportunity to revisit our choices given the state of the pandemic. I'm heartened and hopeful at the words of the trustees about Superintendent Rosas about a full return in the fall. It just brings me so much joy to know that our children will be back in the classroom with their highly trained educators and their friends and peers and learning as they ought to be. But please, if we are to speak of equity, one of the greatest signs of equity among students is inclusivity and opportunity. And so please allow us that opportunity to return to the classroom with our peers this year, and certainly in the fall, 5 days a week. I thank you so much for your efforts this year. I could not have done your job, and I greatly appreciate all that you do for us. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Brandy. Next, we have Doris. Then after Doris will be Laura. Doris? Doris, are you there? You may need to unmute or give your microphone permission. Doris? Okay, I'll leave the hand up and we'll try to come back to her a little bit later. Next, let's go to Laura. Laura, go ahead. Laura, are you there? You may need to unmute your microphone. We're having some microphone issues today. All right, let's try the next one. I'll leave your hand up. John. John, can you hear us? John, are you there? John C?
Yes. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, John.
Okay. Hi, thank you to the board and the superintendent staff for your time tonight. This COVID-19 pandemic has brought a lot of hardship to all of us. But one thing I learned through this is I have now paid more attention to going on of the school district since I've been attending the board meetings very frequently now. And I'm just shocked that the district and it's very poorly run. I just feel no organization should be run with no sense of priority, no sense of urgency. And when and cannot make any decisions, I urge the leadership and the board to please make the hard decisions with courage and urgency and set the goal to where the community and everyone wants to see is to open schools as soon as possible. I don't think we need any more committees. I don't think we need any more coffee chat. I think everyone kind of on the same page and knows what's going on. I think right now just to make the decision and execute the plan. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Okay, Doris, your hand's still up. We're going to give it another try. Doris, are you there? Again, Doris, you may need to unmute yourself. Okay, Doris, if you're there and we can't hear you because of some technical issue, we apologize. If you would like any comments that you make or wanted to make tonight, you can also email them to the superintendent. I know that if you do, she will make that part of the public record. Okay, next we have Nicola, and after that will be Aaron.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Nicola, and I have two parents at Lead Elementary. We have some really amazing and dedicated teachers at Lead, but even with the best teachers in the world, 7 hours a week is not an adequate education. Just as other people have said, my children and many others are struggling with this distance learning. They're becoming addicted to screens. It's just keeps getting worse and worse. So I've been very encouraged about the conversations to bring children back in full time. That's a great start. But March 10th is more than 6 weeks away. And I want to support what Carrie said earlier. There's no reason why we cannot combine the two existing hybrid cohorts together. There's no reason why we can't do that. I'd love to do it right after spring break. Let's do it a week after spring break. Teachers can come and help not teachers, parents can come back. We can help with moving desks, things like that. The other thing is this really needs to be opened up to other families as well. The survey in November is outdated, and I really want us to give other parents the chance to make an updated choice about returning. There doesn't need to be a new survey made. We can just send out the same one. And then finally, there were some comments about teachers having a safe working space, which I absolutely support. But I would not place the teachers that I love so dearly at Lead in jeopardy if I did not believe it was safe for them to be there. I work in pediatric oncology, specifically those with hereditary cancer, where other family members are at a much higher risk for getting cancer. And when parents ask us if it's safe for their children to be in school, we resoundingly support children being back as soon as they've completed their treatment. So our children as well in our school district should be able to be back, and our teachers are safe there. They are now vaccinated. Please do this sooner than March 10th. Sorry, May 10th, excuse me.
Thank you. Next, we have Aaron. After Aaron will be Heather. Aaron?
Hi, I really appreciate this meeting. You guys are giving me a lot of hope. You know that I've been writing you a lot, and I've never known all the names of my school board members in my life. So this has been interesting. Thank you so much for even saying the words 5 days a week. I want to echo a lot of the recent comments of, this is a crisis. We should be treating this like the house burning down that it still is. And I don't understand why, I would like to ask you to have an emergency meeting for this topic only sooner. I echo the other parents. I am dying to help. I will help with anything. I'm already on my school's PTA board. but I will move chairs, I will carry stuff, I will do any logistics for my school or any school. Please let me help, and please do the bold thing that we need right now. As John earlier said, I really like the way that he put that. It's time for the bold leadership and do what we all agree on. Thank you so much, especially Trustee Watkins and Trustee Chin. Thank you.
Thank you, Erin. Next, we have Heather. After Heather will be Jessica. Heather?
Hi, can everyone hear me?
We can, go ahead.
Thank you. I'll be quick. I just want to kind of repeat what people have said, that May 10th seems pretty far out. And I wanted to make a suggestion that if that date was chosen because of the complexity of adding in the people who wanted to change their minds, although I think they should be given that opportunity, I'd love to see the kids who are currently in hybrid, the AB cohorts, be combined together so they can go 4 or 5 days a week, as other people have mentioned. And then maybe May 10th would be a date to bring the people who've changed their minds or had a situational change on board. I just wanted to add that in. Thank you.
Thank you, Heather. Next, we have Jessica, and then after Jessica will be Rohini. Jessica?
Hi there. I'm the parent of 3 elementary school kids, and I'm super happy my kids are back 2 days a week, and definitely want to echo other parents who are stressing the urgency to get kids who are currently in the hybrid model back into the classroom. Not 4, but 5 days per week. The combination of kids would eliminate the hybrid AB core, the cohorts, and would eliminate the need for any sort of like a cleaning / full DL day that currently Wednesdays are slotted for, to allow for 5 days. Combining cohorts would also extend the school day. Obviously, I'm saying things that you guys already know, but with all the data for safe practices in school, the lack of COVID spread at school, safety measures, I'm still completely confused as to why teachers are still being held to only 4 hours per day. I need some sort of understanding that's just not available currently to me, and I can't imagine I'm the only parent who feels this way. I also feel that May 10th is far too far away, especially if there's an outside hope for families who chose full DL to be reconsidered back to hybrid. We all had to make a difficult decision back in November, and whether you chose hybrid or you chose distance learning, you took a chance. You didn't know how the year was going to go, and you made the commitment. And while I definitely support all children, whether they chose DL in November or their parents did that for them, that they should be given the chance to come back to class, I don't think that that should hold up the children who are currently in the hybrid model. So I'm hoping that our board, our teachers will all be on board with this. There's nothing at this point that would say that these cohorts can't be combined. We need to get creative. There's a very large multi-purpose room at our campus that can easily hold all of one grade into it with the 3-foot distancing rules in place. It's time for schools to get creative, for teachers to get creative, to lean on their parents, lean on their PTAs. Thanks.
Thank you, Jessica. Next, we have Rohini, and then after Rohini will be Wall. Okay, lower there. Oh, there's. Okay, Rohini, go ahead. Rohini, you might need to unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Hi. Echoing what the other parents are saying, I have a middle schooler and a child in elementary. I'm thrilled that the middle schooler will get to go back 4 days a week. And actually the middle school survey was sent much later, so I was able to make an informed decision around hybrid. For elementary, we're holding to the November data at this point, and there was yet another option, a loaded one at that, the stay with the teacher option that we chose, and then our teacher got selected for DL, so now we are stuck with it. So we would love the option to re-choose and get back to school as many days of the week as possible, and as close to full-time as possible. Everything right now is pointing in that direction, and I'm absolutely echoing the other parents where I think We need to get creative. We need to have more emergency meetings, whatever's in the way of opening schools as quickly after spring break as possible needs to be addressed. May 10th is just, it feels like an arbitrary date, which is too far in the future, and that leaves only 5 weeks of the school year. I will even take that, but if it can be more and closer to right after spring break, that would be much appreciated. And thank you so much, all of you guys, for tirelessly working for our school district. But now is the time to get creative. Thank you.
Thank you, Rohini. Next, we have Wall. After Wall will be Brandy. Wall. And again, my apologies if I'm mispronouncing that.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can, go ahead.
Great. So, hi, thank you. It's been a week since the CDPH have updated their guidelines to allow 3 feet, and numerous districts this week already in the Bay Area and in California in general already updated that kids are going back to school 5 days a week now. Like next week, I have friends in Berkeley, I have friends in Albany district. They're all going back to school 5 days next week. While we're talking about May 10th, which is so far away, as other parents have been saying, I don't understand why we can't at least start with the hybrid kids and just bring back the desks and chairs that we're taking out and combine the cohorts and be flexible, be agile, and let them come back as soon as spring break is over. A few weeks ago when we had that board meeting, these kids were supposed to come back March 1st, and all teachers came up and talked about, let's delay it. And at that moment, you guys decided, you know what, that's the right thing, so let's delay it. So I'm asking for you guys now to do the same thing. Think with logic and be flexible and say, you know what, these parents are right. There's no reason why we should have a board meeting only April 22nd when spring break is over April 12th. We can have that April 12th. And there's no reason to wait till May 10th. Let's be flexible, just like you were with the teachers a few weeks ago. Let's bring back at least a hybrid kids full week. And then I agree with the other parents, those poor kids who were left behind in the remote, let's bring them back too. Thank you.
Thank you, Walt. Next, we have Brandy. After Brandy will be Diana. Brandy.
Hi, I'm just going to echo. I feel like you might get a lot of echoes tonight, but just that May 10th is so far out there, and to please consider a special board meeting to just address this one topic. And then I also wanted to get clarification. Dr. Rosas had mentioned that we might have to resubmit a plan to the county, but I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but if we're red tier or lower, that's no longer a requirement. And I'm also happy to help in schools rearrange whatever needed. And I'm sure I can get an army of parents to come help rearrange desks to whatever can get more kids in school as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Brandy. Okay, next we have Diana. Then after Diana will be Sandy. Diana.
Hi, can you guys hear me okay?
You seem really faint, so maybe speak up just a bit.
Okay.
Now we can't hear you at all.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, that's a lot better. Go
That's
ahead, Diana.
Okay, my name is Diana Young Kim, and I have 2 students in the San Mateo Foster City School District. My son is an 8th grader at Bowditch, and my daughter is a 5th grader at College Park in the GATE program. So I was excited that my son, we got the survey recently, and I selected hybrid for him to return to school. So I'm totally excited that he gets to go back to school 4 days a week and, you know, see his friends. Although I can tell you honestly, he's not too excited about having to get up and be out of bed to take class. But in general, I think that it would be good for him to be on campus. I think that having him see his friends, see his teacher, his homeroom teacher, and then you know, be able to get the energy from the other kids, it will be beneficial for him and his mental health. However, I was very disappointed that my daughter, we were surveyed back in November, the COVID cases were a lot higher. There was vaccination, the vaccines were not yet approved. And we were given 3 options. We were given the option of distance learning, hybrid, or stay with the teacher. And so, you know, I discussed with my friends and whose kids are also in the GATE program what to do. We also spoke with the teachers and asked what to do. At the time, we had 2 teachers for the GATE program, one of which was brand new because one teacher retired the year before. So we were told by the teachers that there was a possibility that if we chose hybrid, that we would end up with a 3rd teacher. And at that point, we did not want that for our students to make another change to another teacher. And so we selected stay with the teacher. Since then, we did get a new teacher because the new teacher that came on board in the fall had to relocate. And so we had to, we got a new teacher who actually was from another state that taught in person. And so I'll finish up that, you know, I think that we should be resurveyed, have the opportunity to resurvey, and that the school district that you guys meet earlier than April 12th, so that or April 22nd, so that we can
Diana, the time has elapsed. If you could please quickly wrap up your thoughts.
Yeah, so I would like you to consider resurveying us and then also allowing the school board to meet earlier than April 22nd so that we can get an earlier resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Diana. Next, we have Sandy. Then after Sandy, Sandy will be Elena. Sandy?
Hi, I will reiterate May 10th is too far away. Please consider bringing back all the hybrid kids as soon as possible. I would also encourage you to extend the hours. If the hybrid teachers are not needing to do asynchronous lesson planning at the same time, there's no need to send the kids home before lunch. They should be able to do more than 4 hours of instruction. And this is not because I don't support unions or teachers, it is just logical. I also like the idea of bringing back more kids later as of May 10th and starting with the current hybrids sooner so that we can get moving with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandy. Next is Elena. After Elena will be Nina. Elena?
Hi, I'd like to reiterate that it would be great if we could start with the hybrid kids earlier, and then also allow for, I know lots of people that chose stay with teacher because they love their teacher and they didn't want their kids to have yet another, especially small kids, having to deal with the change of another teacher is very hard for kids. And so a lot of people said stay with teacher, not because they didn't want to go to school, but because they just didn't want to inflict yet another kind of mental thing on their kids. I chose to go hybrid and my son had to switch teachers, and his new teacher is wonderful, as well as his old teacher. They were both wonderful, but I sort of made that risk because I knew the benefits of being physically in a classroom were greater than the change, but lots of people didn't do that. And for the same, mental health is the primary reason for most choices we're making. And the goal is to try to get kids to socialize, because at a young age, really school isn't adding and reading, and all that is secondary to the human interaction they're getting. That's what you're learning. I'm an educator myself. I teach online. And it's hard for me with college students, and I see the teachers now, and I'm 100% sure that the hybrid teachers would love to go all of their kids all at the same time in person, because now they basically have 2 difficult jobs, one more difficult, which is keeping attention online. I think that it's a strain on those hybrid teachers. I'm grateful that they're doing it, but I am sure that they would be also grateful to just go full time and not to have to deal with 2 jobs, with one pay sort of. So that's my recommendation, is to bring them on back in person ASAP. And then to allow those children that chose stay with teacher to have the option to go in class. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Elena. Next, we have Nina, and then after Nina will be Ansul. Nina?
Hi, can everyone hear me?
We can. Go ahead, Nina.
Hi, thank you so much for this opportunity to speak. I just wanted to echo again what a lot of parents have stated, that they would love for us to accelerate this reopening for hybrid children. It's so important to get them back as soon as possible, whatever it would take. You know, I'm there to help support that effort. I also wanted to share that I'm a parent of a third grader and a first grader at Foster City School, and my first grader had to switch teachers, and you know, it's just been life changing for him just to see his, you know, even though he had the transition of a new teacher, he's just totally jumped in with not missing a beat. So excited to be back. It's just so important. And also my third grader has some vision loss issues that we've been encountering every 3 months, 4 months. We've noticed his vision deteriorating. And I know it's a problem for a lot of children, just being staring at the screen all day, not having that opportunity to be outside in the sunlight, playing for a couple hours a day, which is recommended to prevent myopia. It's become kind of an epidemic for a lot of kids. I know I'm not alone. So I just wanted to share, we need to get these kids back in as soon as possible for more time. And I agree with the whole plan of possibly combining the current cohorts and then bringing in the students who are maybe resurveyed and want to join in again. Again, I appreciate all your efforts. I know this is not an easy task, but I hope you'll consider again, just getting these kids back in for more time. And I appreciate all your time and efforts. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Nina. Okay, Ansul, go ahead. After Ansul will be Shauna. Okay, Ansul, you're using an older version of Zoom, so it's going to promote you to a panelist. You'll be exited out of the attendee list and dropped into the webinar. Go ahead, promoting you now.
Hello, I'm Anshul, and I am a fifth grader in College Park. And when I say this, I'm speaking for 75 people, students and parents alike, who have signed my petition to go back to school 5 days a week. Because going back to school 5 days a week is essential to our well-being. Because as I understand that we've been like this for a year, but much longer, and some of us could have severe mental health issues with the added screen time and lack of social interactivity. Many people are suffering from not being able to socialize and myopia. And not only is it bad for children, it's also bad for the parents, because the parents have to deal with their children screaming around the house, asking them for things, while at the same time they're dealing at work at home. And so it's also very stressful for parents as well as students. And as another health issue, many students are getting a lack of exercise as they would in school, because in school you are running around trying to go places. You're running to the bathroom, you're running to PE, you're running around the playground during recess. All of these things contribute to most of your physical exercise during the day. And with distance learning, this is very limited. And as well as a hybrid program, because on the 2 days that you are in school, it's great. You can go to school, but on the 2 days that you are not, you have limited teacher talk, and it's a very bad experience because you're not interacting with your teacher. You only meet with them twice a day, I believe. And we have the capability to go back to school 5 days a week. Some neighboring districts are doing it. We're in the orange tier, and middle schools are doing it. So I believe we should do this. Thank you.
Thank you, Anshul. All right. Hold on one moment. Okay. Next, we have Shauna. Then after Shauna will be Leah. Shauna? Shauna, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. My name is Shauna. I have a second grader in one of the San Mateo schools. And I just want to say I'm very impressed by the young woman who just spoke before me. And I want to voice my support for what she said and what the other parents have said, and that we need an immediate return to school as soon as spring break is over for the kids in hybrid, at least 4 days a week. or 5, whatever the plan is for May 10th, we need to expedite that plan and get it moving because these kids really need to be in school 5 days a week. 2 half days has not been enough. I do have a child with an IEP, and she is only getting her RSP services over Zoom, which has been very difficult because she's had an extremely hard time dealing with sitting on a screen. She's really gotten only maybe an hour to an hour and a half of education a day. She won't sit in front of it. She needs to be in the school setting. She's happy being there the 2 half days, but she really needs more. And it's not just her, it's all of the other kids. So I urge you to reopen the schools full time as soon as we come back from spring break, and also to consider the kids with IEPs and getting the RSP services back in person as soon as you possibly can. And if the county will allow it, I know there are ways that it can be done. If in the special rooms that the teachers meet with the kids, they could sit 3 feet apart if that's what the requirement is, and that's why you're not allowing it. But please consider getting the RSP services back in person as soon as you possibly can, and the kids back in school. Thank you.
Thank you, Shauna. Next, we have Leah, and then after Leah will be Gina. Leah?
Hi, good evening, everyone. Thank you for the time. I also want to echo the beautiful words of the young student who spoke earlier. I think she said it better than any of us could possibly say it on her behalf. But I think, you know, ultimately May is way too late for us to be having these conversations. We should be having them much sooner. And I'd really hope that you take the time to resurvey the teachers and the students from the information that we had back in November before vaccinations, before teachers were given prioritization over the immunocompromised, so that we could return to school faster. We hope that you consider a full day and think about creative ways how we can extend the school year and maybe start early to make up for some of the learning loss that we're all experiencing in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Leah. Next, we have Gina. Then after Gina will be Lisa. Gina?
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Sorry about that. It's on mute. Hi, thank you. Appreciate it. I'm also echoing everything that everyone said. And I did send a letter to all of you today, and I wanted to make sure that is part of the record for tonight. I definitely agree that you have the ability to allow our children to go back to school the greatest extent possible. May is too far. We chose to stay with teacher again back in November. I've noticed back then things were going okay, but now it's just been lost. My son, he can't pay attention. I'm going in there, he's watching videos, playing around. He can't focus at all. And so, you know, we have a few months left, and I just think the ability to get all kids back in school should be a priority, and allow everyone that chose the distance learning to also choose how they want to go back. Thank you.
Thank you, Gina. Next, we have Lisa. Lisa, go ahead.
Yes, hi. Thank you very much for taking my question. I currently have a high schooler and a middle schooler, which means that I formerly had two elementary students. And I just want to draw us back to Dr. Chambliss' presentation that highlighted differences in learning loss. I think the data in and of itself supports how important it is to be in school. I think too that we need to start to address how, what we do with that learning loss. So for example, if you don't learn how to read, if you're not reading in second grade, that affects how you perform later, certainly in middle school. and math is a building block. So if we're having hiccups with fifth graders in math, clearly that's going to correlate to middle school, which is going to correlate to high school. So I feel like the reopening is a given, and that we know that, you know, distance learning is not productive for most students, and it affects some students more than others. So how can we partner with our high schools to be sure that our middle schoolers are set up for success? How can we partner with the elementary schools and the middle schools? I feel like we need to collaborate in what we do around lifting these students up to help them prepare for the next year. The reopening part, again, it should be a given, and that we just, work as hard as we can to be sure that students are in front of their teachers so that they can learn what they need to learn. So I appreciate the presentation. I appreciate you taking my call. And I know that we are all working as hard as we can for our students' best interest. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Next, we have Catherine. After Catherine, we'll have Jennifer. Catherine?
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead, Catherine.
Thank you. And thanks to the board for your service. It's fantastic news about the fall. I want to talk about tonight about the spring and one of our really important equity groups, which is our children. And they don't have an organized union, so we are the parents, we represent their union. So please listen to us too. So many parents have called in begging you to act faster. Okay, it's been a year. Thanks to the board members who are saying they support quickly shifting to the new 3-foot guidelines. Those align with the pre-pandemic distancing. So why aren't we opening up full time after spring break? No new MOU needed. Teachers are blessed and vaccinated. Parents are volunteering. I'm confused. Why aren't we hearing the detailed plan now? I mean, we just heard a very detailed data-driven dive by David Chambliss about math and our middle school students, but when it comes to the elephant topic in the room, we merely received a brief, vague presentation that we are looking into it. I don't accept this, and the board shouldn't either. And just what everyone else said, we don't want to wait 4 weeks. May, like 5 days a week should be urgent for the board. Okay, I mean, and I am a parent. I want to clarify, I'm not anti-teacher. My son's teacher truly deserves a Medal of Honor this year. I am pro-teacher, and I am pro all of our children. And you've all heard from me and gotten my countless emails. I'm a mental health professional, and we are having a crisis. Children as young as 8 are self-harming. Just think about that. Suicide attempts, they're rising. Depression, anxiety, substance abuse, child abuse, they're all on the rise. It's not a secret. The numbers are off the chart. I sent you data on that too. California is dead last when it comes to in-person learning. Is our district going to be dead last in California? Okay, I'll end with a quote. I read this on Twitter. Dr. Vinay Prasad, he's a UCSF physician and
Catherine, your
epidemiologist.
time has elapsed. I'm sorry to interrupt, but if you could please wrap up your thoughts quickly.
My last sentence, thank you. The most regressive, harmful, racist, unjust, illogical, unfounded, absurd intervention to slow the spread of SARS-CoV-2 has been school closure, particularly of elementary school kids. Even after we knew better and all of Western Europe showed us how, we still made excuses. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. Next, we have Jennifer. Jennifer, go ahead.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for your time and your service over the past year. I never thought I'd miss going to these meetings in person to fight for the fair salaries for our teachers. A few years ago, I got to meet Ms. Gratans for the first time speaking at this meeting for her salary, saying that she could go to other districts, but she stayed here for this community. Fast forward a few years, my 6th grader gets to meet her, try 10 instruments, choose the tuba. Fast forward another year, they go into distance learning immediately. And over the weekend, Ms. Graton sends an email saying log in every day at 11 a.m. And that was the only, saving grace. Every day at 11 for our entire family. That's the only thing we had going for like the first month of March 2020. Anyway, so I just wish we had those old meetings back. Okay, so you guys have done so much work to get us to this hybrid in elementary, and I want to tell you that it was worth it. My 5th grader is overjoyed to meet his teacher for the first time after 7 months. He gets to do physical science projects next to his peers. He has the option to choose a physical book from his teacher's library. So thank you. If he can possibly have this with both cohorts full-time after spring break, that would be pure bliss. Back to my 7th grader. Yes, we're overjoyed to hear he gets to be on campus in any capacity, to have a reason to get dressed in the morning and walk to school. So thank you for all your hard work.
Thank you, Jennifer. Okay, President Chin, we have no other hands for public comment at this time.
Right. I'm going to officially close public comment on this item. Thank you, everyone who provided your public comments. Especially thank you to our youngest students. It was great to hear our students providing public comment as well. Before we get to board comments, Dr. Roses, do you want to sort of address a couple of things? I think there was, the survey, the idea about the hybrid cohorts, possibly going back. Oh, there's a question about annex, and there may be more. I know I have a lot of notes, but I just want to give you an opportunity to address those before we get into our board comments.
So the annex, there is nothing that's limited space. The idea is that we're staffing to the needs that are presented to us. And I think I sent an email out to that effect. So staff, parents need to just let us know that they are interested in the annex, and then we're registering people now. As far as resurveying families, I did say in the presentation that we were looking at how to set up a process by which we could look at family need related to either a need to go to distance learning or a desire to go to hybrid. So staff is looking at how to manage that process. One of the things that no one really is interested in is having yet a 3rd teacher and changing the entire configuration of the elementary school again. So we're trying to figure out how can we manage that so that it could be a very smooth transition. We understand that this first survey was done in November. We understand it's a very different time. And then as far as collapsing the 2 AB cohorts, there is certainly some possibility there. That does need to be discussed with staff. And so we are in process with that. And the reason you don't have an answer yet is we are still in process. And one of the things that folks have to recognize, which I know is difficult because it's been a year of change and a year of having to process different changes, but the changes do take some time. So we are working on the elementary program. We're very happy about the middle school program, and we are looking at the elementary, how to look at whether they're in distance learning or hybrid. I was asked also if we were going to do CASP. You don't actually have to. You don't actually have to. You can utilize other data points in your district. We would like to do the CASP testing. We think that it's important because then we can look from year to year. Exactly as one of the speakers said. They said you need to look at longitudinal data. That's correct. You do. And we're part of the core data districts, if you remember. And they look at our data over many years and provide us with information as to where and how our students are doing. so that we can make decisions from the policy level. So yes, we are doing CAS. And yes, Annex is open. And yes, we are looking at a process for how to determine whether someone wants hybrid or distance learning. And yes, we are looking at how we can move more quickly than stated to bringing more of our elementary students back, just like our middle school students are able to do. So it does take some time, but that's the responses to the question.
Thank you, Dr. Thank you, Dr. Roses. Open up to board comments. Does anybody want to go first?
I'll go first. Well, I have a sleeping baby temporarily. I have a couple of follow-up questions. I was wondering if Dr. Rosas, you just talked a little bit about this, but can you, I guess, I'm still not 100% clear. Are we definitely resurveying families? And if so, what's the timeline
You're
on
talking
that?
about a process to figure out how to best determine what people want. So staff is discussing how to do that in the most efficient manner.
Okay, when will folks know what that's going to look like?
I need to talk with staff about where we are with that. So I can send something out by next week.
Yeah, I think that would be great just to let folks know when they can expect to be able to alter changes or let folks know their preferences. So if it's not a survey, whatever the method is to get that information, if folks just have a sense of when that, I mean, my assumption would be that it would be in time for when the fuller return would be to get that information back. But if we can just let folks know. I was also wondering if you could share a little bit more. You talked about the stakeholder support group, which is, great, the task force. Can you share a little bit more about I know there were questions around like process for selection and just a little bit more around kind of makeup, how that kind of, what that process was like?
Yes, we talked with each principal about staff and parents who have good communication skills with the group at their schools and also hold different levels of expertise, because we'd like to have different expertise on the committee. So if a school has someone who has ability in the area of science or has knowledge about medical or has other kinds of background, we're asking for their names so that we can have a balanced team. And that team has not been finalized yet because we are still looking for a couple more members. And we're also looking for a mix of classified, certificated, and administrators from across the district.
Got you. And so if there are individuals on this call, for example, that are still interested, is that still a possibility they would reach out to their principal?
Yeah, they would reach out to their principal.
Great. And then it would be great for once that's established, if that could be brought back, just so we have a sense of who's on the stakeholder group and kind of the representation and makeup. Thank you.
Absolutely.
I did have another question around, I know there was a question around IEP services and the ability to provide those in person. Is there, are you able to provide kind of information about what the county requirements are at this time and what would it take, at what point will those services be able to be in person again?
At this point in time, for example, a speech and language pathologist could have a caseload of 50 students. And so when we were working with our MOU and we're working with the planning, it was not recommended that that person go from class to class or see 50 students and the kids go back into a classroom. So there are some changes now, and that's why I said that SLP and RSP services are remote virtual right now. That is what's in place at this moment, but that could change.
I guess my question is, under what circumstances would that change?
Well, right now, I think the cohorting situation is part of the problem. So Sue, do you have anything more to add to that?
Yeah, so I think initially when we were in tier levels that were with higher infection rates and we were negotiating the MOU, there was a concern for itinerant staff, such as, for example, SLPs, speech and language pathologists, who are going to have a large number of contacts. And there's a concern about that. The guidelines have changed. And so we are potentially taking a look at any changes to those services and whether they could be done safely in person, based on how many different, groups that they're going to see or how many individuals they see. But the current MOU does not require the services to be done directly in person due to the concerns about the large number of contacts. But given the board's new direction, obviously we will be going back and discussing this and other issues with SMETA and our union.
Great, thanks for that. And then just a couple of comments. So, I know that we're going to be developing a plan for a 5-day return for elementary and 4 to 5 days for middle school with updated guidelines. That doesn't necessarily mean, I know there was some comment around that, full return in May, not necessarily full return, but with kind of those parameters. I wanted to add a couple of pieces to that. One is, and I think Trustee Chin brought this up, but wanting to know if we could think about what the impact of, is there a world in which we could move more quickly with the students who are already in hybrid, and then having students who would, like to now opt in at a later date. And I know that there's a lot of things to think about when you're moving students and educators, and you want to minimize the amount of transition and all of that. And so I don't pretend to know all of the logistics that are going into every piece of that, but would just like to throw out there that I would like for that to be taken to something that is at least considered in thinking through the planning. Because I do think that if, for example, we were able to combine cohorts and then still leave an option for additional students to enter in a way that minimizes impact on our teachers and staff and the transition for kids, I think that would be great. And I also, the other piece that I want to share in terms of, as the planning for that happens, is that to make sure that we are thinking about our students who we have historically not serviced and we see those gaps continue to persist in the data that David shared tonight, and in the data, no matter what grade level we're talking about, no matter what subject we're talking about, we're always seeing the same trends. And so we know that there are students that need more support. And so I want to make sure that we're taking that into consideration. One thought is, is there a way to bring our students that are back more days a week, but still reserve, for example, afternoon time for students that need additional support? I know that was something we were planning to do originally with the hybrid model. How do we approach this differently, at least for the next couple of weeks, and maybe take some learnings into the fall? How do we approach this differently? We can't just give every kid the same thing, and that might not be a popular position to take, because I know everyone would love to have a full day or what have you, but everyone's not experiencing the same impacts, and we're not seeing the same data across groups and across individual students, and so that would be something that I would really, really, really hope that we think about as we're thinking about this plan, is how do we provide more support to students that we know need it? And that could be social and emotional, right? There's a lot of different data points that we can look at, and we can think about all of the different data points we have. And of course, we're asking our educators and our staff and our site administrators, for their input on that. But that's something I would like to see us prioritize. kind of in following that, you know, I think, David, thank you for all of, you know, the data. Did I say data? Thank you, David, thank you, whatever. David, thank you for all of the data. You know, it's always, I think it might have been Marcella who said, right, it's like, it's great, it's helpful to see, and it's not surprising, right? This is highlighting a lot of what we already know to be true about who's achieving and who's not, and you know, who's continuing to be left behind. And so I am looking forward to thinking about and hearing what initial, I don't know if you have any initial thoughts, and it's okay if not tonight. And I know it's late, so maybe we just wait. But you know, just having a real concrete plan, and we're kind of, I know that the team is already thinking about planning for addressing some of, you know, these equity gaps, but I hope that this data is something that's brought to the stakeholder group, right? Like, this is something that continues to drive our planning and our thinking about how we're bringing students back, and are there things that we need to do differently, because now is the time, I feel like, to think about how to do that. And so I guess it's kind of a question around, do we have some initial planning, but maybe it's a question that we hold off, unless there's something that you want to say about that now, David.
I appreciate the comments and the question. Yes, lots of thoughts. I just want to say, you know, balancing it against these upcoming changes and trying to figure out how you both you do that sort of intensive support work at the same time that you're literally reshifting the entire school. So I think we're going to pour most of our energy into the design for summer school and then the next school year in terms of where we can be the most strategic. So where we can, yes, but I think we'll be most strategic kind of in those time periods.
That makes sense. And then I did just want to, the only other comment I have, it's kind of a follow-up to what Trustee Corzo mentioned in the last agenda item around middle school, but I did just, and I actually think tonight was a pretty good example of, I guess, the kind of community that I hope that we are. I definitely felt like I saw a shift a bit in kind of just the tone of comments, generally speaking, but I did just, you know, want to address some of the community engagement because, you know, we've received hundreds of emails over the past week or so, and you know, I've shared this before, you know, everyone is going through this pandemic, and everyone has a lot of challenges and frustrations, and we're not always seeing eye to eye, and all of that is okay. But I feel like now is really, in these really difficult times, is the time where we determine what kind of community we are. Are we the community that says really demeaning things about our educators, that, you know, threatens to take all of our resources and leave the district, or you know, to recall the board, or are we the community that rallies together to support all of our students? The community that spoke up tonight about going into classrooms and moving desks as needed, that uplifts teachers and staff that have worked overtime and overboard, that advocates for what we need and what we want and what we believe is best, but with respect and the understanding that every single person sitting here and every single person sitting on the other side as public right now want what is best for their kid and every kid in this district. And so I just think it's important, as you're thinking before you hit send or before you make that comment, to really think about what kind of community we're going to be and what we're modeling for our students. How would we want our students to respond when these kinds of challenges present themselves on the playground, in the classroom? And what kinds of models are we going to be? And so I think it's important to continue to remember that, despite disagreements and not always being on the same page, that's okay. And yeah, so I'll kind of end with that, I guess.
excuse me. I want to just ditto everything that Trustee Watkins said. I think you said all of that really, really well. And I just wanted to kind of add that I'm in support of bringing more kids back to school as soon as possible. However, I have to say that the many emails that demanded that we open full-time immediately felt really unkind and not collaborative. This is not something that we just snap our fingers and it happens overnight. Thankfully, I think tonight's comments mostly felt like we were in this together. So I'm happy for what we've talked about tonight. This has been a process and we're taking another big step. I think we are all committed to a safe and healthy reopening process, and each time the plans change, there are many pieces of the puzzle that we have to figure out. So I thank the teachers, the classified staff, administrators, and district staff for all the hard work that got us to where we are today and the continued hard work that's going to get us to this next step. I would like to see families and teachers resurveyed so that when we come to the next meeting, we're well informed. I'd like to see elementary school students back in school 5 days per week. I'd like the schools to please use the parent volunteers that have offered help tonight. I think that's great, and I think it's wonderful. In terms of the data that was shared, my initial reaction is to ask, so now what? And so as much information that can be shared in the future about how we're addressing what the districts learned from the data would be great. And finally, I just wanted to thank everyone that spoke tonight, especially Paige, Grace, and Anshul. The student voice is so important, and thank you for being brave tonight to share your thoughts and experience. I'm looking forward to spring break and what comes after spring break, middle school, and more. So thank you.
Any other board member comments before we move on? Great. Oh, go ahead, Trustee Warren.
Some things to say. Yeah, I appreciate hearing more about where we stand in terms of reopening. And it's so exciting to hear that with the numbers of families that want to return, as well as where we stand in terms of tiers, that we can bring back more students like into a more full-time-ish schedule for middle school. I think that's great. I do feel that we also need to revisit and look at how many more days and how many more hours we can bring back our elementary students. And I know that that is in the process and is in the works, and I appreciate that. And I did hear Trustee Watkins ask for a timeline, or at least more so of a ballpark at least. And I'd like to hear that as well. I do understand that negotiations and meeting of minds between SMETA and the district don't exactly happen overnight, but it would be nice to be able to bring elementary school back to like a 5 day a week, 4 day a week, 5 day a week schedule before May 10th. Looking at the data, I think we should be embarrassed, to be quite frank. I am looking at those numbers for the RSP group, for the socioeconomic disadvantaged, for the English learners, for our other equity groups. How are we educating them? Are we educating them? What kind of services are we providing to support them? I mean, if this is showing us how students are doing in terms of distance learning, we need to do better. We need to do better. And I don't think that's any news to anybody here. I don't think this is news to anybody on this board. We have seen this data repeatedly. We've seen this, whether it's COVID times in distance learning or not. It is a concern. It is a concern to me that, like we heard at the last meeting from the Sanctuary Task Force members, how there are students still with failing Chromebooks that were district issued and failing hotspots that are prohibit or creating an issue and a barrier to accessing their education. And if we're distance learning and it's on a computer or over the internet, that does become a problem in my mind. You know, I'm also looking at some of the language around the survey. And when we talk about, you know, and asking students, do they know how to access help? And my third grader can tell you he knows exactly how to access the help. When I ask him, will you? I usually get a, why should I? I don't want to. And if we're looking at this data and we're extrapolating that to many more students, I mean, I can only imagine that you're going to have students in 6th, 7th, and 8th grade with similar responses. So to me, that is a concern. It's just that disconnect between knowing and actually doing, if that makes sense. I hope it does. You know, and just, I think we just need to continue to consider, you know, the mental health of our students, mental health of our educators, mental health of our staff, staying home, staying in this quasi shelter in place that we've been doing. I am concerned about the impact of not as much exercise during the day, and that how that ties to physical health and obesity amongst children, as well as their mental health. You know, I'm concerned about, you know, just the food insecurities. I'm concerned about just being able to access their education in every single, you know, just from not having appropriate or, you know, adequate internet to adequate equipment. That to me is a concern, and it spans all sorts of equity groups, as well as those who we don't historically consider underserved. So those are my concerns. I don't want to keep sounding like a negative Nelly, and I don't want to keep sounding like Debbie Depressive Downer here, but you know, I think these are concerns that we need to continue to look at in addition to celebrating our wins. So I would like to see if we can figure out some way to have some of our elementary hybrid students come back for more days or more hours and see if we can start those negotiations a bit sooner and see how far we can get with that. Thank you.
Wow. Okay. Let's see. I'm sorry. I'm just going to be like super honest right now. I don't think it's really helpful to have anyone on our board saying that we should be embarrassed, you know, as staff or, sorry, I'm just like struggling with this a bit because I understand that as a board, we need to ask questions. We are actively trying to address these educational gaps, these achievement gaps that we're seeing. But we have been doing years of work to get on the right path. And these are systems, not just our educational system, but our systems in all of our society. They were built in this way. And like, I'm not personally gonna bear that burden of of all that history, all of those decades, this huge system that took so long to build this way. I just think we got to be like really like solutions oriented and collaborative as a board, as staff, as community members, and like I just want us to like be conscious of like, you know, we just spent a little bit of time talking about how you know, it's been difficult, some of the feedback and advocacy we've been getting from parents and the tone. And so I want us to like keep that same energy for ourselves and especially as a board, I think we need to model that. But in terms of reopening, I think, you know, we asked already at the past 2 board meetings for, you know, resurveying of the families. I know the logistics of that are still not 100% concrete, but you know, we did a big list like this before. We already have a significant amount of our students in hybrid right now, so that means that there are less families to survey. We had staff making phone calls and, you know, not stopping until they connected with the family and made that choice, you know, of back in November, you know, and made the choice that was best for their family. And I think we, you know, we need to do that again now. There should be less families to survey. I also just wanted to say, in terms of, I mean, I ideally, like, if we can get more kids back sooner, that would be great. But I also want us to, like, stop and reflect on the fact that it's pretty likely that people will be traveling during spring break. And so giving time to see, like, what impacts that will have on COVID and its spread in the community, I think is something that we do need to be aware of and conservative about. Also, as a board, you know, we do have to make difficult decisions, and, you know, we have to be cautious. We have to. There's so many things that we need to consider, and I also, you know, just in terms of some of the emails that we've been getting, you know, we're very well aware that we were elected in these roles, and what, you know, what that means. And you know, there have been times where I know, I'll speak for myself, I know I'm not alone in this on our board, but there have been times where I don't even know if I want to continue to do this work, because it's so difficult already as it is. And on top of that, to have to deal with people being super condescending, disrespectful, like, it's just, you know, it's frustrating. But the reason that we do this is to help kids, and that's, you know, we're getting there, all as a community, as a district. Please, like, you know, trust that we're not just patting people on the back all the time. Like, we do ask questions, we do, you know, provide direction, and we'll continue to do that. And, you know, I'm hoping that, you know, in a couple weeks, the data is still going to be stable. We're still going to be in a good spot as a community, and you know, we'll be able to kind of, like, shake off some of this heaviness that our entire community and country and world has been, you know, surviving. So that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you guys, everybody, for your comments. I just want to just sort of summarize a little bit and just provide just brief comments. I think that what we've done in the past since January is sort of give space and time and patience to our district staff and our teachers and everyone to work out the logistics. We did that in January when we talked about middle school. We did that for elementary to get the MOU done. I think the direction tonight is, and I just want to summarize this in a minute, but the direction is to, you know, to basically give some space and to have the district staff come back to us on the 22nd with a plan with logistics to start on May 10th. I hear the call to go ahead and see, let's go ahead and if we can move faster. Absolutely, the cases are low. You look at the COVID cases and the numbers that come out every Tuesday, you know, we're predicting, or I would predict that we're going to be in yellow in 2 weeks, right? Our cases are really good. We'll probably see an uptick because of spring break, but the cases themselves are really good. Our vaccination numbers, 41% of the adults in San Mateo County have at least received their first shot. You know, everything is really looking good. And I get the need or the idea to sort of say, hey, let's go ahead and move faster and bring everybody in. But, you know, as, you know, I think it was Trustee Warren said, you know, or Trustee Proctor, I forget, you know, we can't just sort of flip a switch. We can't just move that quickly. There's a lot of things that have to happen. We are giving new direction tonight to basically open in a much fuller basis on May 10th, and we need some time to actually work it out. If we can make tweaks to the MOU for elementary to come in, for the cohorts, absolutely, let's do that, right? And if we need to call an emergency meeting before April 22nd meeting, because, you know, if all the stars align and everything works out and, you know, we can do it faster, then we will call an emergency meeting. But right now, I would just like to just let people know that we do need some space. We are making a major change here, and we want to, we just need some space to let the district staff, let our teachers, our principals, you know, do what they need to do to make this happen. I understand if people want to help, definitely. I hear the call. Reach out to your teachers, reach out to your principals, classified staff, even the district office. There's a lot of stuff going on in order to make this happen. And I just, you know, they're believe me, they've been working day and night on the weekends, and it is really difficult. So I know that, you know, whatever plan and whether it comes up is not going to make everyone happy, but we do need a little space to make sure that this gets done and done right. So with that, I'll stop my comments. I do want to thank everybody for your comments. Dr. Roses, do you have everything you need from us at this moment?
Sorry, yes. And I think several of you have reiterated the desires, and executives cabinet is on the line, and many of them hold those pieces, so they will hear what you're asking also, and we will move forward.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Roses, and everybody for all your hard work. We are going to move on to our next item, which is actually our update on action on the superintendent search. Before we do that, or Peter, while you bring in Aida, hopefully she'll raise her hand and you can bring her in as promoter, as a panelist. Trustee Corzo, would you mind doing a language translation announcement again?
Gracias a todos por seguir en esta reunión. Si aún ocupan traducción, si la tenemos disponible, por favor levanten la mano y también pueden empujar el mundo en su pantalla para empezar la traducción en español. Gracias.
Thank you, Trustee Corzo. And welcome, Aida. Aida is our lead consultant on the superintendent search. And I know you have a presentation, but so take it away.
Okay, the other thing is Bill Hewitt and Nicole Anderson, if they can be brought into it as panelists, they'll support the presentation. If I can have the district put the slides on so that we can begin.
And can I ask everyone else to make sure you're on mute so that there's no extra feedback, please?
Okay. Tonight, I'm going to give the report on the information we collected from the stakeholders. So if I can show the next slide. We conducted meetings from March 8th through March 18th. We had 15 Zoom meetings with district staff. It included teachers, classified and administrative, community members. We had 3 community meetings in English and Spanish. We spoke to elected officials, board members. We had committee meetings with DLAC, special ed, ETC, and so on. So we met with 10 different groups representing 215 individuals. I think what I really want to emphasize here is that we spoke, we had more than probably about 179 online surveys that will be included in the final report. Tonight, it's an executive summary. And that means that we looked at the 4 survey questions. Next slide. And this is what we asked all the individuals. We asked what was great about the community, what was great about the schools or the district. And we use this information to assist us in recruiting quality candidates. The last two questions had to do, what are the issues that the new superintendent would be aware of? And what are the characteristics, skills, attributes that the new superintendent should possess to be successful? Next slide. On question number 1, this is a summary of what some of the themes that kept coming up. It's not all inclusive. There is no way we could have included every comment that was made. So what we do is we look at those things that continue to pop up in the different meetings. So on question 1, what's great about the community? The parents are very supportive with the school, very involved with the schools, the diversity in the community, the commitment to equity, the weather, the dedicated staff, community partners who want to work with the schools. It's close to San Francisco, the city, the quality of life, a very engaged community, a vocal community, the largest district in San Mateo County, and relationships are prioritized. So that those things kept coming up. Next slide. What's great about the schools? Next slide. Okay. Great teachers, dedicated staff, the dual immersion programs, both the Spanish and the Mandarin, the committed teachers who really care about serving students, the diversity in educational programs, the PTAs support the schools, the Ed Foundation, the supports the needs of the students, good supportive parents, culturally and ethnically diverse, many languages spoken, enriching the experience in the community, and we have wonderful and engaged students. So those are all the positives that came and themes, but they're not all inclusive. There's many more comments that were made, but there's no way we can put all these comments in the executive summary. The next slide had to do with the issues. What are those things that a new superintendent is going to be facing when coming to San Mateo Foster City Union School District? There's a large achievement gap between students of privilege and historically marginalized students. Loud voices of vocal minority that don't represent the whole community. Want a focus on communication from top down and across schools. There's a different, let's see. There's a lot of different things between sites. So they're saying there's inequity between the school sites. COVID-19 and returning everyone safely to school. I think we heard a lot about that tonight. School lunches should be nutritious. Communication and transparency have been an issue district-wide. Hiring and retention of quality teachers. The special education audit. Inclusion plan. Technology access for those who do not have it for vulnerable students and families. Race, equity, the anti-Asian issue. And next slide. What are the characteristics, skills, or attributes that the new superintendent should possess to be successful? We heard speak Spanish, a decisive leader in the context of equity work, open communicator, listens, a humble leader, open-minded, someone who's familiar with the community like ours, both social, economically, and through diversity. Honest transparency, can admit mistakes, values people, is decisive, an equity leader, and thinks outside the box. These were, next slide. These were the themes that kept, okay, no, never mind. Go back to the last slide. These were the things that were coming up throughout the different Zoom meetings and our telephone calls with different individuals. One of the things that we will have to the board on Monday and have it to the district is the final executive report, the full report with all the comments from all the different groups, all the comments from the online surveys. And as I stated, we had over 179 responses on the online survey. We had it both English and Spanish. We had an 89-page report that will be provided to the district and to the board. And it will also be provided to any of the candidates so that they can read the results of the stakeholder report. Are there any questions? Bill, Nicole, do you want to add anything?
Yeah, I'll just kind of agree with your comment about the executive summary. Never can capture everything. It's what we hear over a number of groups. It's what we hear repetitively with different stakeholder groups. There are some stakeholder groups that have their own issue that might be strong within that group, but it wasn't repeated in other groups. So it is really important for the board and the candidates and anybody that's interested to read the whole report. But for purposes of the executive summary, these are the main items that kind of happened across the board. It did. They happened across the board, or almost, or most of the groups would say these comments.
Nicole, do you want to add anything?
Bill read my mind. I mean, it was really important to, I think, have context of the executive summary and the themes that kept coming up. I think what I appreciated is some of those themes aligned with some of the criteria that I think the board saw in terms of some of the things they wanted in the attributes, characteristics. I thought that was really interesting about how aligned it was with what the board's vision was too. So
good point.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, and like I said, the final report will be provided to the district on Monday so that it's available to community and the board members. Okay. Should I go on to the next item?
Yes, thank you. If you wouldn't mind just, yeah, why don't you finish the presentation, then we'll go to clarifying questions and public comment and then board comments at the end.
Okay. Next slide. Okay. One of the things that we want to reiterate is the stakeholder interview committee procedures. The interview committee, the responsibilities of this group will be that any member that's on the stakeholder group must sign in the interview committee must sign a confidentiality agreement. The stakeholder interview will be conducted via Zoom because due to the restrictions that currently exist. The committee identifies the strengths and concerns of the candidates. The committee does not rank the candidate. They have to be available for both days once we determine the interview dates. Right now we have 2 different weekends floating around, but once the board decides which weekend, we'll have that interview timeline set. The availability for both days will be determined probably at the next board meeting, so that when the individuals agree to be on this committee, they'll have a better idea of when the interview is going to take place and when they should be available. Next slide. Okay, the board selection of the committee is, the size of the committee shouldn't be more than 12 to 14 members. The board determines which groups would be invited to participate. For example, at the district level, it would be teachers, classified, confidential, administrative. At the community level, it would be committee members, parents, students, and you could even invite council members if you so choose. You have to determine how many from each group. So, and you try to balance between district staff and the parents and community and students. If you want students on the committee, you will determine at the committee level you will determine at the community level how many and which members are going to be selected. So if you have, let's just say you're going to have 7 parent and community members and 14 individuals want to be on the panel, then the board is going to have to either draw names, do some kind of lottery in selecting the individuals to participate. At the district level, it's going to be self-selection. We recommend that the teachers select the teachers that they want, classified selects their representatives, confidential selects theirs, and the administration selects theirs. Next slide. Okay. On April 22nd, at the board meeting, that's when we'll finalize the selection of the stakeholder committee members. You'll have a better idea of individuals who want to be on the committee. We'll review the interview dates and time, and we'll review the interview process again. And the stakeholder interview committee will, once again, is charged with providing the strengths and concerns about the candidates. They will not rank the candidates. They will give you their questions or concerns and the strengths of each of the candidates. Next. Okay. The next day in closed session, the board has a special meeting and you'll review the list of the candidates. You'll review the information that's being provided by the consultants. The board will then select the candidates that they wish to interview. And the interviews will be held by the board on both days. And more than likely, the stakeholder committee will conduct the interviews via Zoom on one day. So that's right now what we have. It could change. It all depends on the health restrictions or what is going to be recommended by the health department there in the county. Next slide. Okay, so that kind of encompasses what the stakeholder interview committee is going to look like, the dates that are coming up, the number of individuals that can be on, that should be on the committee. It really shouldn't be more than 12 to 14. And we'll give you more information as at your next meeting, and make sure that all stakeholders that are being recommended to participate sign the confidentiality, and that includes the board. Board members will be asked to sign the confidentiality agreement, and any of the members that wish to participate in being on the panel to interview the candidates, they'll be asked to sign the confidentiality agreement there at the district office. Any questions?
Thank you, Aida. I have a bunch of clarifying questions, but I want to open up to the board first. Does anybody have any clarifying questions you'd like to ask?
I have a couple. One is in terms of, so you mentioned at the April 22nd board meeting is when we will finalize the selection of the stakeholder committee. So I guess we would then need to put the word out there, like basically now, for people to apply. Okay, so it's not something we'll talk about at the next meeting. We're actually selecting people.
You'll actually select individuals.
Okay, and just we have received some emails with people that are that want to do it, and so to those people we have received your email. But I think we should probably, as a board, formalize some official spread the word type of a thing, communication, so that people other than
those sitting in this meeting know about it. My second question was just in terms of like, can you tell us have you received any resumes yet, or do we have people applying? I'm just curious for like a general update.
We do have individuals who have applied. It has run in EdCal, in Access EdCal, the last 2 weeks. It has one more week to run. And I think both Bill and Nicole will agree with me. We won't see the majority of applications till a week before it closes. People are gathering their letters of reference and putting together their application. Because on the application, remember, they have to address the criteria that the board has come up with and how best they meet that criteria. So they have to write to the application.
So just to chime in, there's about 11 so far that have applied, but it's still like early, as Aida said. So just giving you a sense of what's in as of right now, but there'll be lots more.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'll let somebody else ask questions.
Yeah, and also Allison, there are several who we're in contact with because we do the recruiting piece, so they also are kind of pending. So there's folks that we know are considering too that we can think of, and then there's ones we don't know of. So yeah, but good question.
Thank you.
Any other clarifying questions from the board? Okay. So just to reiterate, so we just went over the executive summary of the community input, which is great. Thank you very much. And it's an 89-page document that we will receive, and we will, the district will receive it. And then when we receive it, we will put it up on our website so everybody can go through with a fine-tooth comb if they want to. Is that,
yes.
That's the process?
Yes, and the other thing I want to reiterate is the comments that were made online. We did not change correct spellings or grammar. It is how people wrote. We just eliminate any curse words or any disparaging remarks that are made to individuals.
Thank you. And then also all the names, I'm assuming are removed, or are the names actually there?
They're taken out.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Second question is the committee that you're asking for, and I know we'll have this as part of our discussion after public comment. We are basically, you're asking us to vote on narrowing down the groups that we want in this panel. And from so from my understanding of what you presented, there is a panel interview process, and we are going to include, as you're recommending, a number of different groups, whether it's teachers, classified, administrators, also community members. There may be some other groups we might want to add members to if they want to do that, or if we want to do that. But generally speaking, and we have received emails from people who want to participate, community members, which is great. So thank you everybody from the community. We haven't necessarily responded because I just want to clarify the process. So we have probably about 6 or 7 people who have raised their hand or submitted an email saying that they would like to participate. That's at the moment. And I'm assuming we're not interviewing them to be on the panel. Is there a recommendation of how we go ahead and pick them? Do you have that recommendation? Is it?
One of the things that boards have done in the past is if they have more than the number of individuals they want for a committee, they'll randomly select names from a hat, put everyone's in a hat, and they'll draw names at a public meeting so that everyone's aware that a name is being drawn. Bill, Nicole, what other ways have you all seen?
Well, I think that the composition of the committee is where you start with this issue. Typically, we have a committee of anywhere from 12 to 15 members. And typically, although not always, half of them are school employees and half of them are parents and community. On the school and community side, most boards have the teachers union, the classified union, and the administrators appoint their people to that panel. If you had 15, for instance, you might have 3 teachers, 2 classified, and 2 administrators. The classified appoint their 2, the teachers appoint their 3. You may give them some guidance, like you want them from different grade levels or different schools in different regions. That's always possible. With administration, however, oftentimes the board will ask principals to appoint 1 person, and then the board typically will appoint 1 district level administrator to the position that they want to have, a particular input. A lot of times it's the business manager. Sometimes it may be the curriculum deputy superintendent. It gets a little more there. So that's pretty much the way most boards do that. Wouldn't you say, gang? Isn't that kind of the way most boards do the staff size? Yeah. Now on the community side, Aida's right. There's a lot of different ways it can be done. It's up to you. You can, if you have a lot of volunteers, some boards like to give everybody a chance, and they pull the names, they just pull the names out of the hat. The pro of that is everybody has a chance. The downside of that is you may not have representation that you want. So some boards will appoint people from different entities, just like they did on the staff side. You may have 1 or 2 from your PTA coordinating council. You may have 1 or 2 from DLAC. You may have 1 or 2 people from your foundation. You may have 1 or 2 people from one of your community health partners. Some places have the mayor on it. That's something you have to discuss tonight and just see how you want. The third way I've seen it is board members themselves appoint a person. So there's really kind of 3 ways. One way is to do this random, take it out of a drum. The other way is to ask the different entities to have people come forward. And then the third way is for the board to appoint the people personally to them. And they usually do that out of their area. So you have area representation. And that's how that works. Anything else, either Nicole, excuse my voice here, Nicole or Aida on the committee?
I think you've covered it. I think reiterating what I know this board has always asked for is just making sure you have good representation of your community.
Yeah.
And very important with regards to why you even chose this open process, right, is that this is a group that will give feedback, right, on strengths and concerns. They won't rank again. I think it's important, but to hear their feedback is important, because also as they are one of the many criteria you have to make a final decision, it also is the group that will be welcoming your new superintendent, right? And probably locking arms with them as well. So it's important, like your community partners, right? You all have your different task force. I think it's important for that. But then also I want to mention the student piece, which sometimes is tougher with the younger,
thank you.
Yeah, the younger kids, because you have the elementary district, typically, people lean to the high schoolers, but I think, you all know your kids. I know I've met a few brilliant ones who I can think of who could be right on that panel and run it and probably do this search and be the superintendent, as a matter of fact, right? But definitely and continue to think about the kids, right? Because I think their voices this is a great opportunity to infuse student voice, and they've been able to do it. They've been able to hang and
right.
it could be a long 2 days. I think, what Aida mentioned earlier is this is a commitment for 2 days. So you also want to keep that in mind, that it's not a one person come one day and another person come and represent that same group. It's the same person for potentially 2 days, depending on how you structure your interview. So
yeah,
actually,
right.
yeah. Can we clarify that? Because I know on the calendar you have the tentative interview dates as either Friday, April 30th and Saturday, May 1st, or Friday, May 7th and Saturday, May 8th. And so anyone who's going to volunteer to be on this committee, whether they're administrator or they represent the school district or they're a community member, we're asking them basically to commit 2 full days to this. Is that correct?
Yes. So the thing is, the board should decide, do you want to interview the last day of April and first day of May, or do you want to interview May 7th and 8th?
Okay. Okay. Okay, those
So,
are the.
so I do have one question for Aida, I think. During COVID, we have been doing Zoom interviews with the panels, and sometimes we do those all in one day.
Right.
Sometimes it's pretty tough to do, to be honest. You really have to, stack them all up. But we have done that. Typically, we don't. Typically, we only do 3 candidates a day. But that's when we've normally been in person. So, that's also there. We have to, I think we better talk about that tonight.
Yeah, well, one of the things I was thinking of, Bill, is you know how most of the time we have the stakeholder committee panel in a room and
right.
interview, right? Well, I'm thinking, kind of outside the box, why not have the Zoom meeting take place during that time that we normally have them conduct the interview in person, so that we could keep the same kind of schedule that we have in the past, where the stakeholder interviews in the morning and then the board interviews in the afternoon. So it's just a matter of logistics, getting that set up, and
I think that's the way we're all doing. Yeah.
So just to clarify, at least for the community who would be willing to sort of put their name in the hat, as I'll just say put their name in the hat, is that they should be willing to be able to give up 2 days. It may be less, but we'll go from there. And then last question, of course, the interviews are completely, even though they're on Zoom, it's confidential. It's not a public meeting. Is that right?
That's correct.
Correct. That's
okay.
correct.
So, okay. All right. Those are my clarifying questions. Does anybody have any other clarifying questions before we go to public comment? No. Okay. Peter, would you mind opening up public comment for us on this item?
Absolutely. Those who would like to make public item on agenda item 6.1, update and action on the superintendent search, please use the raise your hand functionality within Zoom now. Okay, President Chin, we have 2 so far. The first one will be Randy. After that will be a person identified with the initials AF. Randy, you're first. Go ahead.
Hi, good evening again. I spent around 90 minutes with, I believe it was Mr. Hewitt, to attend the first community member session, which I believe was held on March 10th. It was a robust discussion among many attendees, and there were some consistent themes that emerged about what the community wanted in our next superintendent. There are several things that are listed on the slide for question number 4 that weren't mentioned in our session. And this is to be expected because stakeholder groups included staff, CDAC, and DLAC, in addition to 3 community sessions. However, there were a couple of really consistent themes that rose to the top from the session that I attended that are completely missing from this slide. And I wonder why. The things that I recall that were mentioned repeatedly was the need to have a superintendent that is strategic. The word that wasn't used was the word that was used was strategic, not decisive per se, strategic. And importantly, one that is willing to collaborate and knows how to meaningfully engage with parents as stakeholders and volunteers. I would like the board to ask whether the March 10th session was a one-off and these themes were not mentioned in any other session, or otherwise, why are these important themes omitted from the list? Thank you.
Thank you, Randy. Next, we'll have Marcella. Marcella, go ahead.
Hi, thank you. I look forward to seeing the complete result, the complete report when it is published. And I just wanted to give, as a parent and community member, my input on how the board might want to consider the appointments of the community stakeholders. I appreciated Nicole's comments about making sure that we have equal and kind of representative diversity on that committee. And as one of the first people that emailed you to ask to be on it, I would love to be on it, but I really think what matters the most is that it's not about who sent the email first or if you got those emails earlier, because those are those of us that were on that meeting and heard that particular call. I think the call needs to go out. It needs to be in multiple places so that people that don't ordinarily come to these meetings know that there's the opportunity for them to contribute. I think that the board is in a good position to potentially even send out invites, because you're hearing from people. I think that our community, our family community workers know the families that maybe aren't showing up here but have a lot to say and could make a really big difference in the selection of the superintendent. So as you're making the decision, I do hope that you consider that representation and make sure that it is equitable, as opposed to those of us that sent you the email. Thanks.
Thank you, Marcella. Okay, President Chin, we have no other hands for public comment for this item.
Great. Thank you, everyone who provided comments. I'm going to officially close public comment period for this item and open it up to board discussion. We do need to discuss sort of the committee makeup and then also vote on it. So that's what we have to do, hopefully in the next few minutes. So does anybody want to go first? Anybody wants to? Go ahead, Trustee Proctor.
Because I can't stand silence. Okay, I wanted to ask, hold on, let me collect my thoughts. Okay, in terms of the, I have one more question. In terms of the community interview panel, how does their feedback get collected? Do they then meet, or do they send in written comments, or how does it work?
Nicole, why don't you answer that question?
So if I heard you correctly, Trustee Proctor, is the stakeholder interview panel, how do we collect their feedback, basically?
Yeah.
So
yeah.
Yeah, so there are interview questions that guide that discussion. And so they listen, to each candidate, share, they take their notes. And then what we do is we actually have a debriefing session where we actually go around it's a whole process to it. And literally we collect all the strengths, right? And then we also collect all of the kind of areas of growth or concerns so that there's a balance, and every single person on that stakeholder interview panel gives that input. And so then what we do is collectively take all of that. And as we meet with you as a board, before you deliberate and make your decisions, we give you that information. We actually take time to rush and go print them all out and get them all ready for you, so you can literally have them available for each candidate. And so you actually see it, but you only see strengths and you see concerns. And that's what you see for every single candidate. So you'd have one sheet for each, like a summary. And then we actually take all of the paperwork back. So as they, if we're doing this in person, of course, if they're on virtual, then we're just kind of dictating that information as well. So we still take that information and then provide that to you. So I hope that helps.
That's helpful. I was curious, like how do we get that information?
Yeah, we provide it for you. And by the way, one of the things that's really nice about us being in that space is we help facilitate, but they're doing the interviews, and we talk about who asks questions, you name it. But our job is also to get context. So even though you might get like a summary, right, and we'll have a list of like bullet points, right, we'd actually give you context because we were in the room, because you may have questions like, well, what did this mean? Why did this come up? Mm-hmm. And so we would then give more context, because there may be things that they hear and see that you may have questions about. So that's why it's really important in that report that we give you the context of those comments. And so, but again, they don't rank. So that's really important, although they will try.
Okay. Thank you. And then can someone address Randy's question about the March 10th session, and whether those like strategic and collaborative, were those themes that you were picking up in other sessions, or that was a one-off, or what?
I know that she mentioned it was in Bill's meeting that he facilitated. As we stated in the beginning, we looked at the prevailing themes from all the different groups, not just one group. But her information, or the information that Bill collected from that group, will be in the final report. So it's not, we didn't do away with it. We didn't eliminate it. It's going to be in the report under that community meeting. So they'll be able to see the responses we received from all different groups from the 15 Zoom meetings that we conducted.
Yeah, and if I can, am I on? Yeah, can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I was just looking at my notes, and there were several notes that talked about having somebody who had a proven track record in getting things accomplished and doing them. Mentioning about being at a tipping point, must be confident to come into the district and be able to move the district forward. Recognizes people are tired, but will inspire us to move forward. So yeah, I think this was the sanctuary group. We did have a great meeting. I really appreciated their comments. The member who mentioned, she did mention a word that I don't think that I captured quite as well, Aida, which was to be strategic. I think it's implied in all my notes here, but I think it would be helpful if we can make that change. We can go ahead and make sure that's in my notes. Now, those weren't comments, I have to say, though, that I heard from other groups. I did hear it very strongly from this group about being an action-oriented, proven track record, strategic. I do remember that us talking about strategic. Somehow that I didn't put that word down, and I think we should make sure the final report has that in it.
Can you clarify again the meeting? Because you mentioned sanctuary task force. I just want to make sure we're talking about the same stakeholder group.
I think it was. I'm just in. Was I correct in that? Do you think?
She mentioned it was the community meeting, the
Yeah,
March community meeting.
Oh, it was the community meeting. Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what. Okay, I'll have to check my notes on that. Yeah. March 10th community meeting.
Mhm.
Let me take a look here. Because I did two community meetings. I did was the March 10th the first one?
Mhm. Okay, Bill will review that, and if we need anything, we'll go ahead and add it. But as you said, I mean, he conducted quite a number of meetings, and I conducted, and Nicole, and it wasn't necessarily something that was stated in all the meetings or in the majority of the meetings, or it wasn't a consistent thing. But if upon review we see that, hey, it was, I mean, but like I said, this is just a summary.
Okay.
Thank you. In the report will be there.
Thank you, guys. I'm just wondering, so I don't know if there's any other board discussion. I know we have to kind of figure out sort of the groups here, and I just want to be cognizant of the time because I know that we are still going to meet afterwards in closed session too. So do we have any sort of recommendations on the groups at all? Does anybody want to chime in and talk about the specific group that they definitely want? I kind of just while Trustee Proctor was asking a question, ran down sort of a list. And if we're looking at 12 to 14 people, we have a lot of groups, which I think would love to be part of it. And I'll just run them down, but I have like 12 already. So I actually think we need multiples of certain groups. So I'll just run them down, and then you guys can, let's, sort of wrap it up. But district office staff, principals, teachers, classified staff members, some equity task force, sanctuary task force, PTA or PTA council, Ed Foundation, CDAC, DLAC, parents, students. I don't know if there's any other groups, other task force that we have. I think it'd be nice to ask our representatives from the city councils, but I actually, well, I mean, I don't want to speak for them, but I know it's a big commitment to actually preserve those 2 days. So do you guys have any ideas Any comments? What you want?
Well, I'll add to your list is because you've hit most kind of typical groups, but others to consider. Sometimes because you're a feeder district to the high school district, sometimes people invite the high school the superintendent of the kind of feeder district in that partnership. Not all the time. It's not all that always happens, but you mentioned
sometimes
city
they do.
leadership. Yeah, but sometimes. So that might be a thought. And then also community. I'm not sure if I heard like the community members as a whole. When I say community, you have a lot of different partners. So I was thinking about, that might be, you have a long list already, but community partnerships is the one I thought of.
That's 14 categories that I have here.
Yep.
So I know that some people will probably be duplicative. I actually do recognize what Marcella said. I think that when we talk about the parents, we could break them up even more from elementary and middle, or Title I versus, or large schools versus small schools, or Montessori, or, magnet programs. I think, or immersion programs. I think we could even break those up even more. But I'm sort of looking for guidance from the rest of the board in terms of what you guys want to do. Go ahead.
I think that those are the same categories I had on my list here too. So I guess it's just determining the number for me, but open to whatever.
Does anybody want to take a stab at it, or okay? I am just going to start taking a stab at this then, considering the silence in our Zoom room. Bill, you had mentioned one, maybe district office, maybe 2 principals, maybe 3 teachers. How many classified? Let's just say 2 for right now. Equity task force, Synchro task force would be 1, maybe 1 PTA council, 1 Ed Foundation, CDAC, DLAC. I'm going to hold parents and community for second, and 1 high school. So 1, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, not including parents, students, or community members.
Yeah, I would say 1 principal rather than 2. Okay. All right, that's typically what you see.
Okay.
And then with your community, you will have to do some dual purposing, I think. For instance, if you pick somebody from PTA and DLAC, those are parents. So you don't have to have a double allocation for that.
Okay. I mean, I do think that some people who obviously would be either on the equity task force or sanctuary task force could pull double duty and represent different categories here. I don't think that'd be the case for the Ed Foundation or obviously the high school. Yeah,
I think if you're going to sacrifice anything, probably it will be the high school.
Okay.
Because that's not a direct stakeholder; it's one step away.
And then for students wise, I mean, we are an elementary middle school district, although I would say that, I've met some of our 8th graders, presidents of our middle schools that, could probably do it. Maybe really would be a great experience for them. So, but I wouldn't, I would probably say maybe just 1, because I think that that's a commitment.
Right.
Do we want to, considering the time, I mean, is there a way to sort of leave this flexible but still move on, or I'm not sure, or do we really need to vote? We need to vote.
So my advice is to try to determine it tonight, because you have to take action at your next board meeting. It's a committee of the board, and the Brown Act requires that you name it. And if you haven't somewhat determined what the positions are, and possibly who the candidates are, it'll take you too much time, and it'll be difficult to do at the next meeting. So I think you got the staff side done, don't you?
Yeah.
Ken, you got the staff. I think let's start with that and see if the board concurs with it. You've got 3 teachers, 2 classified, and you'll ask the unions for those, right? And you have 2 administrators, 1 district office, and one principal, and you ask the principals to put the principal up. So is that okay with the board for the staff side?
Okay.
I actually wanted to.
Go ahead.
I wanted to make a request for a specific person from the district office, because I think this person is like uniquely positioned in our district right now and leading a lot of the work that we need to continue doing, and kind of holds multiple roles. So I would love.
What position is that then?
It's our English learner coordinator.
Okay. All right. So then one of the board members suggested that the English language coordinator be the district office administrator that's on the panel. Does that sit well with the rest of the board? It's very typical for the board, to go ahead and pick the district office one. Yeah. Okay.
I think
you have half of the equation done. All right. So now
sorry. Noelia, trust your question. I'm sorry, you were saying if that person is
I was saying I want to be mindful, because it's a big time commitment, and so I think she would be great, but if she doesn't have bandwidth to take that on, I think I don't want to appoint her without her wanting to do it. So that's my suggestion. But if we obviously can't force anyone to do it, but yeah.
Yep. Okay, that's fine. So we have 7.
Okay. Then if you have a student, that's number 8, correct?
Yep.
Okay. Now let's go to the community side. All right. So what I hear the board talking about, or at least the president of the board talking about, is trying to get representation, using the representation model of different agencies, if you will, or different entities. And so what are those, Kenneth, what was your list of entities?
And let me just, I'm going to add some people that I think we need to anyways, which is someone from the PTA Council. I think that would be important. And then also someone from the Ed Foundation. I think that's really important too. So that's already 2 there. So basically we're at 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We're at 10. We're at 10. We still have to talk about Equity Task Force, Sanctuary Task Force, CDAC, DLAC, and then just the overall parents or community as well. So we're at 10. So I don't necessarily know.
All right. So give me the other groups real quick. The Equity Task Force, right?
Sanctuary Task Force,
Sanctuary,
CDAC, DLAC.
What is CDAC? I know what DLAC is. What is CDAC? Special ed?
Education.
Yeah. Okay. So if you had 1 each from those, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 6 out of your 7 community and parent people. And most of these people, not all of them, but most of them are going to be parents, right? PTA will be parents, not all of them really. The Equity Task Force, on the Equity Task Force and the Sanctuary Task Force, a lot of those are staff members, right?
True, but I think that there are, but we could limit the requirement to be parents.
Right, or community.
Yeah.
That's what I was going to say. You better say, I want somebody from your group, but it needs to be a parent or a community member, correct?
Okay.
Yeah. All right. And then you have, so if you did it that way, if you took 1 from DLAC, 1 from the Special Ed Advisory Committee, 1 from Sanctuary, 1 from your Equity Task Force, 1 from the Ed Foundation, and 1 from PTA, then you've got 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 members. So you have one more to fill if you want to.
Well, how about
So
somebody
now-
who's not on a committee? I mean, not everybody's on a committee, but might
Wouldn't
have
that
some
be a student too?
valid.
Or a student? Oh, sorry.
Okay.
I have a delay on my end.
I was just thinking not everybody's on a committee, so, and there's probably some community members that have some valid input and perspective, so maybe we
Do you
can
want to
reserve.
draw one name out of a hat for anybody who wants to? At least then people have a chance.
Go ahead, Trustee
Also, is
Corzo.
there a student on the list that you just ran through? We don't know, right? Or there was?
There was one student. There were 7 staff members, 1 student, and now we're working on the 7 community.
Okay,
parent.
perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Right. So what do you want to do with the last position?
Considering, I mean, so this is my recommendation. And I'm open to the board for, discussion. Considering that Trustee Proctor and I have already received 6 or 7 people who are willing to submit their names, and considering that if we do spread the word that, hey, there's a possibility here for additional outreach for people to participate in this, we may get more. I would probably say let's just do 2, or I mean, that position would add to another, just add another parent position or community position.
And randomly pick it, correct?
Yes. Yeah. So
Okay.
for those community
Okay.
ones, I would,
Okay.
Yeah. I mean,
All right.
ideally, I would say just like what our public commenter Marcelo was talking about, and saying it'd be great to get some people from, the different schools or the different groups.
Yeah, I know. You kind of have
to
to choose one way or the other, because you don't have a big enough number of
Yeah.
seats to do everything. Yeah.
Yeah.
And most boards do what you're doing. Most boards do exactly what you're doing. So you're right in the mainstream. It's good to have representation from your different entities that represent parents and community, and that's what you've done. And then you also are giving an opportunity. I would, just as a little aside, that if one of these groups can't find somebody, okay, then I would add to your random pick. Okay.
Okay.
And you can make that decision at the next meeting.
I wanted to make a suggestion. Evan Jones is the executive director of the Mid-Peninsula Boys and Girls Club. They're one of our community partners, and they support students mostly from our Title I schools with after-school care. And I think like that's kind of like a unique community partner that, they work among like different school sites, and yeah, just like a partnership we need to strengthen, and I think yeah, I think he'd be great, but I don't know.
I'm open to it, although we just have to decide on who else gets sort of cut, and not, I don't say it like that, but I mean, we have so many spots that we need to fill. One other question is, how does the rest of the cabinet fall into this? Is there an opportunity, like, is there a second round where the cabinet comes in to actually do some interviews? No, this is it. So it's this community panel, we also interview, and then maybe we have a second interview, the board, but otherwise that's it.
Right.
Yeah.
So I did want to make a comment. I think it's fine, the district administrator that you wanted to pick. Typically, you do pick one person from cabinet. I don't know if that person's on cabinet or not.
I don't think this person is part of the cabinet. So
normally there's one cabinet person who is on, and the board picks that person.
To me, I don't know, Trustee Corzo, I know that you're recommending the ELL coordinator, which I think is a really good choice, but I also feel like we do need someone from cabinet just so that there's some representation there. But I don't know.
Yeah,
That's
I mean,
giving
I
up.
agree. Our EL coordinator also is like leads our DLAC in our sanctuary task force. So like that is potentially, yeah, that's flexible, I think.
Okay. Is there a cabinet member that we want to ask for this then to also help out?
So I'll give one suggestion to think about is, maybe you have your original person that you're thinking of. And then keep in mind also that while you also have external applicants, you may have internal ones. And so you also want to be mindful of if that didn't work, you're going to have maybe a plan B. So sometimes it's nice not to pull cabinet members, but also it sounds like you have someone that seems really involved and very, as Noya mentioned. So, but just throwing that out there as a thought consideration.
Okay.
I agree with that, Nicole. That's what I was thinking. What about like Sue? She's our, she does HR and this is a superintendent search. So,
Oftentimes it is.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's
That's
just
not
having
unusual.
multiple.
It's not unusual at all to have the HR assistant superintendent or top director, the cabinet level HR person, be the one. It's usually either them, the curriculum person, or the CBO.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right now, you don't have to decide which of the district administrators, but just have that you're going to have a district office administrator.
Okay. Considering the time, it sounds like we are narrowing down. Bill, I think, or does someone have a list and that you want to just read off to us, and then we can kind of go from there. I think we are.
You're very close. Okay, you're close enough. How about that?
Yeah. Why don't you read it? That's good.
You have 3 teachers, and I would and you want the teachers union to pick them. You also want to tell the teachers union that you want it from different grade levels and different parts of the district, and they'll accommodate you on that. In other words, you don't want all 3 teachers from the same school site, and you also don't want them all 3 to be 8th grade teachers. Okay.
Yeah.
You're going to have 2 classified. Do you have 1 classified union or 2?
1.
You have 1. So your classified union will pick 2 representatives. And again, you want to tell them, don't pick a job alike. Okay. Don't pick, 2 school secretaries. Okay. Pick 2 different jobs for it. You're not going to get coverage with just 2, but you don't want both of them to be the same. You're going to have 2 administrators. One is a principal, and you'll ask the principals to pick that person. And then the other person is a cabinet level, and the board still has to pick that position. And then you'll have 1 student. Okay. All right. So are we good so far? I think we are.
I'm sorry, how many principals did you say?
One principal.
Yes.
One principal.
District
Okay.
student. Okay. Yep.
All right. Then you're going to ask the PTA to have somebody from their probably their coordinating council. Okay. You're going to have somebody from the one of the people from the Ed Foundation on their directors. They have a board of directors, I think. Somebody from that group. You have an equity task force. And by the way, the first 2 probably will be a community person, but these need to be all parent or community members, not employees. Okay. So because we're on the community side of the equation. So the next one is your equity task force. This should be a parent or a community member from the equity task force. The next one is sanctuary. Same thing there. It should be a community member or a parent who's on the sanctuary task force. Somebody from the, I used to call it the special ed citizens advisory committee, but I think it has a different name these days. But anyhow, a parent, special ed parent from that committee. Okay. And a parent from DLAC. And then you have 1 position left that you're going to pick at random is where it was left. Okay, with the people, you've had many people volunteer and you'd like to at least give them an opportunity. If one of these 6 groups cannot fill the position, then you'll go ahead and pick another person at random out of that random pool. That's a good way. That's good. You guys did a great job. I know it took a little bit, but you did a good, nice job.
There was the one representative from Trustee Corzo had mentioned from the community, the Boys and Girls Club. Was that right, Trustee Corzo?
So if you wish to do that, then that would be an 8th community member. Now you can do that if you want. You're just going to have more community than you will staff, but I don't know. It's pretty even.
I think that's fine, honestly.
Yeah.
Considering we're not meeting in person, it's by Zoom. It's essentially like this.
It'll be fine. It'll be fine. So you want to, then we add one more community person, and that's the representative from the Boys and Girls Club, because that's an important partnership with the school district. Good.
Did we talk about DLAC, or is it?
Yeah,
we did.
Yeah.
We have DLAC. Yes. Okay.
Yeah, DLAC and CLAC. Or SLAC, I guess it was.
Okay. Does anybody have any last minute comments on this?
No, I just wanted to clarify it's the CDAC, the Special Education District Advisory Committee.
Okay. It's the Special Education Parent Advisory Group. Is that right? Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
So we do or do not have someone from DLAC then?
You do have somebody from DLAC.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Okay. We need to move this on. We need a motion and a vote on this. So does it sound like that you guys want to discuss this a little bit more, or you guys think that we got these down? Okay, does someone want to make a motion here on this?
I'll make a motion to form, what is the committee called?
Stakeholder interview panel.
Stakeholder interview panel with those positions that we've just discussed.
Good.
Great, thank you, Trustee Proctor. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Trustee Watkins. Roll call vote, Trustee Corzo.
Yes.
Trustee Proctor.
Yes.
Trustee Warren.
Yes.
And Trustee Watkins.
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you, guys. We do need to, so we are gonna see you guys in closed session as soon as we finish. It may be sooner than you think. We've had a request to look at our calendar, considering it is late 11:30, and to look at some of the items that we possibly could continue to the April 22nd meeting. I've been told that we definitely need to have the item, which
Our
is
translator has told us that she can't continue.
yes.
So we do have to, if we're going to have some of these items continue on to a next meeting, we do have to do the reduction of classified services. And I need to know from Patrick, do
Yes,
you
we need
the audit?
Paul Pham's here from Siobhan Associates. He'll be really brief. He's just going to cover the highlights super quickly for the
Right.
board. So,
And because that has to be accepted by the board.
right, tonight,
So you need your audit,
right?
and we have to have the classified layoffs, Sue, that is correct.
Yes, we do.
And now I know, David, you had guests here tonight for math, but is it a time essential item?
It is for master scheduling decisions.
Okay. So first, let me thank you guys from the consultants. You guys can drop off. Aida, I will text you and let you know when we're going to come back to closed session. And then we can reconvene on that.
Were there any other items that were time sensitive?
The other thing on there, and we talked about this, is the determination of the interview dates. That's like interview procedure.
Oh,
Is it going to be April 30th, May 1st, or is it going to be May 7th and 8th? What does the board feel more comfortable with?
sorry, I missed that. I'm considering that we are going to have a meeting on April 22nd, and we are going to need to give space and time to those panelists who are going to be on it. I would say, do the May 7th meeting. However, I do not want to impact our own schedule and making sure that we have enough time to have go through the superintendent hiring process. So if you think that that is an issue, then I would default it back to April 30th and May 1st. Unless the board has any comments where they can't make one day or week versus the other, that would be my recommendation. Silence.
I don't think a week difference is going to make a difference. Do you, Aida?
No.
No.
We need a motion for that then too, huh? Or, okay. Trustee Proctor, do you want to, since you made the last one, do you want a motion for that, please?
Sure. I'll make a motion to hold the interviews on May 7th and 8th.
Do we have a second? Thank you, Trustee Corzo. Roll call vote. Trustee Corzo.
Yes.
Trustee Proctor.
Yes.
Trustee Warren.
Yes.
And Trustee Watkins.
Yes.
And I'll vote yes as well. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, guys. We're officially closing your item then, and
Okay.
we will. I'll text you. Okay, so we would have gone on, and we are still scheduled to go on to 6.2, which is approval of the governance handbook. We
could hold on that one.
Okay. We have then would be 7.2 middle school math pathways, which according to David, we do need to do for the master scheduling. 8.1, which is the easement.
So I need to find out whether that one can wait or not.
Okay.
Tish Bissell is here today for it. I don't know, Patrick, if we can wait a bit or not.
And if the board just wants to approve of it, I'm not sure how much detail the board needs. I can text Tish really quickly.
Honestly, I think that item could be really fast. So let's just keep it.
Yeah, because apparently the homeowners need it for insurance.
Yeah, we'll just move forward. That's fine. I'm pretty sure it's going to be quick. 8.2 audited financial.
Oh.
Tish has her hand up. I don't know.
Yeah, I got, she texted me to tell me that the homeowners need it for insurance.
Okay. 8.2.
Yes, we can have Paul Pham cover this very, very quickly for you.
Okay.
This is the audit, and you need to receive it tonight.
8.3.
We can postpone that.
Okay, and then we do have to do 9.1. Okay, so it looks like we could continue 6.2. Is that it?
It's just two items. It's 6.2 and then the budget assumptions 8.3 for the next meeting.
Okay. Does anyone want to make a motion to approve those continuance?
I'll make a motion to continue items 6.2 and 8.3.
Do we have a second?
A second.
Thank you, Trustee Corzo and Trustee Proctor for the original motion. Roll call vote. Trustee Corzo.
Yes.
Trustee Proctor.
Yes.
Trustee Warren.
Yes.
And Trustee Watkins.
Yes.
And I will vote yes as well. Okay, so we are moving on to our revised agenda, which is now we're on 7.2, the middle school math pathways. And do we need to thank the Spanish interpreter? I know she's got to go, so thank you.
Gracias.
Okay, David.
Right. Peter, if you would go ahead and bring up the math slide deck, please. And actually, I'm just going to simply introduce Laura Evans and Amy Burke, two of our outstanding mathematics teachers on special assignment, and they're going to present this update to the middle school math program, and then I'll rejoin you toward the end. Laura and Amy, are you, looks like you're brought up.
We're here. Yes, thank you so much. Thank you for having us here, and we are going to do our best to be succinct, thorough, and clear. Laura, you're sharing the screen? Perfect, here we go. We want to talk a bit about some updates in our middle school math program this evening. We wanted to start just by sharing with you, what do we want for our students in math? And we want what you want. You, the board, you, the community. We want for our students to progress along their learning trajectory. We want for our students to get to have those moments where they are growing at their pace and on their path. So when we think about students learning, we might think about reading with our children, right? Supporting them with reading. And an image that could come up is this cozy visual, which helps us with like reading. Just keep working. There's no rush. If you read with them, they will grow. If we think about doing math with your child, some of us might think of an image like this, where the message is more math. Some can and some can't. Learn it now, memorize. What we want to do for our students in San Mateo Foster City School District is to combat messages that are in our society about math, and to reinforce that same message around learning that we have with reading. Just keep working. There's no rush. If you math with them, they will grow. So thinking specifically about our K-8 math program, we want our students to be taking risks in math class, working persistently, and communicating productively. We want our classrooms to build on the wealth and the variety of assets that our students bring with them into the classroom. We want our students, after they leave us, to take the highest levels of math that they can in high school and beyond. We want them to become engineers and scientists. We want them to become lawyers and doctors, business owners, homeowners, citizens who make decisions using data. We want them to work in tech. We want them to work in whatever field that they want to work in. We want them to be problem solvers, addressing challenges that are known and unknown. We want the gates to be completely open for our students. So I'm going to get quiet for a moment so that you can read our mathematics team's mission and vision for our students. So that's the direction we're headed in. We have in this moment, as we're all very well aware, specific challenges that we're facing. COVID learning loss is greatest in math. The transition from 5th grade to 6th grade is always problematic, and we're particularly concerned after this year of distance learning. The math placement steps that we've traditionally used have been interrupted by the pandemic. So you have all heard much about COVID learning loss. There's a bunch of research that's being done now, and that will certainly continue into the future. But we wanted to share this research that's published in Ed Weekly, which took a look at 500,000 test scores in reading and math, and recognized that across every grade, students lost more learning in math than in reading. Losing 2.5 to 4.5 months of learning compared with a month or two in reading. this diagram shows this projected learning loss. The left chart is showing us for each of the grade levels, the projected learning loss for in reading. And the diagram on the right is for mathematics learning loss. So we can see specifically that dashed line that's, you know, with a negative slope is showing that disparity between where we might expect our students typically and where what they are projected to be after this school year. So if we look just at the top portion here, oh, sorry. These are our rising sixth graders. For our rising sixth graders, we only have data from their third grade year from state testing and from other consistent data. So we, at this moment, don't have consistent data to use for thinking about placement. So for your discussion and your consideration, we'd like to share tonight what content occurs in which classes. We want to think about any adjustments that we might make in Math 6 that can improve the math outcomes for all of our students. And we want to share if any adjustments are made in Math 6, how might that impact or not impact access to higher level math classes in the high school?
Thanks, Amy. So there's nothing like midnight math. So what I'd like to do is show you a little bit about what happens in 6th, 7th, and 8th grade mathematics compared to the way we learned it when we were in school. We showed this diagram years ago when we first went to Common Core and did our pathways, but I want to illustrate it for you tonight. I want to particularly start with that 6th grade year. Common Core asks us to move away from fast, right, and good memory as the 3 things that make students good in math class. In actuality, it's asking us to ask our students to become more diverse learners that can take on a low floor task and go to a very high ceiling in it. Here's a classic problem called the border problem. This is a 10 by 10 square, and only the border blue squares are shaded. And I might ask you, how many blue squares are shaded in this image? And I want to show you some ways that kids might do this. They might say that I see 10 and 10 and 8 and 8. And so I see this to be 2 10s and 2 8s. They might say, oh, I see 2 10s and then 2 more 10s, but then I have to take away these corners. They might say, I see some 8s, I see some more 8s, I see 4 8s, and I have to add in the corners. They might say, I see 10 at the top, 8 at the bottom, and then 9 on each side. They might say, I can look at the whole square and see 100 squares and subtract out the middle square, which is 64, to get the squares in total. And what's valuable about a problem like this is it depends on a diverse community of learners in the room. It's no more I do, we do, and you do. It's now what ideas do you bring to the conversation as a student. The more diverse those conversations, the better. And in 6th grade in particular, then they start having these conversations and they start then extrapolating what happens when you get smaller or larger squares. And they start thinking about the X square. Now they can start making algebraic expressions. They can start looking at these in terms of tables, and they can look at terms of these in terms of graph. And by the way, this all starts in 6th grade. 6th grade is the building block of all the algebra that their entire middle school and high school career is going to be based on. And we want to be really careful to give a rich experience here. And I just want to do a quick overview of how things have changed, because this will matter as you make your decisions about mathematics in the future. A lot of the mathematics we learned in 8th grade, or sorry, in algebra and in 8th grade have moved into 6th and 7th under Common Core. So the classic proportion problem, 5 cups of grape juice, 2 cups of peach juice. How do you keep the flavor the same when you get more or less? Now it's not just answering that question, but it's representing it in graphs, in tables, in models, and in rules. And from algebra, all the mathematics we learned when we took algebra that's moved into 8th grade, things like solving equations with distributive property, looking at slope, both in countable form and in some more abstract, trying to figure it out based on coordinates. And y equals mx plus b, all those linear patterns that were huge in algebra are now all in 8th grade mathematics. And not just that, it's the multiple representations of them that start in 6th grade. And intersections of lines, and you might remember substitution and elimination, properties of exponents, these as well, we all learned in algebra, are now automatically in 8th grade mathematics. But there's more. Out of geometry, all the solids, surface areas, volumes, the equations for these, all of these moved away from geometry and into 6th, 7th, and 8th grade math. And from geometry and algebra, things like Pythagorean theorem, parallel lines cut by a transversal, alternate interior angles, triangle sum theorem, or transformational geometry. All of this that just used to be high school standards because of Common Core is now dropped down into the lower grades. And things that weren't in our 6th, 7th, and 8th grade before at all are now in, like looking at data and doing data analysis. Now you might be wondering, if all that moved out of algebra, what's moved back in? Well, our algebra used to be mostly linear algebra with some nonlinear. Now algebra is mostly, well, data science, nonlinear patterns, functions, and all the different ways you can represent them. But not just how do you do it, how do you go from a real world example to representations? Piecewise functions, absolute values, intersections of inequalities, quadratic equations is huge in algebra, not algebra 2 anymore, but huge in algebra, and all those representations that matter and start in 6th grade. Quadratic equation and exponential functions. And something I only learned when I got to college and majored in math, geometric sequences. So I wanted you to see that tonight because I wanted you to see the importance of a diverse, rich 6th grade experience for all students. They need that time to be rich, deep thinkers because 7th and 8th builds upon that.
Thank you, Laura. I can tell for myself and from the expressions that I'm seeing that everyone just got a little pick me up from seeing all that mathematics. So I appreciate you going through all of that for us. I just want to underscore what Laura was just saying. We have so much of what we all consider algebra that is now in our grade 6, 7, and 8 math courses. And we may not all know that yet. And that is part of what we want to make sure that we're communicating this evening. Content has shifted under the Common Core. Rigor has shifted under the Common Core. The strength of having multiple perspectives in a room to bolster the mathematical experience for all of our students is even more necessary than it was before with our new Common Core standards. So with that said, we wanted to share a bit of data. I'm sharing some data here that was given to us by the San Mateo County Office of Education. The San Mateo County Office of Education has monthly meetings, which we get to attend with Pam, and we go and we meet with the San Mateo Unified High School District. We also are there with the other partner districts who feed into that high school district. At one of our early meetings this year, we were handed some data that was cohorted data from our own students. So these are San Mateo Foster City students who have matriculated to the high schools in our, in the mainly three high schools, but any of the high schools in San Mateo Unified School District. And so this data that we're sharing shows whether our students met or did not meet the UC-CSU A through G C requirement. Now, the A through G requirements show if you're eligible or not for the UC-CSU enrollment. And the C requirement is the specific math requirement. So students, in order to be eligible, need to take high school Algebra 1, high school geometry, and Algebra 2. Those are the three requirements. Now, this data shows how our students fared over 4 years of high school mathematics. And this is showing us that of our 875 students, 71% of our students did meet that mathematics requirement to be UCCSU eligible. 29% of our students did not. When we take a look at this data broken down by race and ethnicity, we can see that, blue is again showing the students who did meet, this is over the course of 4 years, did they meet that 3-year math requirement? We can see how that broke down along race and ethnicity. The one that jumps out is this first one, where over 50% of our Hispanic Latinx students did not meet the eligibility requirements in math. So that's some data looking at students who graduated from our program in June of 2015. And then that was following them for 4 years, that cohort. We also want to share with you some data from our current students in this moment. So Laura, will you share this?
Absolutely. So knowing that so much of the algebra is what is the foundation for that high school, and knowing that when students feel confidence in mathematics, they're more likely to take risks, share ideas, persist in a challenge. We decided to ask our current 8th grade students only, about 840 students. We asked them, what was your confidence level like in mathematics in 4th grade, 5th grade, 6th grade, 7th grade, and now in 8th grade? Now we realize that this is reflecting back, but we can compare in our different subgroups. So on a scale of 1 to 5, 5 meaning very confident. And we decided to hold that 8th grade data to the side because that's the COVID data we want to look at next. How has COVID affected them? But we wanted to ask outside of COVID, how has middle school impacted their confidence and hence their access? So when we looked at this data, we took 4th and 5th grade and averaged it together to call that elementary experience, and 6 and 7 averaged that to call that middle school experience. Of students currently enrolled right now in Math 8, so not algebra, but in Math 8. This is the data we saw. I wanted to let you know that this green means that they only had a change of 0.5 in either the positive or negative direction. Yellow and dark green is a positive or negative change of 1, and a red or a blue is a positive or negative change of 1.5 or larger. So when we look at this, we go, great, our students have gains in confidence, but we're worried about this high loss group and this loss group. But I wanted to show you what it looks like when we look at now these are just Math 8 students. Let's look at algebra students. In other words, our students in compacted. I'll give you a second to look at that. I'm going to jump back for a second. Now, when I look at this, I am not surprised that there was not a lot of high gain in gain, because when we have put students in compacted math, we are picking students who have had the most success in math. They have the most interest in compacting. So I expect they probably started at 4 or 5. I wouldn't expect them to go higher because that's as high as it can go. But I'm really concerned about this high loss and this loss compared to the general population. Why is it that over 25% of our students who get into compacted starting in 6th grade after 3 years lose confidence? We want to keep an eye on that as we move forward and think about our programs. Amy.
Thanks, Laura. Sorry, I was looking for my mute button. So we want to share some research right now, and we'll just go high level because you can take a look later at it. We'll point you to where to find more. But we want to think about a heterogeneous grade 6. And we want to consider the question, will this help all of our students achieve at higher rates? Well, there's some research out of Columbia University that found the probability of students who are completing advanced math courses, those are the courses beyond Algebra 2 in high school, increased in all groups when middle school students were enrolled in heterogeneous or mixed ability math classes. We also wanted to share some research out of Stanford University and King's College that looked specifically at students in higher tracked math classes who were actually disadvantaged by the fast-paced lessons and the pressure to succeed. So there is loads more research that we are happy to share. These two pieces tonight are from this document, which is actually from San Francisco Unified School District, linked here, so you can take a closer look at some of that data. But I'd like to address sort of our last point, which is if we make some adjustments in our Math 6 course next year, how might that impact our students' ability to get to those highest level math classes in the future? So we want to share some of the high school pathways for students who either take Math 8 with us or take algebra with us. You can see at Aragon High School that students have, if they enter in Algebra 1, so if they take Math 8 with us, go to 9th grade and take Algebra 1, there is this compression offering, which can allow them to access the advanced placement highest level math courses there. Of course, if a student comes in at algebra, they can also access those. At Hillsdale High School, our students who take Math 8 or algebra with us will next year go into a heterogeneous geometry class. Hillsdale will also allow pathways to the highest level math classes. In fact, all of the high schools in the San Mateo Unified High School District are committed to making pathways for students coming in at the Algebra 1 level and accessing those AP classes. So of course, any students coming from our Math 8 or our algebra will get to access those courses. And this is the pathway from San Mateo High School, again, showing students coming in will have access to those high-level math courses, which is what we, particularly with our math educator hats on, we really want to support all of our students to get to those high-level courses. We want them to get there with gusto. And now that I've said gusto, I think I'm going to hand it back to you, Mr. Chambliss.
All right, thank you. Appreciate that enthusiastic midnight math and the overview of some of our thinking. So, so we have a recommendation for the board this evening that we offer, essentially for information, and then would like to return to you at our next meeting to get a final decision from you. So our proposal this evening is that we want to, for the reasons that Amy and Laura have so well articulated, particularly the concerns about this moment of pandemic times, we want to offer all students a heterogeneous Math 6 course next year. And that would be a change where in the past we've offered a Math 6 and then a compacted Math 6-7. For next year, we are proposing actually that all students would move into a heterogeneous Math 6 course. Now, to be clear, I want to make sure we're really clear about what we're proposing here. We're just talking about Math 6 for next year. Students who are currently 6th graders or 7th graders that are on a pathway either in compacted math or not, we would imagine the choices, the pathway doesn't change as it's the configuration or pathways that we have right now. But it does raise the question, I'm sure, for some families that, well, wait a minute, if we go to a heterogeneous Math 6 course for that group next year, does that mean, and so one of the things we also are basically emphasizing is that the kind of conversation that Amy and Laura started with you this evening, that we want to have that conversation with all our key stakeholders. Now we have begun that conversation with many of our middle school math teachers and with some of our site leaders. And we would propose going into next year, of course, to broaden that conversation to you, the board, as well as our families, so that we can make sure that we understand how this move in heterogeneous math, what it sets up for the following years. There are some important reasons that, oh, hang on just a second, go back. There's some important reasons for us, as Amy and Laura have argued, to slow down and to think more carefully about what students are learning in math 6th, 7th, and 8th, as well as algebra. There's some important information, research, as well as updated standards that are coming out that are strongly recommending against acceleration in middle school because it is so foundational and students need more time, and that actually the place that compacting should happen is in middle school. And what's important, I really want to make sure nobody walks away this evening with the idea that the district is proposing to get rid of math, get rid of compacted math. All we're proposing tonight is that we want to engage in that conversation with our families. We understand the very important reasons that students want to accelerate in mathematics and the concern about getting to advanced math, certainly to be competitive for college going. Understand all those and want to engage in that conversation and say, be really clear about how we actually are setting up students for success in advanced math taking in high school and beyond. And some of that data around student confidence that Laura shared a few minutes ago is essential that we take some time to look at that and propose the conversation about it. So again, we're asking simply, we're proposing to the board that due to the pandemic and related circumstances that we really need to move to a heterogeneous math course and then engage with our stakeholders and then what that would mean going forward for that group of students and rising 6th graders in subsequent years. Okay, you go ahead now, thank you. So I pointed out that engagement has already started with math leads meetings from each of our middle schools with some initial site leader engagements, and then we mentioned the monthly meetings with our Unified High School District partner districts. Go ahead. Again, for this to be successful, of course, we need to plan carefully for a successful heterogeneous grade 6 math. And that's got to involve some very important moves. Of course, curriculum support. We need to intensify the professional learning for teachers focused on meeting the needs of a diverse range of math experiences. In some ways, this proposal is coming, I would add, at a very fortuitous time with AB 86, because there is a specific infusion of funding that we could look at assisting us with that professional learning, with the coaching work. Obviously, AB 86 is targeted for summer school as well. We can think about summer bridge opportunities, as well as supporting the family engagements. So this moment of wanting to invest in our Math 6 class comes at a time when the state resources would allow us to bring some extra attention and focus on that. So that's our proposal to you as board members. Of course, the 3 of us are available for any questions. And again, just tonight we're bringing this to you for your information and consideration, and then would like to come back to you at the next meeting for approval of our recommendation.
Great. Thank you guys for the presentation. It was great. Midnight Math is so timely. The quick clarifying question, I'm just going to kick it off, is that we have on the agenda that it's labeled for a vote, but I'm assuming that you're now saying that we're actually not voting, or this is just information based. Is that correct?
Yes, that needs a clarification, then I apologize for that. Yeah, the plan was to bring it to you tonight for information. with the idea of returning to the next meeting to give you an opportunity to reflect on the information and bring it for a vote at the next meeting.
Fantastic, thank you. Any clarifying questions from the board? Go ahead, Trustee Proctor.
I have a few questions. Okay, so I don't have a kid in like compacted math, so I just want to make sure I'm understanding. The goal of compacted math is to get to algebra in 8th grade, is that right? Like currently?
That's correct.
Okay, so how would a current 5th grader get to algebra in 8th grade under this proposed plan?
Well, again, we're proposing tonight a heterogeneous 6th grade, and then part of the discussion we want to have with our stakeholders. There's actually a couple of different routes, which currently the math leads have been discussing that could lead to actually, importantly, even more equitable access to algebra in 8th grade. You know, I pointed out earlier on when I shared the algebra assessment participation rate that we have a not representative or disproportional enrollment in algebra right now. So there's a couple of different paths that we could, let me describe this, a couple of different options for paths that we could implement that involve compacting in 7th into 8th. Also the possibility of doubling up in math in 8th. There's a variety of choices, and that's why we're emphasizing the idea that we want to have engagement with our families and with our teachers and site leaders to talk about what's the best option or potentially even options. But it's important to emphasize that we are looking at pathways that would maintain the ability of students to take algebra in 8th grade if they so desired.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. And then just to get a little bit of history, so we used to offer geometry and we don't offer geometry anymore. Is that right? Okay, thank you, check. And then I guess my thoughts on AB 86 would be that I was under the impression that we would use that money to support learning loss, but it feels like, I don't know, I have this feeling that it feels like we're taking something away instead of adding something. And so I just want to get clarity on what are you seeing as the use for AB 86 money?
Yeah, I mean,
like,
let's be clear how the legislation is written. One of the things it talks about is providing resources to provide extra time, extended learning. And so we could imagine using those resources to support students with additional access to math learning, which you know, just deepens their preparation. The other thing that it does is it supports professional learning and other capacity building strategies with teachers. So that applies across the board to the ability to bring students who we, you know, as Amy and Laura said, who are experiencing, you know, unfinished learning in mathematics. And so wanting to make sure that teachers are well supported. The legislation also frankly calls for the hiring of additional classified staff of paraeducators who could be pushed into math classes to provide additional small group learning opportunities. So all of those are additional resources that we could, through our acceleration plan for AB 86, we could implement in support of the proposal for Math 6.
Okay, thank you. And my last question was just, in terms of the engagement, are you planning to engage with middle school parents? I guess
absolutely.
Not everybody's on this meet. Okay,
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I have a question. I just kind of want to summarize my understanding. So essentially, what's being proposed is giving students more access to like an equitable math experience beginning in 6th grade and continuing, right? Like in the latter, you know, the 7th and 8th grade is not being discussed right now, but is that accurate?
That would be absolutely a desired outcome from this planning and thinking, yes.
And it's, I would say like it's a desired outcome, but it's also one that the studies that you referenced have proven with data. And my understanding is that it's been very successful in San Francisco and in other districts. Is that right?
I'm going to defer to Amy and Laura there. You guys, I can nod yes, only because of you sharing that information more with me. So please fill Director Corzo in.
Yeah, absolutely. We would love to share more data from schools across the country who have worked to, detrack and think about strengthening their math programs and providing access and support and challenge to every single student within the same classroom walls. I don't have more like right now to share with you, but your general sense of hearing about successes in San Francisco Unified is just absolutely true. I was looking at the numbers recently about how many more students are accessing not only higher level mathematics in high school after they made these changes, but also higher level science classes. And that is true, just like in the data shared here, which was from New York, the data that I just briefly shared. But if we look at San Francisco's data, it is absolutely true among all of the subgroups that they looked at. So looking at different races and ethnicities, looking at lower socioeconomic students, students who are also learning the English language, students with disabilities. It's true across the board when they made these changes, which also came with changes, of course, it's not just a policy change, right? It's also a change in how do we define mathematics. Not we, the Common Core has already done that for us, but how do we communicate that redefinition of mathematics? And how do we think about our teaching to really pull out and build upon the students' insights that they have around mathematics. So yes, if you want more data, we have got it. Just let us know when we can come back and share it with you. And we can do it slower next time. We're just trying to be conscious of time right now.
No, thank you. That was great. And I think you you definitely woke me up, got me excited thinking about math. And I think that's what we don't want for all of our kids, right? Like we want them to have that same excitement. And something else that you all referenced in your presentation was about how higher, I'll just say, like, for lack of better words right now, higher achieving like students in mathematics, they're doing really well in mathematics, but it's, they're struggling in other areas. And, it's also beneficial for them in terms of like their social skills, their foundation in math, and their like, ability to just like accelerate quicker later down the line in high school when they're more, when I would say it's more age appropriate for them to do so. I know, like, sorry, I'm getting more comments now, but I guess, okay, let me make this a question. No, that's it. I'm gonna stop. Thank you.
All right, any other clarifying questions before we go to public comment? No? Okay. Thank you guys. I'm happy you're still sticking around with us, because I know there's a lot of public members who want to speak as well. So Peter, if you wouldn't mind opening up public comment, please.
Not a problem. Again, for anybody who would like to make public comment on agenda 7.2, the middle school math pathways, please use the raise your hand functionality within Zoom now. Okay, President Chin, we have about 17. First, we have, and again, my apologies on any mispronunciations of actual names, but Shalaja, and then after Shalaja will be Kaligi. Shalaja.
Yeah, thanks, Peter. Is it possible if I go later? Can we have Dr. Rana go first, please?
Normally, we just go in the order.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. I can go ahead. Hi, everyone. Thanks for bringing this up for discussion at this late hour. Been on the call for about 6 hours now, so thank you for your commitment and dedication and time. I'm a mother of 2 kids who've been in the GATE program. My older one is in 10th grade now, went to College Park GATE and then Bayside STEM GATE. My younger one is currently in College Park GATE 5th grade. I want to tell the trustees what a fantastic job this district has done up until now with our math program. My older child is not math gifted. She's actually language arts gifted. But thanks to the excellent instruction that she received both at College Park and Bayside, she was able to get into the compacted math program, went through that, did Algebra 1 in 8th grade, was able to do geometry in the mornings with Dr. Sharbini. She actually went on, we felt the need for various reasons, nothing against the district, to move her to an independent school. She competed against kids all across the Bay Area, hundreds of children, to get into the Nueva Independent School, which is the #1 K through 12 independent school. Did Algebra 2 in 9th grade. And all up until this point, she was in the public school system. She did Algebra 2 in 9th grade, concurrently did pre-calc and is currently doing calc, and has now come to love math. There's a world of opportunities ahead of her. She's considering, she's interested in political theory, economics, international affairs. She's considering doing, after she finishes calculus, considering doing game theory, doing financial econometrics. You know, for every child who is not excited about math, there is another child who loves math. Please don't take away this opportunity from them. Please give me a few more seconds. This is really, really important to many, many children. That, the district has already taken away the geometry in 8th grade. It's a problem. And now we're talking about retarding the curriculum another year. We are behind.
Elijah, my apologies for interrupting, but the time has elapsed. So if you could quickly, please wrap up your thoughts.
Thank you. I think we are behind national standards. We are behind other school districts in the Bay Area. We are behind some of the top districts in Southern California. I understand that some kids may not be ready for compacted math, and there is another option for them. But for the kids who are ready for them, I beg you and urge you to please not take this away. You will harm many, many children. You will take away their excitement and their love for the subject. They will get bored. They'll be distracted. It's not going to do them any good.
Elijah, my apologies, but please.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Kaligi, and then after Kaligi is Randy. Kaligi.
Hello. Thank you all the board members for staying up too late and making sure you have your interest in our kids, right? But anyways, so to the Shailaja's point, my older son is also in 5th Gates at College Park, and he loves math. And if I wanted to urge anything, I would urge district not to take the compacted math away. And to your point, with the data, if the heterogeneous math program works, because they are all mixed ability kids for math or together. Why not keep everybody in compacted math, right? So it goes either ways. You can put the funding having to help all the other kids having the compacted math, but don't take it away. And I am and the reason why I say that is with the technologies and all the things they're going to step into when they graduate from the college, they're going to step into a world of a data science where math is going to be so important. And I think whatever is currently in 8th grade, the kids are going to start learning at 5th grade very soon, and making it making our standards lower for the kids who are actually want to really do good in in math. I think we are taking away a lot of opportunity for our kids in the next generation. So my suggestion would be, let's put our funding into everybody, all the other kids as well, and put all of them in the compacted math rather than changing, taking away the compacted math program altogether. Thanks.
Thank you, Kalegi. Next, we have Randy. Then after Randy will be L. Albert. Randy?
Hello, I'm starting off my statement by reminding you of the mission statement for the district, which educates, inspires, and empowers every student in every school to every day to live, lead, and learn with integrity and joy. Some kids find their reason why or talent in art. I enjoy it, but I'm no Van Gogh. Some find it in music. I love music, but I really have to work at it. Some find it in sports. I'm lucky if I can make it across the room without tripping. And some kids find their why in math. That was me as a kid. I loved it. I got it. No one led me there or took me to Russian math schools to get me hooked. I was always there. I couldn't get enough. The same way that some kids love baseball or other kids love soccer, and you can't get that ball away from them. Would we take away varsity sports and instead make those athletes practice walking across the room with me and my clumsy pals? Of course not. Would having those kids practice walking with me help me walk better? Maybe. Would it help them at their level of ability? It's unlikely. It turns out that we frequently produce offspring like ourselves. I produced one who is now a 6th grader. One of the only bright spots for him this entire year of pandemic isolation has been his experience in his compacted math class. This year would have been very different for him and much darker without that. Taking away compacted math does not serve to inspire students who love and live math to continue to learn with joy. It doesn't give those students what they need when they need it. And it certainly doesn't do anything to help them discover or cultivate their unique gifts, talents, or interests in that area. Please do not give any serious consideration to this proposal and commit to what's best for students. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Randy. Next, we have L. Albert. Then after L. Albert will be J. Carson. Go ahead.
Hi, I really, my name is Larry Albert. I wanted to, I appreciate the enthusiasm of the presenters, but there are a number of sort of problems I encountered in what they said that I thought I would just briefly point out. First of all, self-assessed confidence is neither achievement nor success, nor even enthusiasm. And so it's sort of a strange measure on which to judge the success of a program. Secondly, they talked about that they had plenty of other data that would support their contention that putting everybody into a single group would actually benefit everyone. I'd love to see that data because the research that they put in the presentation is dated 2000 and 2006. And well before, with obviously that's the publishing date, so data well before that, way before Common Core, way before all sorts of other things that are going on, and part of it even taking place in London. What's being talked about here is, as Trustee Proctor said, talking about taking something away. And while I can understand many of the reasons that people might want to support more equitable outcomes, I don't really see how all of the efforts that are being described couldn't be put into what consists of the mainstream math program as is, while still allowing others to participate in the compacted math program. There are plenty of people, plenty of students, fifth graders, who are chomping at the bit for the ability to be challenged in their math.
You have a fifth grader.
And I think that would be great. I am the father of a fifth grader. Math is collapsible. As we learn things, we're able to build on each of those foundations. So I encourage you to engage in this conversation with families, as you say, but I think you'll find a lot of families, of parents of children who have this aptitude will be quite eager to have this program continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Larry. Next, we have Jay Carson, and after Jay Carson will be Diana. Jay? Jay, you're using an older version of Zoom, so it's going to disconnect you and bring you up to the panel.
Hello all. Good evening. Jenna Carson here. First of all, thanks for hanging in with us tonight. This is at least my fourth time addressing the math issue in my 15 years in San Mateo Foster City. And you may not realize that math is actually my profession. I'm a high school math teacher. So first, please, we cannot build anything, model anything off what San Francisco is doing right now. And all of those research studies that they're talking about are actually not universally accepted. So let's start with that. I also want to talk about three fallacies that I think we are working in right now. One is that being smart in math is something to hold back. And I think what we should be saying is, how can we maximize success in Algebra 1 and get as many students as possible in there? Our messaging is so negative and deficit mindset. Both my older sons, one in college, one in high school, their best friends were African-American boys, and they were discouraged from getting into the pathway. So they didn't do the honors path. Number two, we have a wrong assumption that it's easier to accelerate in high school. That is completely untrue. It is very difficult and not acceptable. It's actually inequitable to try and accelerate in high school because they have to take a summer program in order to do it. So that's not convenient or fair. And number three, we're asking the wrong question in that how can we prevent kids from accelerating into who can we accelerate and who can take Algebra 1 in 8th grade? So I professionally work in transition, and I am not saying that 6th grade is not the best place to start the compacted math class, but I'm saying that Algebra 1 in 8th grade is the key. And do not approve any plan that doesn't provide for Algebra 1 in 8th grade. I am available to talk one-on-one with anyone who wants it. Good night.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Diana, and then after Diana will be Lisa. Diana?
Hi, I'm the mother of a 3rd grader and a PTA co-president at Meadow Heights. I really appreciate the presentation from our math TOSAs and how it was laid out. I'm going to take a different approach from the other people who spoke, is that I want to emphasize that the district really needs to focus on educating parents about this as soon as possible. My big concern as a PTA co-president is that the change to this math program will cause our district to lose even more students to private schools, not just those students entering 6th grade, but in 3rd grade and before, so that they can secure spots in K-8 private schools. These are very active members of our school communities, and a lot of them are very generous donors that support the programs that benefit all the students on our diverse campuses. As we lose more and more of these families to private school, The school demographics are shifting and it's getting really hard for the PTA and the Ed Foundation to continue to pay for the things that make our schools as special as they are. So please take that into consideration and focus on the education component of this big decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Diana. Next, we have Rich, and then after Rich will be Suzanne. Rich?
Hi, thanks a lot. My name is Rich Rana, and I have a background in engineering. And although I practice medicine, I really do have a passion for math, whether it's midnight or any other time. My wife is originally from Costa Rica, so she's actually an immigrant to this country. And, in the fall, I got together a group of students from 2 different elementary schools, a total of 120 kids, to be in this Math Madness, which is an online interactive competition. And it was open to all. It was actually very cost effective. It ended up being, for the whole season, $5 to $10 per kid, depending which team. But it was all covered by the PTA at both of those schools. So I think it was a huge success. And I think it showed us there are a lot of kids who are very interested in math and, from all backgrounds. And so I think I do want to echo some of the comments of Jennifer Carson. I think they were, very well thought out and put together. But, in looking at some of the studies that were quoted, again, the one Principal Burris in New York in 2006 from 15 years ago, and again, the data was from quite a bit earlier than that, it did find, as stated, that, it was true that the groups, including minority students, students of lower socioeconomic status, and at all initial achievement levels, did improve significantly. However, it didn't seem like it was just because of the combination into a heterogeneous group. It really was because they raised the standard for all. In other words, it's almost the opposite of, getting rid of a compacted math, saying everyone's now in compacted math. That kind of move, that might be something that would accomplish something similar to what was in that study. But otherwise, some of the studies that were actually referenced in that study showed kind of the opposite effect when all they did was combine students together. So I think, Algebra 1 in 8th grade and basically having everyone in compacted math would be a change I would support. Otherwise, I think we would have to, in the meantime, keep how it is now. Thank you.
Thank you, Rich. Next, we have Suzanne. Then after Suzanne will be Sibby. Suzanne?
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead, Suzanne.
Sorry, thanks for giving me the opportunity to talk. I just wanted to caution about accepting this kind of program and eliminating the compacted math. I have a 6th grader and a 3rd grader. Both are who are quite bright. I just want to talk about the 6th grader for a moment, and that he is a high IQ kid. He has been at Burrell, and probably one of his favorite classes, other than the science and social studies, that teacher is actually pretty good, and is the compacted math. And I think it's the kids that he gets to interact with. So my concern is, if you take that away, what are some of these high achieving kids supposed to do? When he was in 5th grade, he did not miss a single problem. So he needs to be challenged at a higher level. And so if he cannot get that challenge in 6th grade math, there is really no point in continuing to be at the school or in the district. And I think that's what the other caller was basically implying, is that there will be a mass exodus based on some of these higher achieving kids. We'll need to find some way to be challenged, and that will be at a private, most likely independent school elsewhere. So with that in mind, I want you to remember that what is that percentage of the kids in compacted math, maybe 15, 20%, that they also need to be challenged. I'm not saying that we don't want some equity and we want those kids to be brought up to the same standards, but I can't imagine that taking away a compacted math class is going to be productive for the district. Thank you.
Thank you, Suzanne.
Did that get the point across?
Okay, next we have Sibby, and then after Sibby will be Jennifer. Sibby?
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate the thought that has gone into trying to meet the needs of all students and also account for the learning loss that our children have experienced over the past year. I just want to emphasize the importance to the board of listening to the voices from our students and our community who have experienced our specific math programs firsthand. I have a student at Burrell who's experienced both the standard math class and the compacted math class. And I want to strongly advocate for the retention of the compacted math program, as there are a significant number of students whose academic needs are not being met with the standard curriculum. In the regular 6th grade math class, our daughter didn't feel like she was learning, and that much of the teacher's time was spent on trying to discipline students. Furthermore, her knowledge of basic math skills from elementary school had regressed. Many of the same students that were getting A+ and A's in the regular math class failed to meet the California standards when tested. If our students are getting A's in regular math and failing the basic math standards, that is a failure of our system, not of our students. The compacted math program, on the other hand, has provided a lifeline of stimulation and rigor that many students crave, not just for the math, but also because they are with other dedicated students. It has encouraged our students to stretch beyond what is comfortable and easy, and has in turn become a confidence booster that bleeds into other areas of academic life. Abolishing compacted math is not the answer. I urge you to consider an alternative path towards more equity, such as providing open enrollment to compacted math, similar to the Burlingame Algebra for All model that they adopted 1 year ago. If a student is motivated enough for the challenge, we should be encouraging their academic growth, not discouraging it. And with many excellent tutorials online, technology has provided another great equity boost for all students. Thank you to the board for your hard work, time, and consideration.
Thank you, Subi. Next, we have Jennifer. Then after Jennifer will be Joy. Jennifer?
Hi, everyone. A little background. I have a 5th grader. I have no idea if he would test into this program. I have a 7th grader who is currently in compacted math, and this class has been his saving grace of his middle school academic experience, both in person and virtual. He's the tuba player from earlier. In this class, he gets to be social and have enlivened discussions with his peers while being challenged by math. I support any program which supports students at any level to grow in their math confidence. I support accelerated math program. I ask the board to continue the engagement that has begun and to engage with the community of families who have experienced both standard math and compacted math before making this decision. There might not be one choice. We can improve the program and continue to offer compacted math. Why take away something that works for those students? It sounds like we definitely need to add a better program for standard math. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Next, we have Joy. After Joy will be Allison. Joy?
Good morning. Thank you for your time. I'm the parent of a 5th grade student at Foster City School who only learned about this topic because I read the board agenda. I understand that the learning that is happening this year may not match the learning from years past or years to come. However, the academic strength of many of our students has not faltered, in part because of who they are, but also with much credit to our great teachers. I am a parent of a gate-identified child who chose not to send him to College Park. Yes, I made a choice. However, students should be taught at their level, whatever school they're at. Year after year, math has just been too easy. Based on our Math Olympiad program participation this year and their monthly assessment results, it was easy to see these students are soaring even with distance learning and the challenge that can be offered in middle school that isn't offered on a daily basis in elementary. My son, who would love to have spoken to you tonight on this subject if it weren't so early, late, pick your words, did tell me to share with you that not only have they done their 5th grade work, but his teacher started the year by doing a full mission on Zern for what they may have missed in 4th grade to be sure they were ready to go. If you want to speak with him about it, feel free to reach out. He'd love it. Last summer, when we were starting virtual, I emailed the district asking if my 5th grade child could take 6th grade math either in lieu of or even simultaneously with his class. Why not? It was time to think out of the box since we weren't bound to the campus. I didn't get turned down. I simply just didn't get a response twice. Your report shows projected slide for math next year, not actual. We don't know what the loss will be, that the loss will be so great that a cohort of students couldn't be successful. I know full well, as an educator myself, that there are parents that push their children. Then there are parents that know their children and know what they need and also believe in our public school system. I swear I'm the latter, not the former. I urge you to continue for those who are ready, and not just ready, but are craving and needing that academic challenge where they will engage and feel that they are truly being taught and seen at their level. Last thought, if there is a pathway to algebra in 8th grade, if you should choose to get rid of the compact class program, I would hope, I promise 2 more sentences, I would hope it wouldn't be at the cost of a student to miss out on any other classes that they would normally have the option to take or through summer school. In closing, I just want to say thank you. I don't think I'm in the majority tonight who have found that distance learning, considering we're in a pandemic, has been truly remarkable, and I am grateful.
Thank you, Joy. Next, we have Allison. After Allison will be Jason. Allison.
Thank you. As the parent of 3 elementary students, including a 5th grader, I feel that this proposed change is being sprung on us far too late. I attended a Bayside info session in December in which Principal Cosmos told us that compacted math would be happening next year. On December 17th, Pam Bartfield emailed all 5th grade families to let us know the district was still working to find a way to determine eligibility for compact math in the fall. Neither even hinted that the district was considering removing the compacted pathway. The agenda was the first we heard of it. I wonder when the district decided to pursue this plan and why parents were not notified sooner. You heard some select research tonight. However, other research indicates that heterogeneous groupings can result in a loss of engagement and motivation in higher performing students. For example, the Burris et al. 2006 study that just cited in the presentation states that the literature on tracking has produced mixed results regarding the performance of high achieving students when they are grouped in heterogeneous classes. Some studies have shown that high achievers are harmed. As a high school science teacher, I have seen this firsthand. We are already offering heterogeneous math in most of our district's elementary schools, and it is leaving some of our students bored and disengaged and driving families from the district. On behalf of my son and 5th graders across the district, I'm asking the district to keep a compacted math option for 6th graders who would benefit from it. Keeping it will not prevent the district from supporting students with the new program just described. If anything, we should be focusing on making it more accessible to all. According to the district's own definition, equity means that each student receives what they need to develop their full potential, and that we are working towards discovering and cultivating the unique gifts, talents, and interests that every human possesses. In their accelerated classroom, my 5th grade son and his GATE classmates truly love math, discuss problems for fun, and choose on their own to participate in a math madness competition after school each week. They have already covered many of the middle school topics you just highlighted in great depth. Part of equity is making sure that they too have opportunities to continue to be challenged and to cultivate their unique gifts. Thank you.
Thank you, Allison. Next, we have Jason. After Jason will be James. Jason.
Hi, I have a statement from Corey Shapiro Shirkus. I'm a parent of 3 students who have graduated from the SMFCSD. The youngest who is currently a 9th grade at Aragon. I'm speaking tonight in opposition to the proposed changes to the middle school pathways, and specifically the suggestion that accelerating math in the middle years leads students to drop out of advanced math and failing to succeed later in high school. I would like to remind everyone who was not here that we went through the same exercise 7 years ago when the district eliminated algebra and geometry, only to reverse itself, bringing them both back over the next 3 years. All 3 of my students felt that their advanced math classes were the most challenging and interesting courses they took at Burrell and Aragon. Taking advanced math in middle school enabled them to take more challenging math at Aragon, including classes at CSM. My middle daughter and her peers, currently seniors, are graduating, having completed 4 years of college math, AP Calc, BC, multivariable calculus, discrete math at CSM, and AP statistics. The opportunity to dive deep into math will enable them to confidently pursue STEM degrees at top universities. These students are all admitted to the most competitive colleges and universities across the state and nation. Under the new proposals, they would have only been able to access at most one of these 4 courses. I spoke with an advanced maths teacher at Aragon today about the proposed changes and the rationale. I would like to share thoughts with you. I quote, "The students who did advance in middle school overwhelmingly did exceptionally well in mathematics and benefited greatly from the experience. Indeed, there are always some students that, due to perhaps peer pressure or parental pressure, do get ahead in middle school and are not strong enough for the course work that follows. However, our experience at Aragon indicates that these cases are relatively few and that most of the advanced middle school students that we served did exceptionally well. Indeed, upon graduation, they were very competitive with their college admissions." He also added that with respect to equity, that public schools kids need the same access to advanced education as more affluent private school kids have. End quote. I recognize that learning loss due to the pandemic may require revisions to the current pathways, but I still urge the district to reject the proposed changes and come up with alternatives that are more flexible and allow the continuation of advanced math in middle school. That was the end of the statement. And I would just like to say that I don't understand why every time I'm at one of these board meetings, something comes up that blindsides all the parents and everyone gets really mad. And why does this keep happening? At some point, you guys have got to.
Jason, my apologies on interrupting. If you could please wrap up your thoughts. The time is
Yeah,
up.
my thoughts are that I'm not impressed. So anyway, thank you. Goodbye.
Thank you, Jason. Next, we have James. After James will be Nick. James.
Hi, everybody. I agree with the challenges that were presented in front of us with the stats by Amy and Laura and what David talked to earlier. But I could not disagree more with the proposed solution. And what's more, I think the actual data that they referenced also does not support their proposed solution. So I don't have time in my 2 minutes to read the 17 pages of the study from Columbia University, but you know what I do have time for? To read the very first sentence from the abstract on that study. It says, it quotes the very first sentence: a middle school in New York eliminated tracked math classes, adopted universal accelerated math program, and instituted heterogeneous grouping with dramatic results. So if we're going to take that study, then the obvious solution is we eliminate math 6, 7, 8, and we adopt universal compacted math. So either we agree with the study and that's the solution, or if we don't, then we should not make a change unless we have some sort of actual data that suggests why it makes sense to group everyone into the lower option. The only study that I've seen and has been presented to you all tonight, Trustee Corzo, you asked the question, clarifying that the study suggests that there were benefits seen when grouping everyone together. It does. It just specifically says the benefits were from grouping everyone and putting them, quote, into a universal accelerated math program. That's what the study says. So it's like, just because San Francisco Unified incorrectly interpreted the results on those studies, please don't follow their lead and follow this misguided interpretation. Either believe the study and put everyone into accelerated math program so that they can be on track to be in Algebra 1 in 8th grade, or find a different study and find and make sure we're making a decision that actually is supported by the facts behind it. That's not what it says.
Thank you, James. Next, we have Nick. After Nick will be Reina. Nick?
Hello. First, I'm an all-in public school parent. My wife and I both are. My mom was a teacher for 40 years in the public schools, my grandmother for 25. I'm also a math nerd. I have an undergraduate degree in it, and most of my master's was in applied math. 8th grade algebra at the Title I school I went to was really the first math class I loved, and it was a major, major factor in putting me on the path to being the person I am today. A few points of fact, I think, based upon the presentation we saw and the discussion so far. So first, from an equity perspective, the U.S. Department of Education has reports on their website that you will find if you Google, is 8th grade algebra a good idea? That state that from an equity perspective, access to and enrollment in 8th grade algebra is one of the most important things that schools can be doing. Secondly, the presentation implies that we are doing away with algebra in 8th grade. I heard from David Chambliss that it's not true. We're not doing away with algebra in 8th grade. We're talking about changing 6th, but not the path to algebra in 8th. That's critically important for getting input from parents or from other stakeholders. I think you need to answer that question. Third, I'm a parent of a 5th grader headed to Burrell next year. She's been bored in math for 3 years. I cringe at the thought of her continuing to sit in classes where she is not challenged and has really no personalized instruction. And fourth, it sounds like the catalyst to this proposal is the lack of testing data. Well, that could easily be resolved by allowing families to opt in to compacted math. That's how it was done for many years in many districts, and it would probably work for us as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. Next, we have Reina, and then after Reina will be Diana. Reina?
Yeah, hi. People have already spoken really well about, all the reasons that compacted math is important for the kids. So I'm going to take a different approach, and I just got to say to the district, this whole new plan just to me really smacks of opportunism. Those of us who have been around know that you tried to get rid of compact math on many occasions. And now when we supposedly have so much on our plates to do, this is the best time to suddenly make this huge change without having any parental engagement beforehand. Throughout this entire pandemic, we have heard, we come to these meetings and we keep being told by the district, have patience, have patience, have patience, have patience. It's hard, but have patience. And now you want to just ram this through, like, here it is on the agenda, and then you're going to vote on it next week. I don't, honestly, do not believe your reasonings for this change. And that is unfortunate. So I hope that the board will look at this very, very closely and also think about why this is such a priority right now. We've had a pandemic year, we've had learning loss and everything. And so as the solution, we're just going to throw out a math program. It just doesn't really make sense to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Reina. Next, we have Diana. Then after Diana will be Rashneet. Diana?
Hi, my name is Diana William Kim, and I have a student, 8th grade son and a 5th grade daughter that's in the GATE program. I echo a lot of the sentiments of the 20+ parents that spoke before me in opposition to compact math being eliminated. I want to give you a different perspective. So my son is in 8th grade. Last week we had to register him for classes at San Mateo High School. He did not make it into compact math. And he has expressed interest in becoming an engineer. In talking to college counselors, friends of kids with engineering major, you have to have algebra as your senior year. I was disappointed to see that he is going to start algebra as his freshman year. He then has to take the summer school geometry, which he has to be invited to. Should he get an A, he has to get an A in Algebra 1 at San Mateo High School, and he also has to score a certain score on the standardized test. That's a lot of pressure on the kid. Are you basically saying that if he cannot, because of this, he did not make it in compact math, or he's starting with algebra, that he cannot become an engineer in college or can't apply to be an engineer in college because he did not finish algebra in 8th grade. And so I'm faced with the dilemma of, do I pay $6,000 for private school for him to take algebra starting now to complete by August 6th? But as a solo parent, that's really expensive for me to consider. And so, essentially I have to trust that he will be able to meet the path in high school, and the pressure is then put on the high school to ensure that he's able to get to calculus his senior year. Now, I'm interested in this topic because my daughter's in 5th grade in GATE, and I didn't think that I would have to go through this because she is talented in math as well as those I spoke earlier. And her goal in life is to start a Panda Lab and is in STEM and is going to be attending Bayside. And so, and at this point, I'm concerned that if she does not take algebra in 6th grade or by 8th grade, she will not be able to achieve that goal as well. And that I encourage you to ensure that at least make algebra eligible for those in 8th grade.
Thank you, Diana. Next, we have Rashneet, and then after Rashneet will be Lisa. Rashneet?
Hi there. Thanks all for being there at this really late hour or early morning. On my way to work this morning, I heard the Fed chairman, Jerome Powell on NPR, speaking of racial inequality within the Feds. Apparently, of the 417 economists at the board in Washington, only 2 are Black. He spoke of his frustrations in recruiting a more diverse staff of economists. His efforts include going to historically Black and Latino colleges and universities and encouraging students to study maths and economics. Now, this is obviously not just the Feds. We can probably pick any industry in the United States where higher education is needed, and this would be a true representation, unfortunately. Education opens many doors. The top-down approach of looking at test results to determine curriculum versus adopting a bottom-up, more nurturing approach, looking at what advances in science tell us about how the human brain learns, does not serve our students well, you guys. To quote Barbara Oakley, Dr. Barbara Oakley, who is a research scientist out of UC Santa Barbara, and she's the author of A Mind for Numbers, as well as Learning How to Learn, amazing books. I highly recommend reading them. She talks about how learning happens in layers, in major layers. You introduce a topic and a concept and you build on it year after year. You do not introduce everything in one big dump. Please think about holding the bar just high enough and scaffold our students right where they are. Use the resources and the money that you have and this amazing community that is here to support our public schools, and call out. The parents will come and teach, like Dr. Rich Rana, you know, he conducted the math classes for the students out of the goodness of his heart and just to kind of support the students. Thanks all for your time. Please do consider this and think about it as you plan your curriculum and continue to support the district. Thanks, board members.
Thank you, Rashneet. Next, we have Lisa. Then after Lisa will be Marcella. Lisa?
Hi, I have a 7th grader who is in compacted math at Bayside, and I am very, very disturbed at this conversation that you want to take away grade 6 compacted math. This year, you took away geometry without letting anyone know, and we all had to accept that. We don't agree it, but it is what it is. And now you want to take this away. And in the presentation, Amy had said that math does not need to be rushed. You don't need to rush it starting in grade 6. And then David had said, okay, we won't do that, but let's rush it in grade 7 so we can keep compact math and have these kids take algebra in grade 8. The two of them are not aligning up. It's inconsistent information. We need to know exactly what you want to do because we should not take away compacted math. The middle schools do not give chances for kids to excel. No other class except for math is differentiated. You cannot take it away from these kids. This is their one option, their one outlet to excel. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Next, we have Marcella. Go ahead.
Hi, thank you. I just wanted to ask the board, I know some of these comments have already been made, but to recognize the importance of elevating all students. Trustee Corzo mentioned her excitement at supporting all students, and I agree. I do worry about what this might look like heading into a pandemic year, and obviously the math TOSAs have thought about this a lot more, but I do know that a rising tide lifts all boats. And I am in strong favor of supporting all of our students. I see this issue as potentially being pragmatic and relating to the current board policy in math, which requires assessment for placement. I'd like to recommend that removing the requirement related to assessment be considered. I think that sometimes we eliminate students based on their ability to sit in front of a piece of paper or a computer and take a test, but that's not necessarily indicative of what their true skills are in any area, including math. And just as a final recommendation, I think that some of these challenges and some of the late nights that we all spend together come from the community feeling like there's just not enough communication, not enough engagement back and forth. So creating space to even have conversations with people who are currently in compacted math so that it doesn't feel like it's just kind of coming out of the blue. I know it's not. You're all working so hard. You've been developing all of these plans, but it ends up creating these really long board meetings with all of these pieces. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Marcella. Next, we have Andrew. Andrew, go ahead.
Hello. Yes, thanks. First, I want to thank everybody for this conversation. This is the first full meeting I've attended, and it's been quite the adventure. I really appreciate the insights. I'd like to start by saying that I'm a lifelong math professional. I spent 10 years teaching, and I spent another 10 years volunteering at San Mateo schools, and I love math. One thing I can say is that after a lifetime of math, one thing I've learned more than anything else is that communication is hard. That's a math lesson that I teach the students I volunteer every time we talk about it. Communicating is hard. Communicating with math is hard. Communicating is hard. So I want to take a moment to sort of echo some of the statements that other parents have raised, because I thought a lot of the parents brought up some really good points. The first thing is the presented studies are out of date and preliminary, and I don't think we can fairly make the decision based on the presented studies. I'm sure there's more studies, there's better studies. I found a study from UW-Madison, my alma mater, that said that detracking can be very successful and detracking can be a failure, and it really depends on what happens when you do it. I look forward to seeing what happens in the San Francisco School District. I don't know that they have succeeded or failed yet based on what they have done. I do think that heterogeneous classes can be successful, and I think a lot of sources do suggest that that's a possibility. And one of the key things is that it has to elevate the students. I know that a couple other parents have said this, and I think that there's a real possible for success if that's what happens. If we can target something like eighth grade algebra for all, I think there's a chance that a detract system could be a great boon. But if that's not a part of the plan, then I don't think that there's a real option for it to be successful. And I want to follow up with what the other parents say. I have 2 students in compacted math. I find the gating out of compacted math to be counterproductive and not a help to the students in the district. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Andrew. Next, we have Debbie. Debbie, go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead, Debbie.
Okay. If my voice is shaky, it's just because I get nervous calling in. But I wanted to thank the trustees. I appreciate all of you and the work that you do, and that we're all sitting here for a million hours to do this. Even if I don't always agree with you, I do think that you're all diligently trying to do what's best for our kids. I have a 7th grader who's currently in compacted math and a 5th grader that we were hoping would be able to participate in compacted math if that's where he was assessed. And it's disheartening to hear that this is being proposed after being told several times this year that the pathways for math were still being researched, and there was no hint that this was going to be taken away. We knew that geometry was likely to be going away, and have kind of come to terms with that. But like others have stated, it seems that the articles being cited are arguing not only for keeping compacted math, but encouraging all students to be able to take it. Per the study, all students did better if in more advanced math classes, regardless of previous ability. Further, looking at the math pathways at the different high schools, particularly San Mateo High School, which is the largest, or at least the largest nearby high school in our district, it relies on kids to take a summer geometry class. This does not seem like a way to make math more accessible to people. It actually seems to be creating barriers for people. Hearing that you'll look at the pathways to get kids to algebra by 8th grade was a little bit more reassuring, but honestly, without having details about what this path is going to be, and like other families on this call, parents feel blindsided by these decisions that are being made, especially when we're told throughout the year, oh yeah, we're looking at that. We're we're still trying to figure out how we're going to do that. And so I'm not confident that if you take away the compacted math pathway, that you're actually going to produce this pathway for us in the future, because we don't get these details and we don't have the communication that can make us feel confident that these things are going to happen for our kids, and it's hurting them. So thank you.
Thank you, Debbie. Okay, President Chin, we have no other hands for public comment.
Okay, thank you everyone for sticking with us and providing your comments at 1:09 in the morning. I'm going to turn it back to staff before our board comments. David, you had a, would you like to wrap things up?
Yeah, thank you. So, just first of all, a huge appreciation to the comments and the points that were made. Was carefully taking notes and do appreciate this was the kind of engagement that we wanted to start this evening around this conversation. So just first to acknowledge that, and I do really hear the concerns about communication. I too want that to be clearer and better, and of course, how challenging is it to get to this topic at midnight at a board meeting? I mean, that is difficult. So I do acknowledge that. What I'd like to propose is, we've heard a lot of good suggestions. We were bringing a proposal tonight for your consideration, and then for voting at the next meeting. That was a way to solve a couple of challenges that we outlined to you, the concern about the pandemic learning loss, as well as the challenges of our traditional way of giving of assessment and giving students access to a 6th grade class. We've heard some interesting arguments, or not arguments, but proposals for doing it differently. So what I would ask is, would like to go forward with having the item on the agenda for the next meeting. Give me an opportunity to sit with staff and consider the suggestions that we heard tonight. One, we would want to come back and to try to be clearer. So to do that, because I do want to say again, there was nothing in tonight's proposal that would suggest we would not continue to make algebra available. In fact, one of the arguments was that we could increase and make access to algebra, or improve access to algebra. So the opportunity to hear the feedback and to go off with staff and think through what was proposed and offered, and come back to you at the 22nd with with a follow-up presentation and conversation for your discussion at that time.
Okay, thank you for that comment. I'm going to open up to board member comments. Does anyone like to go first?
I'll go first. I'm going to be brief. I support staff recommendation 100%. To me, this is one of those pivotal decisions that are about equity and inclusion. And I'm so happy that, all of the parents that spoke have had a great experience, that their kids have had great experiences in compacted math. But that does not, that to me, I'm happy about that, but I'm honestly just more concerned with all of our students that are being left behind. And I don't think that, a hetero, I'm not going to get that word right now. It's like 1 a.m. I think the proposal for 6th grade would obviously intend, and I think successfully implement, higher standards and more rigor for all of our 6th graders. It would not make any sense for it to not be that way. And yeah, I think this is going to be a win for our students that are struggling, and for, you know, that includes our, you know, I think it's a huge step for equity and inclusion for, you know, our special needs students, our English learners, and, you know, I understand and I hear the concern from parents that really, you know, love compacted math, but like, we can't have it both ways all the time. You know what I mean? Like, this is an equity decision, and sometimes there are trade-offs, and, you know, what we've been doing has not been working for all students all of this time. I'm happy that it's been working for many of the students whose parents spoke, but that does not mean that it's been working for all students. And we need to do things differently if we want different results. And this is one of those pivotal decisions that I think our board needs to make, even if it's unpopular. I know we're not voting right now, but I just want to be clear about that. I just want to be clear about how I feel about this proposal, and you know, how I'll be voting at our next meeting. Thank you.
I'll jump in post Trustee Corzo and echo many of the same sentiments. I will say that I feel disappointed in our community right now in terms of comments. And I also want to say that, you know, I'm appreciative of the perspective. And David, I know that you share that you were going to take some of that back to make adjustments, but we are only hearing from a subset of individuals. And I want to make sure that there are many people and many groups and subgroups that we did not hear from tonight, and we cannot solely make adjustments to our proposal based on hearing from one subgroup, all representative of individuals that have been a part of compacted math, which is an important perspective, but not the only perspective that can drive our decision making. And I feel disappointed because I think you know, after seeing data around disparity and inequity and subgroups not performing, there were virtually no comments that addressed that and concern around that and accessibility. There was a call to listen to families who are in compacted math, which is important. But what about students who were not accepted, who weren't asked, or as Jenna mentioned, who potentially were even discouraged? Where was the call? Like, and so I think that's part of our role on the board, is to speak for the individuals that didn't speak, that haven't been asked to participate in this conversation. Absolutely a huge supporter of high expectations. I think it's exceptionally important. I also know a lot of the research around Algebra 1. I've worked in my day job with a couple of districts that have done a lot of work to really ensure that they provide access to Algebra 1 in 8th grade. There's a lot of research around it being an important gateway and predictor of high school dropout rates. I absolutely think it needs to be something that we provide access to, that we provide access to more kids to. That does not have to happen via tracked math classes. And so I feel that seems to be kind of the only what's being advocated for from the parent perspective, at least the parents we heard from tonight. That doesn't need to be the only way to get there. And I feel a little confused about why that seems like the only solution. And it makes me concerned that there's a desire to keep you know, high achieving math kids separate. There was, you know, some commentary around having behavior problems in other math classes, and that type of thinking is not the type of district that I think we're hoping to continue to build. And I think that what else was I going to say? Yeah, I think you know, I want to see us advocating for how we best support all of our students in all of our math classes. No student should feel bored in their math class. but we should also not see the disproportionality in our compacted math classes that we're seeing. And that should raise huge red flags and alarm bells. And that's something that we need to address. Providing access to the having heterogeneous classrooms is something, it's true that you can't just throw kids in a classroom and say, okay, now everyone's mixed and this is going to work. But with proper planning and all of the things that I know the team is thinking about and doing, with the high expectations, with resources and support for our educators to support a wide variety of students, it does work. As a former educator, it's something that I've done. And so I think that those are the conversations that I know that are happening internally. I absolutely think that we need to bring our families and community along for that discussion. That's the proposal. The proposal isn't that this is like a definitive decision that's this is what we're doing, no ifs, ands, or buts about it. This is a recommendation for next year for 6th grade, and let's engage our community. Absolutely, that should happen. And I just want to end with, the quote that came to mind as I heard a lot of the comments was, when you're accustomed to privilege, equality feels like oppression. And I feel a little bit of that sentiment right now. Removing essentially tracking from our school district shouldn't feel like something is being taken away. And what I would like to see the advocacy be is, how do we ensure that every student is getting what they need in all math classes? And that's what I'll continue to advocate for. And I think what our district is pushing for, and what I would like to see us continue to have conversation around.
I was just going to make a comment that I think when I think back to my own middle school experience, I think middle school math is one of those like pivotal points, I think, where kids start to say, I'm not good at math because they didn't, they're not in the advanced math, or they don't like math. And so, it would be nice to get away from that. But what I'm thinking is, I would be interested in learning more about how we strive for equity in math education, having heterogeneous groups and ensuring access for all students is something I can definitely support. I just felt like, and thank you, David, for saying you're going to do some more engagement, because I felt like there wasn't enough engagement, and haven't dived into this enough. So if there is additional data that can be shared, that would be great. I will do my own research as well, but I think more parent engagement on this topic and just making sure everybody's educated on where we're trying to go with this would be very helpful, and just having more conversations.
I as well would like to just echo what my fellow trustees have said in terms of, I appreciate the willingness after this presentation to engage in more discussion from parents regarding advanced math. Okay, full disclosure, I am a nerd, and I wear that badge with pride. I GATE student, advanced math, all the way through. My son is the same way. I know many kids that are the same way. I also know that every child has a spark. Every person has something that just sparks them. And for some people, that's drama. For some people, that's literature. Some people, that's math. My concern is that we continue to ensure that we keep an eye out for those kids that need that spark of an advanced math class. I would hate for anybody to suddenly just, decide that they don't want to do any of their assignments because they're bored. I've seen that happen. Maybe the term compacted math is, loaded. Maybe the idea of tracking math is loaded. I would just be, like I said before, I just am concerned that having the opportunity to have advanced math classes for those that need it and for those that want it would get missed. Just another thing that I would be curious to know too is, you know, we are in a very, very math and science rich part of the world. I mean, we are Silicon Valley, we're the birthplace of the computer, right? We have so many people who are so steeped in math and science and whatnot. What sort of partnerships, what sort of, you know, who can we have come alongside of us even and offer, you know, some of these more advanced math opportunities, you know, just in thinking outside of the box. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to agree with Marcella when she said with her comment of, you know, when the tide rises, all the boats rise. And I probably just totally butchered what she said, but that was the gist of it that stuck with me, is that, you know, part of equity is, in my mind, is ensuring that everybody rises. You know, we're providing the boxes, you know, in that diagram that we see with every one of our study sessions. You know, those that need the boxes have more. You know, those that don't need it have less in terms of supports. You know, I think as long as we make sure that's available, and that goes for not just those that need catching up, but I think it also should go for those that are accelerated and want to learn more.
Okay, thanks guys for the presentation. My only comments is I just would like to see what the other plan, right? The proposal itself is a heterogeneous grade 6 math. I just want to see how it plays out. Honestly, 7th and 8th grade. I think there's some concern that, you know, there's no algebra 1 anymore. I feel like we need to sort of play it out, have a plan so we see sort of all the years. I do understand the public's concern about the idea that we may not have compact math anymore. I'd like to, so that's why I'd like to see how that works out. But yeah, I just need some more information. But overall, I really did like the presentation. It honestly brought me back to high school. Yeah, it's unfortunate that everyone had to stick around till 1:30 in the morning to hear it. So David, I hope you have enough, and we'll see you next time, right?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, we'll have a lot to discuss. I appreciate it.
Okay. Great. All right. We are moving on to 8.1. I think, Dr. Rose, we're moving on to 8.1. I know Tish and some.
Yeah, I hear you. So Patrick,
I think Tish was going to cover this one, Joan.
Okay,
I'm happy
so
to, but
Peter, are you going to bring Tish on board?
Bringing her on now.
Perfect. Thank you. All right.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
This is a very small agenda item for a very small easement that was never recorded back when the city of Foster City was first contemplated as a community, a planned community. Basically, there are 4 important points to this that I think should put you at ease. First of all, the easement is very small and it doesn't impact any of the Beach Park School facilities. Secondly, the costs of recording the easement, doing the title search, all of the other costs associated with that will be paid for by the homeowners association. Thirdly, although perhaps not needed, we did provide in the easement agreement for 2 places where the board could reconsider. once after 1 year and once after 10 years. And then lastly, and very importantly, this easement can only be used for maintenance of the pipe, and there has to be early notification, advanced notification, except in the case of a emergency. And then the notification needs to occur within 48 hours. So I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you, Tish. Any clarifying questions? No, 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 great. Public comment, please, Peter.
Anybody who's public comment on this item, please use the raise your hand functionality within Zoom now. Okay, President Chen, no hands for public comment.
Great, thank you. Bringing it back to board, I'm closing public comment, board discussion or a motion, which is what we really need. We could talk too, but it's one thing. Anybody want to make a motion? Go for it.
I'll make a motion to approve. Oh, sorry, go ahead. Sorry. Oh, I motion to approve this agenda item. Second.
Great, thank you, Trustee Corzo for the first and Trustee Proctor for the second. Roll call vote, Trustee Corzo.
Yes.
Trustee Proctor.
Yes.
Trustee Warren.
Yes.
And I will vote yes as well. Okay, moving on to 8.2.
Yes, good morning. Paul Pham from Siobhan and Associates, our auditor, your auditor, is here tonight, and he and I can answer any question you might have. We presented to you the audited financial statements for fiscal year 1920, and Paul is going to briefly share with you the results. So Peter, you can bring Paul forward.
Thank you,
Paul.
Patrick, and thank you, trustees, for inviting me out. For the sake of time, I will get right to the results of the audit and then go into questions if you guys have any, since you guys all have a copy of the audit report. So the results of our audit, as far as the financial statements are concerned and the opinions we issued, they were unmodified opinions, so that's a good thing. The financial statements themselves, we opine that they were fairly presented in all material respects. With respect to internal controls over financial reporting and on compliance, our audit did identify a significant deficiency in internal controls over financial reporting that we did not consider to be material weakness. This finding was in relation to the district's capital assets, and our recommendation for the district was to perform a capital asset inventory and valuation, which I believe Patrick and his team have already began that process. Our tests disclosed no instances of non-compliance or other matters that required to be reported under governmental auditing standards. And as far as compliance-wise, the district complied in all material respects to the compliance requirements of state programs. So with that, I'll take any questions you might have.
Great. Sorry, Patrick, were you about to say something?
No, I was going to say, just to really quickly to follow on Paul, the issue that Paul had identified, his team identified, dated back to 1819 and carried over into 1920. We've already taken steps to remedy that, and the financial statements for the current fiscal year will have that issue remedied. It's really, it's a depreciation numeric issue, and so we've got it under control, be resolved.
Fantastic, thank you. Any clarifying questions from the board? Shaking no. Doesn't sound like it. Public comment, please, Peter.
Okay, anybody wishing to make public comment on this agenda item, please use the raise your hand functionality within Zoom now. Okay, President Chen, we have no hands for public comment.
Great, I'm gonna close public comment on this item and open up to the board. We do need a motion for this item.
A motion to approve this item.
Thank you, Trustee Corzo.
I'll second.
Thank you, Trustee Warren. Roll call vote, Trustee Corzo.
Yes.
Trustee Proctor.
Yes.
Trustee Warren.
Yes.
And I'll vote yes as well. All right.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next item, I forget if we were doing the budget assumptions.
So no, we're not doing budget
Okay, thank you.
assumptions. So we're now with Sue Weiser on
Yes.
Item 9.1.
Fantastic, thank you.
Good morning. Per Education Code 45114, the governing board may lay off classified employees for lack of work or lack of funds. And in order to meet our statutory timeline, we need to provide notice at least 60 days prior to the effective date of the layoff. So as we've done each year, we have several positions that we are placing on the layoff resolution for various reasons. For example, some of the positions are funded by PTA, and the PTA has not finalized their budget yet this year. And so in case they're not able to fund the positions, they are on the list for layoff. There are some services that have not been assigned yet because schools are still in the process of gathering stakeholder engagement, trying to figure out how they will use their funds. In other cases, the reductions are due to anticipated decreases in student enrollment. So we want to make sure that the district is not overstaffed for the following year, and therefore these positions have been identified for layoff. I do want the board to know that as we do every year, we do our very, very best to offer vacant positions to all of our laid off employees, and we've been very successful in doing that. We do have several paraeducator positions that we would be able to offer. The other thing that we're doing is as people resign or retire mid-year, we are in anticipation of possible layoffs offering positions to current employees. So I respectfully recommend that the Board of Trustees approve the Resolution 27/2021 to reduce classified services and the corresponding FTE of 60.54 classified employees.
Thank you, Sue. Any clarifying questions? No. All right. Public comment, please, Peter.
If there's any attendees that would like to make public comment on this particular item, the reduction of classified services, please use the raise your hand functionality within Zoom now. Okay, President Chin, we have no hands for public comment.
Great, thank you. I will close public comment on this item and open up for board discussion or a motion or motion.
I motion to approve this item.
Thank you, Trustee Corzo.
One second.
Thank you, Trustee Proctor. Roll call vote, Trustee Corzo.
Yes.
Trustee Proctor.
Yes.
Trustee Warren.
Sorry, I couldn't find the unmute button. Yes.
And I'll vote yes as well. All right, fantastic. We are rolling. We already did 9.2. We are on to number 10, board member statements and requests for future agenda items. Does anybody have anything you want to go? You want to say something? Go for it.
I do.
Okay, go Trustee Corzo.
So I know we've, I know this has been brought up before, but I do just want to say that like if I can't keep doing these like super long meetings, like I cannot. So we need to figure something out because I know other boards have other ways of, still allowing the community to provide public comment and have things in the record. But this is, I'm exhausted. And I want our community to feel heard. And I think we have to do things a little differently. But it's not typical for boards to have meetings this long, to have this many hours of like public comment on such a frequent basis. And my concern is that like we just have to do things differently. I'm not just speaking for myself. I'm speaking for our staff, for our community. Like, you know, it's not good for any of us to be up this late when, you know, we have kids, we have families, we have work, we have, yeah. So, yeah, I want to just raise that again publicly. And yeah, I'm done. I'm tired, I'm exhausted.
And that is something that is in your board governance handbook to discuss. So we'll put it on the next meeting so that we can discuss ways to manage that time. We just didn't get to it tonight.
Any other, Trustee Warren? I think you were about to say something.
Yeah, I was. I'd still like to know more about how our special education students have managed over the last year. I think we got a glimpse of it for 6th, 7th, and 8th grade math over the last year. I'd just like to see that in more detail and across more grades and across more subjects.
Thank you. Trustee Proctor, anything? No, okay. Yeah, I was just gonna make a statement, but Dr. Russ is, you kind of beat me to it. We did have at our governance handbook or our governance meeting, was it a few Saturdays ago, we did talk about our board policy about 20-minute public comments per item. That was part of our handbook that we would have voted on tonight, but we never got to it. So we'll have to postpone that till the next meeting. So one board statement, I just want to thank everybody for staying in there. I know that tonight was a crazy meeting and a long meeting, but I know that we had made some really big decisions tonight. And so I want to thank everybody, the community, the staff and teachers and, you know, everybody for doing all the hard work and staying up with us. One request for future agenda item, I was contacted by our Labor Council or the San Mateo County Labor Council. They did want to reach out to us to talk about a possible project labor agreement. And I know that that is something to be discussed, but I don't know the ins and outs of it and what it would impact to us. And so at some point in the future, not now, at some point, I'd like to have some sort of agenda item for us to at least discuss what is the ins and outs of a project labor agreement and how does it affect us either positively or negatively. And then, okay, so that's it. Future meeting dates, I believe I'll beat you to the punch, Dr. Roses.
They're listed there. So.
They're listed. Yes, thank you. And with that, we come to adjournment. Does anyone want to make a motion? Come on, Trustee Corzo, you know you want to do this last one.
I motion to adjourn our meeting.
Yes. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Trustee Proctor. Roll call vote, Trustee Corzo.
Yes.
Trustee Proctor.
Yes.
Trustee Warren.
Yes.
And I will vote yes as well. Good night, everybody. Oh, we just to make the public statement, we are not recessing back to closed session tonight as it is too late in the hour or early morning. So just to go on record, we're not going back to closed session. Okay, thank you guys. We're adjourned.